she placed the baby in the dish. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from there? The Gemara says, and yet you see that the suffix, a trump, the bad, right? The suffix changes the reality even in the case to the point that again the constant the color is not color. Color is not color. So you see here the suffix can go ahead and trump a bad, which reminds us no. Moti that the activity to a bar, the bar and the ima, the killer to me and the color bar. The one says no. What happened over here is the color sees the shift up, throwing something that looked like easy felt. In other words, that she miscarried and placed the milk on in the bar. That was then he saw what appeared to be a milk being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffocating window. That's not only thing, how later in Japan is able to be more said that he backed the pure over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. And then the measure consequently waiting to say, Linja, you must say Linja, and you have to do that in Linja. So first of all, he's looking into the to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a reflecting which just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that part that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something. Yes, it was some other discharge. So you first of all, see, was it an April or not? It wasn't April. It did that. It was an April to raise it. The seat was the point. So in fact, this wasn't a case of bad and Suffolk. Rather, again, it was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Whether it miscarried or not. And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again, whether the animal took it away. You might say, well, that's what it is. Pretty much from the Bible, machine will shine back like that. Whether that's where it is, once you have a place, you know that there's things in the Bible that if these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So we'll say Ismay, so there's the Kasha, and there is the Kasha. So once I saw that, so just we'll pause on there for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of Ein Safek Motzei Midei Badai ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Ein Safek Motzei Midei Badai. So if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a Safek and one is a Vadai. The Vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the Safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was again just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, I know an age that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, where I use it? Where I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I have a bad guy that this was Avodah Zarah. Safek, maybe the Akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the Safek that maybe the Akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely a Avodah. And as I say, just to point out how powerful this is on a Hashkafic level as well, because in this something multimedia Vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like everybody running up, we have faced so many scales, so many tables. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of us know that it was so interesting that those of us who was lucky to be there on Shabbos with Usher Weiss, he said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. It was scary to worry, but obviously the rest of us as it was meant to throw into you. It takes out really different things. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many escapists. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we
Yeah,
going
baby,
to
just
let it
chilling.
destroy
Feel
this
free to
world?
enjoy.
Less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, not seeing the bad guy. What's the bad guy? The response says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzach. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds it over even in times of difficulty is suffering most immediately. Suffering, whether that suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many speakers that have presented themselves. Another suffering, Odin Armenian Bachalos, and another suffering always arises. Or rest assured, a suffering makes it bad. No suffering can undermine the Vada, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately again the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that means what creates our reality. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Hashkafa. It's not even this that they say, so it says, no, again, embedded in all of this is this Mahokus Yochel and Shortish. See it? Good, I know. And again, we're talking about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your Avodah right? In other words, an Akum is the Merdato is Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does it? The Middle says, it must be what we call active Gittel, and Rishoki says even passive Gittel works. So let's now go back to that a little bit. They say, listen to this. They also receive this in Mishmah Torah as well. Sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. Let's say, thank you. So that's the Mishnah. What the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, you think why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim. So I said, that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the Shlokish. This is a real thing asked on the Shlokish. The Shlokish, according to you, this should be taught in the Mitzvah. Right? Because according to Shlokish, once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or whether the idol broke on its own, an atom doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, once you open to Shlokish's logic, idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chance is our what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Which is, we must say, so take much more, but not the only of the season. Because this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately on a pedestal. It's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self, not self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, a slave, in order to have a construct, Only to come to that level is some sort of a shot. I mean, it's was a more this way. But the only problem to be in battle is only about his other. And ultimately, again, about his other of his friend. Meaning, any of whom can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, ain't no regard for what else will come to our good. So it's actually quite fascinating. This is the logic behind this. Another Kohabim, actually, excuse me, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So Obed Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So we do it. So it's all night. So how do you got both countries shut away the house? Why is that? One of the case of idolatry that just breaks on its own. Now, clearly, again, very short. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael can the open Kohabim. So it's interesting enough that the Gemara suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. What's that? Pascha, Mayari, Vatran, Pascha, Apatishia, Pascha, Vatla. That's what we learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these others. How do you read the Pascha of the Kohabim? About Pascha Yisrael, Vatla. Ultimately, that's really right. If an Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's slow dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, the only one, keep husking his son on that, but the best according to love. So this is like this. In reality, even when you slow dents the idolatry, it goes in against. In other words, I would say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's Ella Zera? What's the Zera? What's the issue? In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about is this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate and have all desire. So what does he do? He has that all desire. He lifts it up, right, getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to bend it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. They call Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael, Eina, B'Tela, Li'ova. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's actually I will say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara right now on noon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any avodah zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission avodah zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it. He can bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. Technically, and I will say, Avodah Zarah specific. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah the Hector. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't be backwards, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Jeffrey was in Israel, after Shahid Yavonim and Amakolis, the people of our hand dropping Yitartios. So let's say just by anyway, there's this whole idea over here of Avodah. Okay, we'll come back to it. First and last, Abu Shahid Yavonim and Amakolis in first. So let's have an Abu who brought stones from Markolis, right? What's Markolis? This Markolis is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Markolis, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tartios Mutah. Yes, and what does he do? He goes out and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like as pavers, and he uses them to make the streets. So what's halacha? We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. It's not just going to be about people and dropping the Tartios Asiros. But again, if the Jew takes stones from Markolis and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because it's Avodah Zarah. And my mercy, but why is that? So why don't we say it? So again, we should look around in Turkish. Why should this be any worse ultimately? Again, in Avodah Zarah that broke on its own. When Jewish Turkish Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. Jewish female says, no, how can I keep it Rabba? The one says, just as Rabba said before. Rabba said essentially, and Jews can't conceive from the Shema Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern, that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if he never actually is the other. He said he knows the caption, always go. Comes to Shifa, Avonis become the Sanko. So listen to this. This side. Obey comes to Shifa, Avonis comes. What's the name of the watches? You have Avodah Zarah, and you shave it, you have Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out to for example, an Ashera tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Ashera tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The Gemara says, "Litzarcho." If ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. Litzarcho, ultimately if he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shikuyaha Mutari, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay. You know, it says, however, with Sarkar, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarkar, ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, so when the Shiasura, the tree is still also the Shikuya and the tongue, but ultimately the shavings will be mutter. He's forced to shoot 5 hours go high, but if he slow takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Ashera tree, Bain with Sarkar, keep the Shikuya Asura. Whether these fellows doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again we have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings will make so what's going to be open as Scottish Anai. Hadi Cavodas for problems with stubborn how. Why should this be any different? Right? The Scottish according to you, this should be no different than an about the Zara that breaks up on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open it breaks up, she said it's decommissioned. So so to the United States it should be decommissioned as well. To which the US often. That means keep the rubber. So once again, we keep on bringing up the rubber. What is rubber? So once again, rubber is of the opinion. Essentially, you don't want it's a gene decommissioning about the Zara. Why? There's too much of a role of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halakha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, it can be no brittle. Ace you'll see, but you'll see she'll take the Zora really out. I'm not kidding, so what's the next solution? Our next solution that I'm going to say next Hashem. So you'll see says, or say, or too much nice, she'll take the Zora really out. If you find it on the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, not killing young. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to think this is talking about if you find out what is all made up now. So what you do, grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. You know, it says, I'm going to go. You know, it says, oh, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. Here's what it says, you should. Well, you got the earth from the river. You're not getting it. Plus, it says, using you can't retain any part of it. These aren't for your own use. And I said, but I'm not getting this. Once again, if you're I'm not. The advertising is become Schneider made it out. But once again, why? So it's pretty few should be fine. It's pretty few sluggish. Even if a motor breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioning. So in this case, a grinding it up can also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a 100% fertilizer. Basically, versus Hakanami to the rubber. Once again, I both say keep all roads keep leading back to rubber. Ultimately, Yuri is concerned that if the Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. They say, WOC, that you see an Omer, Matzah, Sulas, Dakos, Venosha Chatos. What's the interesting case over here? Let's see if we find the image of a dragon. This is our next issue. Now, yes, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. Therefore, Safek Obiko Kabin Fakfo, Safek Israel Fakfo, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, you're going to decapitate the dragon, right? Or the it's Mutter. Mutter. You want to run on the hand, that guy you saw Fakfo, also. That you saw it was going to cut off the head, it's also. You want to say, I'm right. You have the Cavodas for comes to Stubborn area, huh? I said, watching this be every different. That was the second piece. So actually, the end different case, ultimately, again, the whole design that broke on its own. Once again, the says you are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabba. So, most like, essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. You don't want Jews involved in the whole so at all. Even if it's the commissioning on the side, we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal was not made to the point that even the decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Basically, that you'll see on that after you are supposed to be Mosai Shamir, with no Shanabit, so no Sharas behind. So it's an interesting case of the earth. So, Halakha is the following case. We're going to see this also, all these on the Shkansa see later on. Halakha is general side that about what is our for concerning planting vegetables underneath in a shade tree. He's in a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. And so therefore, in the summertime, however, excuse me, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, initial wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But this is not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes Shanavia in the Sheriff's Island. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. Remember, I don't say watch corn leaves be a problem. After all, if you haven't had almost a country, once again, the Turkish forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And it's very curious why if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too. The leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Sharing it on the fertilizer, which the message is named Shiny Hassam, the acre of that's not having kayaks. No, in the case of the fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that Zolite density, even after it's no longer on. The tree, you might as well say, I'm the days, 3 days, and days 42 feet. Or it says, Shikuya. What about the case for shavings? That one right there, shade tree shavings. We grab all that stuff up in Paramus, but once again, the primary part, i.e., the tree is still in existence. You have to in that case, on the side, we said, it's he has saved for the Shikuya Mutane. We said that even in the case, ultimately, again, when we're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree is us. But ultimately, again, the shavings are the dirt. If we were the Shua Amar, if we Sha'in, Alayas, Bakam, the Kiva, Gareth, the Devasa. Ultimately, also the simple reason because I know those are, you can't make anything of those, and those are not being created. When it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation. It's for reality of negation, which makes sense. And what it says, is today, which this website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Rish Lakish. So now I'm going to go side. My point to Yochanan Rish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Rish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? But passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been a Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now, we switch gears. They switch and like so Yochanan. So Rish Lakish asked the question, and then Yochanan really go, Khan Shiver, Shem Shahakish, well, morning to morning. So it's interesting to see. If you have a tree, now the tree amongst practice, right? The tree amongst always in the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Romanin for a long. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed mitzvah. That was the so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi, second left from the top, low nani, that's the Drabanan. So you can't get benefit, the Drabanan, below more. Right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if we did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to me like fun. So you must let's analyze. The Baroshi Shalashila. What about if the nest is on the top of an Ashera tree? The same case. I don't Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I don't get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yaakov B'Kana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefits from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, say Yaakov B'Kana. I'm sorry. Restream Yaakov B'Kana. Asar Avaitcha. He goes Shishpa Leo 18. You think so? I know what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But if you have all these other trees, interesting enough, like that. I do. Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Now, the man says, let's look like what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a broken Sarah breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decomposition. So the Gemara says, "Kasar Raitcha, he goes to shove on the nail 18." The king survives. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Hakoni, Yaakov B'Kana. And yet, the nest is mutter. So here's one just off. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissioned the Avodah. The Gemara says, no. What's the case? He goes to isolates in the out. Well, the kids survive, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Ashera tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Ashera tree. That is gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have it becoming hectares. So again, what's the value for that? The value for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, what do you want to say about the bird's nest? No nagging or about the tree. No nagging about the nest, sorry. No nagging below water. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did, you did not commit the milah. So let's analyze this. The Shalom the ICH in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately the materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree, and how you kind of got the hectare store around the water. So that makes sense. No nagging is that one. So again, as I said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and you can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Drabanon. And also, the Ravor and the Doraisa, if there's no Milah, why is there no Milah? Why is there no Milah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Milah. However, I need to shove it into the middle of the kid. He's up on hand on my remote. How can you shoot? The bird nest from the tree itself. That means again that this nest is made from twigs from the hagfish tree. And what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hagfish. And this hagfish ultimately again, that you're not allowed to benefit from it. The Doraisa, and it's making of the Doraisa. It says, so therefore the Lord suggesting, it seems to be clear that although the ones who do in most cases in the Ashera tree, I think the hagfish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hagfish tree, which the Lord said, not necessarily. The Lord says, need the area, how come the Indian have brought an African kind of skin? Oh, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, open if you ever say you have this case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hagfish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hagfish tree, then why is that nest not us in the dollars? But what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Yes, what's the case over here? So what's that? This is a fascinating situation we'll get to. When you're not for something, right? So obviously the item, but the item as it is hagfish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hagfish as well? So what's an example of this? A tree. I'm not fish a tree. I'm not fish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hagfish designation or not? That is a mathematics. That is called Gibulin Hagoim Lachem. Growth which occurs after the designation. So once they turn out over here, the bird, so I was not fish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growth. So again, made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hagfish. That's an actual nest. And the cassava, and the author of this price and author of this Mishnah holds the hagfish designation only involves upon retreat from existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagfish. And therefore, again, the nest is mutter. Rabbi Abo, is ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean when it says not the nest down? And you benefit from the nest, that further, it doesn't mean the nest is in the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hagfish tree. Either way, it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When you see not down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to react to the Yuri about the Hrifa, a sabalacha that broken. The kind of card. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the hagfish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hagfish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation. They were going to be opinions that other growth trees will be hagfish for our own soil. So what the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest system, but for what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in kind of switch. Those things into the shit jazz. For the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately. Yeah, again, it's going to be upset. Now, why are the eggs upset? So this is actually quite fascinating. This is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates in Kandakan Aser should. These in the Iman, the Gaza behind Rabban and Ka'ar, you don't ask them. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are Aser. Why are Why is the nest like this? So depending on which the nest is made from, the exterior tree upon the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be awesome. Nest is going to be awesome. So what if the mean is like this, guys? Since the tree knocks down the nest to get benefit from the nest, it means the chips from the nest. The chips. So much of it. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs leave the nest and the nest leave the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore listen, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself, so we have benefit ultimately again from the tree. But ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says, but it's in kind of so we've actually broken Shitsucham with Iman, the dates and double. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore that's what they call that. So once that turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the actual tree and the tree, you can obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the other Bible, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get them yes, because there's the alternative the nest itself is made from the shade tree or from the hectic tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? I recommend said that is going to be winter. And so, from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the lion young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. It's like I was saying, let's stop over here. Yeah, let me just take a look what I saw. So look, actually, what's that? Yeah, all right, we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll pick up one. We'll just we'll finish off with the look when I said like what are we doing that for? It's really asking, right? And then Yatz Hashem will continue Yatz Hashem, the adventures in Avodah Zarah. All right, thanks, have a great day. Reminded me of like when Too Lazy mentioned us. Yeah, shorter clips. We need to get more of these breakdown videos. When do we do that? I'm not pretty sure. As far as a plan of attack, I think we just when do we do these videos? We just sure. I think what I want to say is if you have one of these videos where you're breaking down the history of stand-up or whatever, you talk about why someone sucks, or the downfall. If you have a downfall video, please put me into it. We're willing, we allow you to use any of our stuff for any downfall. All right, it looks like good morning, us. Positive thing, use that too. If you can find something positive, please use any of our clips underneath it. That's right. Our sponsors for this morning chicken thing, our annual comical responsibility. Listen, responsibility to sell. Great stuff. Shout out to you, dude. I didn't know you watched the show. Dedicating all the nutritionals this year as a close our total sponsors for the month of Av have already covered Stephen and Wendy Tracy, the annual of their parents, Israel Tracy, Tina Tracy, as the Moses White, in memory of Henry Moses White in the Rapa. Are we current? Sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, because she's share the entire Shula for the Hayalim, Swiss. Hayalim is one of those sacrificing cloud Israel. And Rachel and Laura Wondershine are definitely sponsors for today. Rachel and the outside of Aye all of those songs have your families in the summer, all of those things will push out the report for the Israel. Israel which the mission reform our has to do. Shalom and the Torah will allow our Holy Soul to be successful. To follow and not see. Once in that, let us be taught to show we have a lot to do today. Today's gap is Membeis. Today's gap is Membeis. We are coming up the next session on Mem's public page 41. And we left off the E, something most users. Now, guys, it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. About 15 remember again, the rest of the faculty is actually finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call a what is the concern? Slumming are images, maybe they will worship, maybe they will worship. So I love what I said. Essentially, you're supposed to take your hand off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an actor decommission them or not? That's our shot now. An actor, and we're going to discuss this more today's gap. An actor does have to look into decommission that whole but it has to now again. Then we have nothing. Folks, look at the issue. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that because that's our overarching method. So here, the open says it has to be active decommissioning, which what says even passive decommissioning, not only will be if the idol falls over by itself. And right, the opener is still an idol according to traditions. So let's say that again. That's why control pieces are kind of worthless. If you find pieces of the slumber of an image, it's going to be worth it. Why is it worth it? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it's never worth. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe so the idea for him jumping back to what he's on is the reason why ultimately again I have all bizarre it does not work because a lot of listeners say is something emotionally ultimately again is something that maybe decommissions doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that he was having bizarre. So now you have questions that is maybe something was to be decided. Is that true? But a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing uncertainty. What about finding on time? You are very used to do that suffix. Cover shimmies, so yet we go into their tails. So say cover dive. And again, you can translate a special show and everything to a member of our share from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Melbourne, another member of our share in Toronto. Hashem, we have all of our not just in this case, so Ian messaged me by a note. I translated the cover a few days ago as a kind of cover. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. You actually remember again. 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his cleaning the Tara. He even eats his cleaning the Tara. So even what we'll call not a sanctified food, he is not fit to eat in a state of ritual purity. And he's also careful with trumas and nitrous. No, that's the definition of a cover. So Ezekiel again asks, he says, why? So how do you put a cover? Right, cover means He's a friend. He's a friend. What's the shot again? So perhaps the soldiers like this. He's a clever. Clever is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what one of the first was Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. Probably you don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life that he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a threat. That's a threat. That unfollow says someone who wants me in their life so bad that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of which he has purity, that big power that he doesn't have to. That's a question. That's a friend of the Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than we're talking. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. Apparently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone who managed to put upon himself additional things he wants power, after power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Reformer Shalom. So the Gemara says, perfect things, you have to do it there. So apologize. Interesting things, apologize. And I think it's something else in basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? Mostly the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tried. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them down. Right? Part of him, the first must be too clean. This is Chazaka. Ultimately, again, that they are properly tried. The Gemara says, I was that. If that guy let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a God. What's the God? What's the God? Certainty. The certainty was they were Teva. That's for sure, right? That was untied focus. What? As that a God? Because everything starts out as untied focus. So you have a fact. How can I get it was untied? Something, maybe the prophet did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. And what do you see here? I see something for mostly the day. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a suffix possibility that he tied it goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was text. So you see something mostly the day. To which the Gemara says no. Hasam Gadai is Gadai. Special. That's not true. That's not something in Gadai. That's a Gadai and Gadai. What's the case? The Gadai asks me, Gemara says the same way it was titled. Gadai was titled, certainly it was titled. And also Gadai that what? That he tied it. He wants to do it. And you know, Chosha, the only thing with Chosha, that Zaka Akavar She'ina Motzi Davar She'ina Mitoka Mitaka Sato. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the cover also again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does it mean to get to that level? Where the halacha looks at you and the halacha says, this guy certainly doing the right thing. Our cover does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it gets tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi's another possibility is, says suffix is suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix house. So what does that mean? I've shown the other king of Moshe. It's possible that the Chacham did not do himself like the Moshe. That's the early Moshe. The Amar, נערים אדם עטו עשה, ומכניס למות שלום, כדי שבהמת האופלה תקטור מן המעשה. As was an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice loophole, fighting loophole. What's the fighting loophole? Without being involved in how it is now, in order for produce to be subject to fighting obligations, there has to be what's called the Yasmaya balance. Like it has to come into the home, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's in the not that. Why? Because it's actually possible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the father tried it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Chumas and Mesris. Why? Because it's possible that we're going to be again used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there ain't something left in the Gemara. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Like, the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, ain suffers moshe midei kata. Like that ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So the answer really is that true. So the Gemara says, but how do we read? My submission also shall not top of numbers. My submission also shall not seek after the very interesting case where there was voices story of a maid servant. And also now again we're going to this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here. Gavra Alama bin Sohala. Very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had feeling for the body. She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. I will say, interesting enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a natal. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also so powerful. You put a natal in a pit. Interesting, in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, what the halacha is, you have to bury a natal, you have to bury a miscarried baby. But Dafka do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do it. To bury in the gravel, we do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of two reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy, the Hazara is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief. But Hazar wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried. And she put the miscarriage in a pit. The book, according to the pictures, according came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peeled over the pit. Now, why did the plane peel over the pit? Neither exactly indicated. So you have to pass the flower. The way that also when a woman gives birth, so even after miscarriage occurs, and when the miscarriage occurs, there's typically too much labor. There's typically engagement associated with it. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the nipple, I guess it was to develop enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The boy might have been a comment, let's say, I want to press the problem here. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much alcohol. So remember again, too much alcohol both sides can be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I am standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I am you. Over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here, the point where I had leaned over the pit, just see, so the boy or girl, or whatever, you got myself, if I run in, this episode being for coming, the Tianimu, the Shakuba, and Barbaros and Tunisha. And they retired. They retired. Why did they retire the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Too much was that in Baha, the Vada and Kilometer, something going, something wrong going, I'll see something we mentioned in Uganda. There's a look at this case here. Here's the case of Gaza. What's the Gaza? What's the Gaza? The ship called the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the cage. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Gaza. Like the suffix changes the reality even in the face of the Gaza to the point that again, the constant, the Kohen is not coming. The Kohen is not coming. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump a Gaza. To which the Gemara says, no. Even if you see the bar, says, no. What happened with this is the Kohen sees the shikha throwing something that looked like a Mishal. In other words, not a Gadai. That she miscarried and placed the Nabal in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a Nabal being placed in the bar by this woman. So just something to get what's that? But that's not what it says. How many times I've indicated, the Gemara said that he got to peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how to always to say, Later, the Gemara says, later. In your Kedula, in Mekavashila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Rebbe says, look at it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not dafka that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the butt, see was it an ACL or not. If it's on an ACL, and if it was an ACL, then give that. If it's on an ACL, it's either labor and zafra in the paper. To see was it going to go. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, the animal took it away. Everybody said that possibility is gave us a call the back. This machine shot not that value. The other possibility is no. Once you have a place, even if there's a full gun about this, that there are these animals that they definitely dragged away whatever was expressed. Okay, so what's the ace? So is the cash out. So just we'll pause on there for just a second. Just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of aim suffix once in Nidei Tadai ultimately again holds. In Halacha, we accept this principle. Aim suffix once in Nidei Tadai. But you have what are called two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffix, and one is a Tadai. The Tadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why verse again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how did we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? It's also not why. Because I have that this was Avodah Zarah. suffering, maybe the uncle actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I'm going to take you to right, because the suffering, whatever the uncle decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the bad guy that this was definitely a holy cell. And as I said, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a catastrophic level as well. Because in suffering multimedia bad guy, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the we have faced so many scandals. Faced so many scandals. And will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of this also, it was so interesting. So interesting that those of us who was looking to do it on chat with Usher Rice, he said it mentioned so many beautiful things. One thing that I felt that was very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7, being an existential threat. So to me that was shocking. For me, in my mind, I said to myself, there is never an existential threat about this threat. It was scary. So, but obviously, the rest of us says it is married to threat. It takes on a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many scandals. There's been faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, multi the bad guy. What's the bad guy? The response, he says, Am Yisrael is in Am. Am Israel, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even hundreds difficulties in suffering multimedia. Suffering. What about suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many stages that have presented themselves to the whole God, another suffering. Only are many of the Patmos and another suffering always arises. So rest assured, in suffering multi-media bad guy. No suffering could undermine the bad guy, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately when the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Our optimism is no such confidence. Not even as God, it's scary. So it says, no, again, embedded in all of this is this methodology of the Yohan Ritual. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission a whole desire, right? In other words, an atom could be Mevaka, his whole desire. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Yohan says, it must be what we call active ghetto, and the Turkish says, even passive ghetto. There was now going back to the East State, all these people have Mevaka, Abba was Boham, so the Shakamero, listen to this. They also receive this in the mission. As well. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a company that thank you. Lots of companies that have this level. So let's say that's the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, Mitei Shekiyotzi behind the Nabal. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim neighbor. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a contract on the Turkish. This is not going to ask on the Turkish. The Turkish, according to you, this should be totally neutral. Right? Because according to the Turkish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the other broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Now, again, what's the only thing Turkish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? You must have no change in the world, but not only the only of the Susa. So this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that is head console, that is actually is so almost like a self-construction. The wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, case man is not the council, or they become the Vakaholis from Shalovish Hadero, French was what's in this winter, and the Rico Hadon, to do the battle is on the Bodhizara, and ultimately again the Bodhizara of his fact. Meaning, any can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, it is so, even without that, what is for Hamsa of the Hamsa. And we'll see, it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Actually, excuse me, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, so isn't that fascinating? Right, so Ovid Kohanim can negate or decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. That's the deal. So we do this. We'll say, so am I. So how do you got both comes from Shalom Elah? Well, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Clearly, again, according to Restream, you should do according to the actually work. On Rabbi Shepascha. What? The case over here. The case over here is where the Yisrael the Ovid Kohanim. So what's interesting enough that we are suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. What's that? My hobby. Batnan, Hamspa, Apishua, Fasra, Batla. That's actually learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately, again, we have all these others. How do you read the house of the Kohanim? Have a husband, Yisrael, Batla. Ultimately, you're right. If an Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. So, Mr. Rabbi says, the Olam, because the Yisrael knows about the book says it's very important to know. So, this is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael against the Avodah, it goes in against. In other words, it's like, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Verse Ella, Zera. Is it Zera? What's the Zera? Dilma Magdala, Bahadim Mavatala. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation. Right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Khazar say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about is this. We're concerned that what is Esau going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it, to prevent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, though, so it doesn't happen. With Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Havi Avodas Kochavim B'Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodas Kochavim B'Yad Yisrael. Eina B'Tela Li'olam. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in pen black from now on many days. But again, right now we'll just go principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So, watch what's happening right here. Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could bend it. But Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking on Avodah Zarah considered to be hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah to be hector, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires the wedding, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimate. He cannot be, he can't be Mavaka, he can't be permission. Therefore, then ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid his Jewish angling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, can't do anything to it. Even if it's out of decommissioning, ultimately, again, it is not going forward. Incredible. So, how you must erase the application of the Avodah Zarah, the people behind dropping. This idea, so let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of what's that up to the book about this. Let's say, Apple, should we have an analysis? Let's have an apple with lots of some markers, right? What's markers? Right? Which is the Avodah Zarah, that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from markers, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the tortillas with us. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? You tell us, the stones are mutter. Why is the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. We talked about the Avodah Zarah, people and drop on the tortillas, asilos. But again, if a Jew takes stones from markers and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road, you can't get hanah because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be less. But why is that? The Havi Avodah Zarah published in Shayla. So why do we say so again? So you have to ask me, it's like why should we speak any worse ultimately again in Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And complete Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. There's another Raha, another king of Raha. It's just like Raha said before. Raha said essentially, usually Rabbanon, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See, we have this concern that in this process of decommissioning, he's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Is that a book? And again, we'll see if never actually never. Ești din nou zicașă, obi kopam și și plavăm și kopam și ceapă, so here is into this. Inside, obi kopam și și plavăm și kopam. So here about to send about the zara, and you shade the level of the zara. So what's this? It actually comes out in it, for example, an arsenio tree. An arsenio tree, right? And what do? I'm going to take shavings off of the arsenio tree. So what's the status of the shavings? And one says, with charcoal, if ultimately the item is doing it for himself, right? If you think the shavings up there on the yard because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is, with charcoal, ultimately again, he's doing it for himself. And the sheep, yeah, you tell him, in both the shaving and the tree itself become wicked. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the other desire tree, and the action's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the other desire. Okay, however, itself off, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree. And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's called Kiosua, the Shikuya Hamichar. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree, ultimately, again, then the Kiosua, the tree is still also the Shikuya Hamichar, but ultimately, the shavings will be mutter. First, the sheep follow us for public, but if you still take shavings, right, takes pieces off of the tree, then it's so cold, he the sheep will be us. Whether these ones doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have the desire, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main muscle. So what's going to be up there as for such as I'm married. Okay, I didn't have all this for problems to stop them in the house. Why should we? Your friends, right? It's just coming to you. You should be no different than an apple desire that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, you're going to break off your tree set, it's decommissioned. Just look what you're in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So what's happening now? To the lava. So let's say once we know the people are bringing up the lava. What does the lava say? So but again, represent your opinion. Essentially, you don't want to commissioning of like this why? There's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'meisa. So you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, it can do. There's no control. Instead, you'll see a state, but you'll still work, shofim v'zorah l'yah, or maktir, so you actually have next Mishnah. And this Mishnah that I will see next time, so what Yossi says, sorry, or two Mishnahs in that, shofim v'zorah l'yah, it's kind of always up. You can grind it up and scatter it to the wind, all maktir l'yah, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to see this talking about if you find that what is on made of mud. So what do you do? You grind it up, scatter it, let it scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. The man says, amigo, actually, as you said, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, you don't know what can happen. It can become fertilizer. So this man says, when you drop the earth, come in, you're not holding the process. Pastor says, really, you can't return any part of our desire for your own use. So much of that I hear is, once again, if you're going to ask them, I'm married. The heavy cavalry will come to Shadow. But once again, why? It's like 20 people should be fine. 20 people even if a desire breaks on its own, ultimately, again, it's decommissioned. In this case, a grinding it up will also be a decommissioning. So we can't, even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not a whole desire fertilizer. So we say, much hard. And now we keep it up. Once again, I will say, Keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. Ultimately, Mary is concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jews, it cannot be decommissioned. So this way, WLC Ben Yisir Omer Matzit Suras Dako. Yerosha Chato. What's an interesting case over here? Let's see if we find the image of a dragon. And this is our next picture. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, Safek Odiko Carbon Hotfo, Safek Isol Hotfo, Mutter, Sifanatsa, Genetic. The dragon, like origin, it's Mutter. You know, so on the other hand, die by yourself. Also, but you saw it was one cut off the head. It's also. You says at night, you have the Catholics go come to the stand there. No, I understand why should this be any different for those so that should be any different than a case. Ultimately, you're getting a whole design of growth on its own. Once again, the emotions we are concerned. Ultimately, again, about the consumer for us. Once I said this, you get these things with humans here. You don't want Jews involved in the whole side at all. Even with missionary elements, we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal will come up with the point that even if the commission of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that we pick it up, acquire it, and even do it deposits going forward. Please. From Yoshi owner, after you are supposed to be most of the Shani, with the great Shani, we are no sheriff's behind. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also, all these understands that see later on. Halacha is in general outside that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. Here's what a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. As an example, you can't plant in the summer. But time however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the girl wants to suggest, the mission wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. That the Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you shall be on the shadows island. Because what will happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So listen, I'm not about to watch forming leaves be a problem after all. See how this happens? Well, let's go find you start with it now. Once again, in Turkish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen items. When it comes to Turkish, when it falls and breaks on its own, it's bottle. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, should also be bottled. Surely, on the fertilizer, which has a yellow or shiny awesome, the ikra of what's called having no, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole result identity, even at just no longer from the tree. You must also other days, 10 days, another is 42 feet. Where it says, Shizura. What about the case of shavings? That one right there. Shade tree shavings. We got all that stuff up in Paris, but once again, the primary part of the evolution, i.e. the tree is still in existence, you can turn the advantage of it. So you said, it's our yes, you are shipping your so that even in the case, ultimately, again, when you're treating the tree, the benefit of the tree remains us. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. So the tree honor, if you shave, avoid us for having the foot, direct to the rasa. Ultimately, also, the simple reason because I have all this already, you can repeat, and the bozar cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation. Or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it says, yesterday, it's an election, look at this website. So it's, until now, all of these questions have been from the real column to the shop. So now I'm going to look side. My phone to the open Turkish focuses on one simple case. Avodizar falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodizara bottom or not? The open no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. The Turkish yes, because even its factual negation, right? And passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire army has been a real questioning the Turkish. Now, we switch gears. Researching what is the open so Turkish as the question of the open to go consider a real Turkish for learning global for the experience here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs like this, right? The tree belongs to this in the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's halacha? The nest in Colomar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created the that was so sorry. Rashi says over here, second half. Actually, second half from the top long running. That's what Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit with Rabbanon. Colomar, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. And therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to me. Fine. So, you know, so that's analyzed. The Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Ashira? It's the same case. I'm an Ashira tree. On the top of the Ashira tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yaki is Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore, you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, so Yaki Bakana. Sorry. It's actually Yaki Bakana. Asaka Daika. Because you should be very interesting. I never say everything. Okay, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the next, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the apple, there's other tree interesting enough what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get up on the nest. Now, you know, it says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest from the shade tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the ship. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a broken sorrow breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's definishing. So the Gemara says, "Kasara is going to shut on the tree." The key symbol, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from great broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kakani, Yatis Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So the Gemara says, "Oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately definishes the Avodah Zarah." The Gemara says, "No. Otherwise, here, what's the case? You go to isolates in the Alma, the Kinsabah, not necessarily. That's not exactly how birds make. So birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the thing over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it's not gathers the materials or the nest from the shade tree. They gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot become hectic. So again, what's the lie for that? Rather than look at the hectic streets, what happened in the hectic streets? The hectic streets, what do you must say? About the bird's nest. No learning or about the tree. No learning about the nest. Sorry. So again, you can't get, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you do not commit to me, so let's analyze this. I'm the push on the icy in the house. So we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the bed, like outside of the hectic street. And when you kind of got the hectic street going on, there's a lot more. So then it makes sense. No man in the job on it. So again, Hazal said, we don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectic tree, and we can see how it acts. Potentially, you may come to scale the tree, but it's with Rabbanon, and also to the Lord and the Doraisa. But there's no Milah. Why is there no Milah? Why is it no Milah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectic tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Milah. However, I'm going to show you. The king Sabahan, a Milah Lord, how can issue? And again, I'll say, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again that his nest is made from bricks from the hectic tree. Then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectic. It's hectic ultimately again, but you're not allowed to benefit from it because I saw. And it's making of the Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore the Gemara suggested, you see the cleaner that Halakha was in his whole cases in the Asherah tree, and in the hectic tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree, and not from the hectic tree, which the Gemara said, no, this is the Gemara says, so let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible in both of these cases, ultimately, or just say you have this case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectic tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectic tree, then why is that nest not us or the else? What's going on here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? So let's say this is a fascinating situation we'll get to. Not fish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectic. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be heckish as well? So what's an example of this? A tree. I'm not this tree. I'm not this tree. You know, on Tuesday. And then 2 months later, we bought a shot these new branches, these growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the heckish designation or not? That is in my focus. Growth is really a growing growth which occurs after this designation. So they look at it again, the bird, so I was not pushing the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So you know what I mean? You nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest heckish. Hate my brother's fiance. That's enough focus. You want to see the summer. Sounds like they can't take more. You know what you do. And the author of this place, or author of this mission holds. For myself, the heckish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the destination. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to heckish, and therefore, again, the nest is what does it mean? What does it mean that? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's right. It doesn't mean the nest is the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest. So in most cases, because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a heckish tree, the way it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chick. And when you say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest itself. I'm going to knock on the unit like a paper, a saboteur, that's broken. We can be followed. And we can find out the most cases in the shayla piece, as well as the heckish piece. Most of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for something that's as a case where the nest is being made from the heckish tree or the nest is being made from the shayla tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be things that whatever goes to the tree is going to be heckish for our soil. So what did you, why am I not doing on the nest? Not the nest material, but on the what? For the chicks. Of the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be water. That will be water. The dancing and the chemistry. So let's listen to the chicks' eggs. You know what I'm saying? For the chicks, it's going to be water, and for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. And once again, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at actually, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dating conduct and usher should treat him with Iman. Because of our Rabbana Ka'azir Asr. So that's actually quite fast. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be ostracized. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on here. But you were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because it doesn't matter if the nest is made from the Asherah tree or from the heckish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when Brexit says take a stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest?
What's your living situation in New York City? Very expensive.
The chicks are much of it. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs leave the nest and the nest leave the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you get benefits ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. And it says the big thing comes from Rashi, broken, so tzricha me'ima. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is relying on the tree, and therefore halacha makes only products. Therefore, what's that choice? Down, so over here with the sticks of the nest on top of the asher to the this tree. You obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right by the other by on red hands. What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So even you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the asher tree or from the healthy tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? I'm not going to say that is going to be water, right? Hey, so, from the independent young birds, right? Or also but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the lions young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. Let's talk about it for a second. Again, let me just take the halakha on my side. So, actually, let's say, what we'll do tomorrow, tomorrow we'll pick up all this, we'll finish off with the halakha, like what are we doing that matter? What are we asking like? And then the next show will continue to Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shvach, everyone. All right, everyone's have a great day.
Amazing. And you just look out New York running, listening to zombie noises, pretending like the migrants are the zombies. I'm just thinking like, no. What's your love life like?
All right, so let's say good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this.
And so when you're dating out there, they're like, I can do better. You're like, no, you're not. Right? And this is the best it's going to get. And that's just Pete Davidson. It's absolutely amazing. That's all it takes is one. This is incredible. Man, to offer 2 handed massages with her. She doesn't give the massage. I'm going to have you on the secret show Thursday. You just got booked in the real show.
Wanted to thank our annual chemical responsibility itself, dedicating Armstrong Trust this year as its first service co-host and response. Our chemical sponsors for the month of above the October speaking of Wendy Jason, the honor of the parents Christopher Jason, Nina Jason, Abby Moses White, and memory of Stanley Moses White and the Ruffle. Our representing sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch with appreciation. Share the exact love really Swiss Italian is all over sacrificing the cloudy sweat. And make sure to follow the weather show and that one sponsors for today. Make sure we are at the Pali Lave then because America Flora. All of them shows up. Now we have families in the former all of this new before 7 to the police. So, this Baruch messaging with Gumel has to just Shalom and the Kara will allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful. It's all up in our city. We'll say that must be good about the Shalom with a lot to do today. Today's that is Mendays. Today's that is Mendays. We are picking up the next Hashem on Mem Aleph days 41 week, and we left off the E which most of you get Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points up from the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah. What's the difference in those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah is the thing. So what's the next one? These words are that if you find avodah, essentially you still have to take it on your off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's now an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's stuff. An akum does have the ability to decommission a bone cell, but it has now again. Then we have machot to look at the is do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get that in a second. That's our overarching methodology over here. But the open says it has to be active decommissioning, which what it says even passive decommissioning, not to literally be the and it falls over by itself and break. And so the open still not. I don't according to this focus was its idolatrous equal. We'll say so again. So that's like you find pieces of dark philosophy. If you find pieces of some of an image, it's going to be neutral. Why is it neutral? Because it's a spec statement. What's the spec statement? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea for you coming back to our result is the second. The reason why ultimately again, Zara. It does not work because we say things suffer the ultimate things back. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe with decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the context that he was our results. Now, there are questions that principle. Maybe something was to be defined. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality we're facing consistently? What about time? One time, we're very used to do that results. We cover Shemish, we have to go into the details. So say cover dive. And again, we translate special celebration to a member of our Shia from South by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to Drew Melram, another member of our Shia in Toronto, South Hashem. We have one of our people, not just in this business, but officers around the world. So Ian messaged me by email. I translated the cover a few days ago as talk. The truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Actually, if you remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumah and Tara to the point that it even counts his human Tara. Even if it's human Tara. So even what we call non-sanctified food, he is not to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shemus and Esrus. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting that we asked this a lot. So how do you call a cover? A cover means a friend. You know what's the chat with that? So perhaps the soldiers like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra good. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, one of the important things in that was Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat the unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. There is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not operating. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life that even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a threat, I believe. That's its son. That my poetry says someone who wants me in their life so bad, but is willing to take on scriptures in areas of which we have purity, that good power, that it doesn't have to, that's a foe. That's a friend of beliefs. Perhaps even to a certain degree, parallel to where we're coming from. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, it's inherently enjoyable, it's freedom. We all love learning, we all love exploring new ideas. See, knowledge puts upon himself additional reasons because he wants power. Power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the weak. So the word says, Chover Shimis, we yet we go to their jobs. So Chover dies, interesting case, Chover dies, and you guys get stuck in as a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, he's a ring in the even if not you just harvested them that day, calling him the Festas and 220. Is a Chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, I don't say. If that guy is something that's real, something was real. I will say, what consider was this case? Here's a case of a Dada. What's the Dada? What's the Dada? The certainty. The certainty was they were Teva. That's for sure. Like Teva's anti-produce. Also, why is that a Dada? Because everything starts out as anti-produce. So you have the Dada that is anti. Something, maybe the topic did type it, maybe he didn't type it. And what do you see here? Because I see something from the most days. And what do you see here? That ultimately again a suffix is a suffix possibility that typed it goes ahead and overrides the guy and certainly was Teva. So you see something wants to be the guy. Which the Gemara says no. Awesome, guy is guy. That's not true. That's not something about that. That's a guy that and Gaga. The guy that asked me, you know, says, it's not here in Stella. Gaga is Stella, some here in Stella. And also, that guy that's right, that he typed it. You know, so there was a media Chazar, everything Chazar, that Zafra al-Chavar she'il emotzi, Davar she'il omitoka mitach ha-sefer. What's it after Chazaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the Chavar Bosa again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, so what does that mean to get to that level? There's a halacha looks at you, and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our Chavar doesn't not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix. There's that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. So Levi is in the other story is, Levi says, suffix the suffix. Interesting. Not really is a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? Hashtag the Abba. Yavoshia. Possible that the Papa can look to himself like Ramosha. That's the earlier words, yeah? So the Amar, Mahadi Adam Aksu also, the Mahis of the Motes Shalom, Kedisha, the Kedisha, Kahanta, or Kara to determine a nicer. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? But without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be it's called Riyas Me'abayis, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home do a normative entrance. Technically speaking, you could do your produce in, let's say through the window, and not do it. Or technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really a second most in the guy. Why? Because it's actually because even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Tunis and Mistress. Why? Because it's tough. So that we're going to be getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, what's that mean? Second, what's in the light? So remember, the word is questioning this principle. You want to put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix motse gave back. But can ultimately get a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So as a rule, is that true? So you might say, but I mean, already we got nice of the ship hustle, shell and max cap of numbers. Not a nice of the ship hustle, shell max cap of the very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. We're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? She says that here, Gabra Alama Bisa, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Limon. Okay, what happened? She had 2 away from the body. She had a miscarriage. And I want to say, each of the it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a natal. But each of the halacha is, this is also a powerful little bit. You put a natal in the nondescript way. In general, the halacha is, you have to bury a natal, you have to bury a miscarried baby. But with Jaffa, do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do it. Bury in the gravel, you do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is very healthy as all theories and helping for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, there was trauma, there was loss, there was grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in the pit. It's not according to the pit. According to the Lord, and obviously saw what had happened, and she was over the pit. Now, why did the queen feel over the pit? Lead up exactly in the table. So you have to pass the far. The way there was when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurs, it could be 2 months later. It could be between birth associated with birth. Now, the duration of 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the queen comes over the pit. But to see was the natal, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Well, my significant from the lesson, I want to testify on it. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? 2 months old. 2 months old. Remember again, 2 months old. Oh, also to be contracted in 2. Roof together with the niece, or you could be the roof over the niece. So technically speaking, if there's a conflict again, I'm sitting next to a foot.
She does too. Oh shit.
Underneath the sky. But I am the court, I am the OL. I am the OL. So here the point went ahead and leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl.
Alright, my friend, while you were on a year ago, did you get a picture?
Alright, you got my signature running. This episode came from the coming. You tell you with me so finger and boundaries and teams. And then retired. So retired, why we retired before? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's that? Bahar, the guy that had killed me, like, something very something because he's something who knows he did that. But look at this case anyway. Here's the case of that guy. What's the bad guy? The shit that the woman had a miscarriage and she puts the baby in the grave. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from there? And yet, you see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. There's the suffix changes reality even in the face of the bad. I get to the point that again is asking the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see from here, but something can go ahead and trump a bad guy. To which the United says, no. He wanted to defeat a bar, Maple a bar, and the email, he threw it to me and Maple a bar. The United says, no. What happened over here is that the coin sees the ship car throwing something that looked like in other words, what a bad guy that she miscarried and placed. Or rather again, he saw what appeared the adult being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffocate woman. First of all, second, but that's not what it says. How many things are in the table? You know what I'm saying? That he got the kid over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how to find ladies to say. Lady dog, the Gemara says, lady dog, and Rofa Gila, and Meka Gila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So you first of all looking over the butt, see was it an aphel or not? If it's an aphel, and if it was an aphel, then you did that. If it was an aphel, it's either later in Zafra in the Kippa to see it was a boy. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, like was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again that we connected to the Levi said, oh, that's the way it is. Given Shachon the Bible, it's with Tuning Shan, that guy down here. The other possibilities, once you have a place, we know that there's a whole gun of virus, that there's these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay, so it's the catch up. And then that's what I saw there. So just we'll pause on there because exactly. So just understand the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of being suffering mostly needing that guy ultimately again holds that even how we accept this principle, even suffering mostly needing that guy. But if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffering and one is a bad guy. And the bad guy piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, just kind of the angle. So that's why I was like, that's why how do you get into this? I find piece of broken avoid desire. So I find a piece, let's say I know an image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? That's what I know. Why? Because I got that guy that this was Apple Bizarro. Something maybe the Apple actively or decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore I can't use it right because the something, or maybe the Apple decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the that guy that this was definitely Apple Bizarro. Never say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a microscopic level as well. Because in something mostly needed that guy, we want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many cycles. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this also is so interesting that those of us who was over here on Shabbos with our Usher Rice, he said, he looks at so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, even an existential threat. The probably so. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat. Probably so. It was scary, so learning that obviously Russell says he's married to Stone. It takes like 20 different things. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many cycles. Like he's been faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this thing just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. We suffer mostly the bad guy. What's the bad guy? Because Baruch says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hamitz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of different suffering? What about suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many stages that have presented themselves. So the whole God, another suffering, only Alenu Rakalo. So another suffering always arises. Rest assured, a suffering makes to meet the bad guy. And no suffering could undermine the bad guy, the certainty of the eternality of Claudius. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what fuels our reality. Incredible. Incredible, practically, as well as practically. It's not even like it was bad, it's stayed. So, remember again, embedding all of this is this methodology that's going to be over in Turkish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can get the machine of all desire, right? In other words, an active to be the master of this avoid desire. The shiner is, how does he do it? The Milton says, it must be what we call active method, and the Turkish says, even passive method. So let's now go back to that a little bit. They say, all the talking about let's go on the so Camilo, since the initial as well. Sorry. Yes, oh, sorry, thank you. Say, what's a cabinet? Thank you. What's a cabinet? Cabinet, how it was here. So, what's the definition? Sorry. It's defined. Ultimately, again, it's awesome. It's also, so the Gemara says, Mishkei Shekiyotzi Haran Ne'avat. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashmai. So it's like that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the Shlokish. You're not going to ask on the Shlokish. The Shlokish, according to you, this should be totally mutter. Right? Because according to the Shlokish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's always been Shlokish, which is logic. Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because the Gemara says, no, it's regular Shmuel, they're not the only of the Sisa. So this is what he said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand in the court is with the it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word. But it's own idolatry. Okay, so the one is not the person, only from the back of his conscious, so we'll see more of this later. The Leviko Havin, keeping the back out, his own Avodah and ultimately again the Avodah of his friend. Meaning, any Achim can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, even without my bonus, can come to all this trouble. So let's say, get you quite fast, and we'll see the last of this. The Leviko Havin, actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, so isn't that fascinating? Right, so Ovid Kochavid can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Oh my God. So we get this one that's not nice. So have you got bonus punches starting in the house? Well, why is that? One benefit of idolatry that just breaks on its own. That's really a very great case. Which is actually what? On the Rabbi Shepherd's talk. What's the case over here? The case over here is where Yisrael benefit the Ovid Kochavid. So what's interesting what the most interesting is benefit is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Venting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Let's see what's happening. The Pascha, my hobby, Matian, Pascha, I thought we should go Pascha, Matla. But that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, we have all these others. Bottle, how do you read the Pascha of the Kochavid? About Pascha, Yisrael, Bottle. Ultimately, you're right. If an Achim goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if Yisrael dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, the Olam, keep Pascha, Yisrael, and Bottle. This is a very important remark. So like this, in reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, he goes in with, in other words, I will say, denting really is an active form of negation. Which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the item should be the proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if we still breaks it, it's okay. So what's this? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Ella, Seya, is it zero? What's the zero? Duma Magdala, Bahadur Milatullah. So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? So Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has a motor saw. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it after. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, also, it's an active hard bar. What does hard bar do? Hard bar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. Eino B'Kli. So they'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's like, to be wild. Let's say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on your days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Can in Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can paint it, and Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? Concerned about that in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael can take it out. Practically, I'm about to say Avodah Zarah specifically have to, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah should be Hester. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he, I don't know why I'm not in Avodah Zarah, right? Once he goes, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, he becomes Avodah Zarah of the Jew. Avodah Zarah of the Jew ultimately cannot be, you can't, you can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, and when we want to try to avoid this Jewish angle of Avodah Zarah, how do you Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying it. You can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. It's incredible. Never knows the race, right? Aku showed the Avon and the Miraculous. The two parts behind the Dropping, lift type fields. So let's so just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we'll talk about this. It's just like Aku should the Avon and the Miraculous in terms. So let's go to Aku, who drops things from Miraculous, right? What's Miraculous? Miraculous is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Miraculous, and what does he do? The people behind drops in the tortilla smooth products. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for money. Using them as pavers. Like the pavers, everybody's taking it this week. So it's kind of fun. Because the stones are not as wide as stones look. Because again, Havok Mensa is actively decommissioning the fuel using it for mundane use. It's such a deal having them up. That's the people that are dropping the type of customers. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Miraculous and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get it off because it's Avodah Zarah. I'm not even sure why is that. So why do we say it's Turkish? So we're going to say it's Turkish. It's Turkish. Why should this be any worse? Ultimately, again, it's an Avodah Zarah that wrote on its own. And when she was like this Avodah Zarah built on its own, ultimately is decommissioned. Why not? Once again, we have this concern. We have this concern for the process of decommissioning. The Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he applies it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. once they have all these other biology that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, the seed never actually used over. Ese animal is attached on all the competition by all this community circle. So you listen to this. It's like
What?
all the competition.
Duh.
All this clubs was very much the other one is out. And you see that we have all these out. So what's this? So actually points out that, for example, a shade tree.
What?
And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the apple of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The versus with sulfur. If ultimately the apple is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the apple because he wants to, I don't know, or make a bonfire, whatever it is. It's sulfur. Ultimately, doing it for himself, and he, the sheep, will get out and tell us that both the shaver and the tree itself gets a liquid. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the apple is our tree. So the apple's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the apple desire. Okay, yes, however, it's wrong if he's taking shavings off the tree. That's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's the benefit of the tree itself. So it's wrong. He wants to the sheep will get on the time. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, again, sorry, then he has to the tree is still also the sheep will get on the time, but ultimately, when the sheep is moving later. These strokes to see 5 hours go happen, but if you see all takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of your shade tree, being with sulfur, use a sheep in your house. Whether these brothers doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, all again, we have the desire of the tree itself and the shavings, the main work. So once again, we have to answer something. And now, they have or this book on the stubborn now. Why should this be any different, right? It's not according to me. It should be no different. Why not have all desire that breaks on its own? Anyway, it breaks on its own. It breaks up the shoe set its decommission. So something here in this case should be different. She's like, well, so let's talk about me. This is Rabba. So once again, keep on bringing up Rabba. What is Rabba? So once again, Rabba is up the opinion. Essentially, you don't want to choose decommissioning of the Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll with the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, it can be as no filter. They say, you'll see, they say, the real so she'll take the Zara of the rock, or not for it, but you got your next mission. I don't think you've ever been seeing this all the time. So you have real sea says, so if you find the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, not killing you, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. That was the one thing this is talking about. If you find that all this up, you make a mess. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. You might say, I'm going to go, after that's the seven, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, you're going to watch it happen. It becomes fertilizer. So this one says, you see it, well, you probably have to come plus it says, really, you can't retain any part of our desire for your own use. You want to say, but I'm not doing this. And once again, if you're asking yourself, I'm not. The heavy cable is become but once again, why? Because it's confusing parts. Confusing parts. Even if I go desire breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioning. So in this case, that grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a whole desire fertilizer, which we must talk about. Keep the rub on. Once again, I say keep all roads, keep leading back to rub on. Ultimately, being is concerned the Jews involved in decommissioning can be lifted up first. acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be defeated. Case where Rabbi Yossi that you see on Omer, what's it to rest that way? The Rosh Hashanah was interesting. So let's see if I can get a dragon. This is our next mistake. Now we also going to see a dragon. This is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off, so therefore suffering only for suffering is not thoughtful. Look at this, if I'm not sure. Did it choose to decapitate the dragon, right? Or did it happen? It's what the you want to say on the other hand, that guy he saw control also, but if he saw swings want to cut off the head, it's also he wants his eye. You have the camel that's the punch to stand in there now. I was watching this the other day, but it was the second piece. So I should be in different case, ultimately again if I'm all designed to grow the honest how can I do it all? Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again and about the concern of love. It's almost like it's like we begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved in something inside. No, even with the mission that it works now, we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Different Chazal were connected to the point that even the commission where the Jew doesn't work, out of concern they make it up. Acquired and created even greater problems going forward. But you'll see on that afterward, you like what's being most Shamir. With no Shamir here, no Sharet's behind. So it's an interesting case over there. So this halakha is the following case. We're going to see this also, all these understands that I see here. This is on both sides. About what is halakha concerning healthy vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Under an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. That's it. When you can't in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. Now, Yossi says not true. If they're even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season, why not? If they're shanavia or sheres halim, is what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. For instance, I'm not going to watch the forming leaves be done after all. To have it happen, that's what comes to the once again, the truth is, forming leaves should be no different than what? In idols. Everybody hears like an idol falls and breaks on its own. It's bottle, so to the leaf falls off of the tree. It should also be bottle, showing that on the fertilizer, this message meaning a shiny hot sun, the acre of all this built up in Kayanics. Now, in the case of the forming leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the forming leaf with a whole zolite that you can not just look along the tree. You know, there's also other days, and there's 42 you know, it says, Shukura. What about the case of the shingles? That would like the Asher tree. We care about that stuff up in Pioneers, but once again, the climate. The tree is still in existence. You're not trying to get a knife into the side. He said, it's our heart. He has to the Shukura. He said that even if case, ultimately, again, when you're taking the recruiting the tree for the benefit of the tree, the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, you're shaping this arm, the dirt, the fruit is the online, if you shape among us, my father, the king of Galaxy Vegas. Ultimately, also the super reason the cars are not ready. So you can't even think to the whole thing. Android is not even needed. Learning is functioning in its normal natural way. So since that is normal for weeks, all past trees that act do not create this sense of intentional reality of evolution, which makes sense. You know, it says a simulation. The luxury of this website. Shop until now, all of these questions have from the Yokonon to the shop, surrounding the website. Now, both the Yokonon and Shoppies focuses on one simple case. Now, Obizara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Obizara bottle or not? The Yokonon can no, because the reaching of a galaxy requires acts. Negation, restructures, yes, because even the factor negation, right? But passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire it has been a open questioning restructures. Now, we switch a solution to what is open so restructures as the passion on the open. Here we go. Culture, so you don't have this, but now we go on what's interesting is if you have a tree, now the tree belongs back here. Right? The tree belongs to this in the question. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's halacha? Le'yayin v'lomar. Really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed that was I saw again. Rashi says the reason. Rashi second one from the top low down. That's the drop. So you can't get benefit. You drop on. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. And therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not fine. So you guys, let's analyze. But for Shira, what about if the nest is on the top of the Shira tree? The same case. I have an Shira tree. On the top of the Shira tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird. So what can I do? Yacht is becoming. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest. Like that. Like that. So let's say something like so Yaku's bacana. I'm sorry. Let's show Yaku's bacana. I saw the right call. He's from there. It's so I never say what is interesting. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, I will say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the apple, interesting enough, what I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get on the nest. Now, the man says, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the shade tree is being built from water, from twigs, from the shade tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the shade tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there?
Why do you think they call it?
That once a broken Zara breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommission. So the Gemara says, Kasaya that top, to go to shop on the number 18, it can survive. The assumption over there is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. A kapani, yatis bakana, and yet the nest is mother. So here's what she's on. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah. Which is amazing to know. Nevertheless, here what it is, we go to the isolates in the Alma, the king survive, not necessarily. That's not exactly. Birds make nest. Birds make nest. Birds make
Nick James.
nest and cheese all the time, but he often brings materials from other locations. So the piece over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it should not gather the materials. Or the nest from the shade tree. Rather, gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot be kind of having hectares. So once I saw again, what's the lie for that? Prior to that, look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? The hectares case was what do you want to say about the birds? About the birds' nest? No nanny or about the tree. No nanny about the nest, sorry. No nanny or more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you feel that you do not let's analyze this. On the fish of the icy eats in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt. That's outside the hectares tree, and only the kind of got the hectares going on the below of it. So they're accept it. No nanny in the job. So the Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Like, why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But if you grab on it, why do we love it? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself was outside the tree. Already, I'm going to shove it into the king sabah. And my remote is hot issue. And again, once I come up with myself, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means that if this nest is made from twigs from the hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hectares. But this hectares ultimately, again, that you're not allowed to benefit from it is what I saw, and it's medium of the guy I saw. Which the Gemara says, whenever the Gemara is suggesting, it's not to be clear that halakha is in the coach cases, in the Asherah tree, and in the hectares tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectares tree. So which the Gemara said, not necessarily. The Gemara says, how come did you do them on boiling water? So let's say maybe that. So that's just quite possible. And in both of these cases, ultimately, say in the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest on the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest on the hectish tree, then why is that nest not asr majalas? What's going on in this world? To which the Gemara says, listen to this, and that's what's the case of the earth. This is a fascinating scenario, which we'll get to. When you're not for something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What if that item lose things afterwards? Are those subsequent?
Actually, you guys are gonna love this. The way I got
Growths considered to be hectish as well. So let's get an example of this. A tree. I'm not pushing I'm not pushing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baal Hashem. The branches, the growth, are those new branches and growths subject to the hectish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called doing growth, which occurs after the designation. So the next thing we're coming out over here is the bird. So I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So we had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest at this time. That's an appropriate. So you might see the cassava, and you do it. And the author of this place, and author of this Mishnah holds, the Allah Kalamaysa. The hectish designation only develops upon the tree that's in the existence of the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hectish, and therefore again the nest is mutter. Incredible. Variable, Maya is ultimately what does it mean? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That fruitful. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hectish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what's mutalak? Can you get benefit from the chicks? But when we say knock down the nest, it means get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest is a couple of million about Kadrifa, a seven of them, but broken. The kind of power. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the hectish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps. Can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hectish tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were the opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be hectish or avodah. So what's the case? Why am I not knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in and the parasmos. Let's listen to the Restream says. For the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Now, let's say, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The baits in time become usher. So two things that you learn. The class of Bahanabana Ka'al even usher. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest need the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halakha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asras. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But we were suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hectare tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean in the basis? I take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefits. From the nest, it means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are much. But the eggs may be problematic, right? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So the benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the rates and benefits. Because from Rashi, the broken should speak on the iman. Dates and benefit. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense. It's because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is relying on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa may have harmonics. Therefore, let's say it turns out. And here, with this case of the nest on top of the Asherah tree, the hectare tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the way, on the other hand, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. So why are you knocking down the nest? So usually you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the hectare tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent independent chicks, right? Halacha l'maisa, that is going to be mutter, right? There you go, right? Right, so you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's say, let's tackle the potato, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So you actually, let's say, no, we'll do tomorrow, sweetheart. Tomorrow, we'll pick up one more. We'll finish up with the halacha l'maisa, the opening shtakish. Like, what are we doing that one? It's really asking her, and then we have to show what the team has to show. Then she's going to have Gizella. Everyone. Right, sometimes you know the same thing.
Make everything shorter. Shorter is better. Nothing needs to be long. I'm going to take notes on this joke, and then I'm going to tell you what parts you can edit out. This is a very fun segment called Fix This Unbearable Shit. Here we go. With her 9/11 joke, and she chose not to do it instead of Noah's Ark joke deep into an episode of Kill Tony Harris. Because the 9/11 joke that she should have done that is somehow long, but then it was a joke that she's longer than a minute. Let's
all right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin that day from $30 first.
26 now, so that would mean we grew up in those Osama bin Laden's hiding era. You guys remember that? Kind of miss it, right? I don't know, I do. I kind of miss it, I miss the mystery, I miss the chase.
For this morning shoot, we spend our annual Sunday function. The person who's talking about itself, dedicating.
You could have been anywhere, right?
finishing his rushes this year as his plus in the sales totals and strong. Our total sponsors for the month are probably the total Stephen and Wendy Jason, the honor of their parents Israel Jason, Dino Jason, as he rose his wife, and memory of Stanley Rose's wife from the Ruffles. Our supporting sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Euro for the Kayarin. The Kayarin and all of those sacrificing the Father's Israel. And nice and Devour Weathershine are the only sponsors for today. Creation of the website that I believe that can all of this shows on the families in from all of those who were 7 will quote the police dogs. This was pushing the message in the 1 hour constitute the Shalom and the Torah to allow our British soldiers to be successful to follow in the Assyrian. So that let us begin by consuming a lot to be today. Today's that it is Mondays. Today's that is Mondays. We are picking up the next session on Mem Aleph days 41 and we left off the new subject next week. 9, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. That's 2 points up from the bottom. Okay, remember again, yesterday's that we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumming, maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't worship. Avodah zarah is definitive. So what can I say?
People just genuinely surprised out there in that part.
Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Vehicle commission them or not. Sunshine now, an atom, and we're going to discuss this more today's back. An atom does have the ability to decommission a whole sorrow, but it has to now again. There you have my hook. So look at the talk is, do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that. That's our overarching message over here. But the opening says it has to be active decommissioning. It's what it says even passive decommissioning. Not to mean would be if the idol falls over by itself and break. The opener still an idol. According to the focus, he has lost his idolatrous status. So let's say it again. That's why he's showing pieces of regards to us. If you find pieces of shaman of an image, it's going to be nothing. Why is it better? Because it's a step statement. What's the step statement? Well, suffix number 1 is maybe it's never worship. That's number 1. And number 2, who ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was confusion. So the idea when you're coming back from a result is the reason why ultimately Zola, it does not work because a lot of the you say is suffix mentioned in things back. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe, with decommissioning doesn't go ahead and take it up from the fact that he was a results. Now you know what? That is very something most immediate. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of basic. What about time? I'm very to be like suffix. Cover sheet, we have to go into the else. So say cover dive. And we translate video special show to a member of our share from South Africa, but he didn't know Silvio. I was just introduced to. He didn't know Ram, another member of our share in Toronto, of Hashem, of not just in this case, but around the world. So he messaged me via note. I translated father a few days ago as Henry Foster. The truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Not
I'm just trying to find a redeeming quality about his
she remember again a few years ago, going ahead and translate Father as a person who is careful with the laws of human time. Hello? Even his feelings with house. Even in his food with house. Even again, even what we call non-sanctified food, he is not taking in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with truthfulness and niceness. So that's the definition of a cover. So the Zeus would really ask, he said, what? So what? I gotta call a cover. A cover means being friend. Being friend, what's the shot of that? So perhaps these songs like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking, researching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to keep your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. How is someone the power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity in areas that he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Lord. That's a friend. That's what Baruch says. Someone who wants you in their life so bad that is willing to take on victories in areas of ritual purity. That's good power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that we call him. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love to learn. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone who managed to put upon himself additional stringencies because he wants power, actual power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the legal. So Gemara says, Slavek says, you have to grow their fellows. So Chama dies, interesting case, Chama dies, and after you guys get discovered, he's a basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue is because whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, even if not you just harvested them that day, part of him the test with the coin. This is a chazaka, ultimately again that they are properly tied. I was that. The bad guy to be Suffolk Assyrian. Suffolk no Assyrian. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? He's certainty. He's certain. If he was, they were Teva. That's for sure, right? That was anti-protest. Because why is that a bad guy? Because everything stuck Ted as anti-protest. So you have this bad guy that is anti. So, say maybe the father did target, maybe he didn't target. So what do you see? Here, because I see something emotionally did not know. And what do you see here? That ultimately again a suffix possibility that the character goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that certainly was Teva. So you see something emotionally did not know. Which the Gemara says no. Hashem, bad guy is bad guy. That's not true. That's not something bad guy. That's a bad guy, bad guy. What's the case? The bad guy asks me. So when it says the second guy was Teva, bad guy was Teva, so here was Teva. And also the bad guy that what? That he tied it. You know, so he didn't. And you know, then once you fellowship, you know, you talk on the path, that's what's it?
those minutes.
That's the kind of so again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating.
Opportunities for laughter in those minutes.
To cover both sides again, you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffering that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, so what does that mean? You get to that level with the halacha works at you, and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffering from that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. It's incredible. He writes in another possibility is, you know, it says suffix for suffix. Interesting. You know, maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've shown the other. Possible that the comic did not do some like the most of the areas, yeah. The other,
Oh, fuck.
not to do also, and not to the most shalom, to be shalom, you should take the mental or products of criminal myself. As well as interesting case, there is technically speaking a nicer loophole, typing loophole. What's the typing loophole? That technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to typing obligations, there has to be it's called re-estimate bias, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you could bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really there's something that makes most of the bad guy. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the comic out of it or not, it's also a suffix that if the produce was ever subject to two semesters. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're getting used for this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so we must. So 1 second, 8 second, nothing to do that. So remember, the word is questioning this principle. Like, the Gemara put out there, like, a law, a principle. The principle was, any suffix most say you guys back. But it ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So really is that true? So you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm not really that nice to be hustle, shall not tap on the base. Not a nice to be hustle, shall not take after the world. Interesting feature. There was once a story of a maid servant. But I say that again, we're going to, this is a Jewish word. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzah. What's a matzah? It actually says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzah. In the city of Reno. Okay, what happened? She had taken away from the body. She had a miscarriage. And what says, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a new belly. But interesting to have it is, this is also involved a little bit. You put an info in a text, you just in other words, in a nondescript. Really, in general, most of the halacha is you have to bury an info, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but you just do not bury it in a marked place. You do not do that. You bury we do not bury in a marked place. So the rights of Jesus also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy that as long as it is and helping parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but I want there to be contained, I want there to be an ongoing life loss. So how so what happens? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in her pit. At that point, according to the law, and obviously so what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the pig peer over the pit? Maybe that is exactly in the table. She was off the past. For her, the lady of us when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, only when the miscarriage occurred, it could be 2 months later. It could be between a birth associated with birth. Now, the duration of 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the place. So in order to see was the nipple, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The boy might say, no, I'm not saying about what's the problem with that. The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much over. Too much over. Or remember again, too much oral births can be contracted in 2 ways. You could be under a roof, you get the roof release, or you could be the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, thing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here's the point where I leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl? Or what happened? You got my significant onion. This episode info is coming. With Tia Ruru, with the Shafuga and Bibles and Swedish. And they're retiring. They're retiring. Why are they retired with boys? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dropped it away somewhere. You know, so it's like, the doctor had human something very something very because something was in the divided. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Dada. What's the Dada? What's the Dada? The ship of the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix that trumps the Vadai. Right? The suffix changes the reality even in the case of the Vadai to the point that again, the constant, the coin is not covered. The coin is not covered. So you see from here, that suffix can go ahead and trump the Vadai, which the Gemara says, no. قيل بتيجي البار يقول البار على إما بتيجي تمين من البار. Here it says million. What happened over here is that the coin seat the ship called throwing something that looked like a uniform. In other words, it's not that life that she miscarried and placed the nail in the bar. Rather again, he saw what appeared to be a nail he placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a second to begin with. And that's 1 second. But that's not what it says. The Halid ends up in the table. Because the Gemara said that he got appeared over and over to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how to tell you? He says, lay down. The Gemara says, lay down. And let it be long. And lay for it. So first of all, he was looking into the picture to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, look at it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other destruction. So he was first of all looking over the bus to see whether the vehicle not. Când s-o Neca, if it wasn't Neca, când bine negativă, Neca is not indicator. See, it was a point. So in fact, it wasn't a case of bad guy. And something rather again, it was a case of suffer and suffer. So again, suffered whether or not she miscarried a baby, like was it a miscarriage or not. And then again, contact that would be suffered ultimately again whether the animal took it away, right? So the possibilities. They went to from the bank was missing in Sham, that guy got it. The other possibilities. Now, once you have a place where there's a full grain of harvest, that means these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expected. Go into the place. Okay? So what's the ace, man? So what's the cash out? So just pause on there for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of being suffered multi-media ultimately again holds. So in Halacha, we accept this principle. In suffered multi-media that if you have what called two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken apple desire. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, I know an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. Can I find a piece? Can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also don't know why. Because I that guy that this was apple desire. Suffered maybe the apple actively or decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and I can't use it why because the suffix, the maybe after decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the bad guy that this was definitely apple desire. And as I say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in second multimedia bad guy, people want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, over the year, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. And will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of this was so interesting that those of us who were up here and Shabbos and people Usher Rice, he said there's so many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, using an existential threat. Look how proud this stuff. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat while we still. And it was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, what else should I say? So, it takes out really good over the years, over the centuries, there's been no status, right? He's been many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to live through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, makes you get back up. What's the guy? The response who says, I'm Israel, is an Am-Hamitz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? It's something more to do. Suffolk. Suffolk. What about Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the Suffolk is. There's so
It's the
many
wizard.
states that have presented themselves. So God, another Suffolk. Only our name will say another Suffolk of whose arises. But rest assured, a Suffolk makes it legally bad. No Suffolk can undermine the fact that the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately when the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible, galactically, as well as Catholic. Remembers that basically, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this mathematical of the open and rubbish. So here's what I know. And again, we'll talk about this more in just a few moments. You can definition of how these are, right? In other words, an atom to be made back up is apple is the The shadow is how does it get? The Milton says it must be what we call active faith. And the Shorty says even passive with the words. There was never that what the case say. How did you come about this and you also see this in this one. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a cover. Thank you. Lots of companies like to have this level or it was here. So that's an issue. What do you say? It's find the image of a hand, the image of a foot. It's also. It's also. So the Gemara says, as a mutation, you don't see behind them that are why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. It was a command. Why is that? Hashemah. So it's a vice pieces. So it was once again. This is a cash out on the instructions. So the opening aspect of the instructions. The instructions are pointing to you. This should be taught in the water. Right? Because pointing to once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broke or the apple broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that, you know? Again, what's the old instructions logic? I don't. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to you. You're not much help to you. And therefore, again, so what's going on with this? You know, no, change much more, but now you get out the season. So this is one of the what he said yesterday. What's the case? The keys of the hand of the foot is ultimately on a pedestal. And it's on a pedestal. And that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a substance. It's the wrong word. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, ACA, known as never cancel, only from the back of the function of the Shapiro, so this was more of this word. The medical oven to be the back of his own level desire, and ultimately again the level desire of his friends. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry, however it is. So, even without that one, let's not publish all this public. But listen, it's actually fantastic. We'll see the logic behind this. The Novico Coven actually places in Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So, the Novico Coven can negate it and decommission any form of idolatry. And Israel has no power on the negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not buying. So we do it. So I say, so am I. So how do you got one of those countries starting with that? Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to instructions, you, but it actually work. Rabbi Shepasfa, what the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel tempted the Ovid Kohabit. So it's interesting that the more suggested is tempting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, tempting with an entire out of the steam tap doesn't decommission. Also, once I would keep our stuff. My hobby, functional, Pascha, Apatishiro Pascha, Matla, but essentially learned that again, if you think that idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, we have all the Zara's bottle, and we need the Pascha of the Kahabim, Abba Pascha. Ultimately, let's be right. If an apple goes ahead and against the idolatry, that negates it. So, against the idolatry, that does not negate it. The Measure Rabba, on the level says, the Olam, keep us being strong on God. That is a very important thing. So, see like this. In reality, even when we swell against the apple Zara, it goes in against. In other words, it will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if we swell against, it's okay. So what's the truth? Why did Chazal say that it's not this to this? Because Ella, Sira, is what's the Sira? Dilma not the law, but not the law. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. Obviously, negate idolatry, if he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't? What are we concerned about? Is this. We're concerned that what is Israel going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to break it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, it doesn't have to Hashbah. What does Hashbah do? Hashbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, Vahavi Avodas Kohavim B'Yad Yisrael, V'chol Avodas Kohavim B'Yad Yisrael, Eina V'Kela V'Yom. So I will say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in Hebron right now, 100 days. But again, right now, we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Well, yeah. How can we decommission it? We can break it, we can break it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to figure out, like we do in Avodah Zarah, specifically Hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days, but let's look at the Hefker, to mix it up, he acquires it. Once he, I don't know why, I'm not mounting Avodah Zarah, right? Once he goes ahead, he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be beat. You can't do no backwards. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish angle of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal show that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody imagine this way. Yeah, one of the Marcellus, if you talk about him, so let's say, by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we'll go back to it. First and foremost, Apple, she get one of the Marcellus influence. So let's get an Apple. The blood stones from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was in stone formation.
I'd say 15%.
So an apple takes stones from apples, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the tortillas in the forest. And what does he do? He goes out and he takes the stones, and he digs them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street so it's not a problem. For us, the stones are mutter. Why the stones mutter? Because again, Allah Fundamental is actively decommissioning them through using it for a mundane use. The social media having an address to people and in the ideals as well. But again, if the sea takes stones from mountains and brings it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get hung up because it's about the soil. And my question is, why is that? So how do you have all this stuff from this area now? So why don't we say it's something that's going to stay in focus? In focus, why should this be any worse ultimately again than about the soil that broke on its own? And I'm feeling like this, I really got that great on its own, ultimately is decommissioned. You know, it says living off our command to the rubber. So it's just as rubber said before. Rubber said essentially, usually I wonder a Jew can't decondition of our desire. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See what we have this concern. From the process of deconditioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. So that's what requires it. Then it's our desire owned by a Jew. And once that our desire owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, the seed never actually means never. Anything that is the catch up, all the public issue problems for public charcoal, so it's not easy to this. That's right. Every public issue problems comes was hearing about the share of desire, and you see that you have on the back. So what's the selection for example, I share a tree, right? And what do? I'm going to take shavings off of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shavings? What says with charcoal, if ultimately then the apple is really for himself, right? He shavings up your own country because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With charcoal, ultimately again, he's doing it for himself, and he, the sheep will get out and tell in both the shavings and the tree. He himself become what and why? Because the action of taking shavings off the apple desire tree for the apple's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the apple desire. Okay, you know, however, it's not wrong. If he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's not wrong. Yes, you know, the sheep will get on the time. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry, then the Yasura, the tree is for us, the sheep will get on the time, but ultimately again, the shavings will be water. The structure, the sheep are all still covered, but if the snail takes the shavings, but it takes pieces off of the shaving tree, they would start home, he would sheep will get us. Whether the son is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have both the result of the tree itself and the shavings that they work on. So it's going to be open as the published online. Yeah, I'll be type of this for problems to establish it now. Why should this be any different? Right? When something's coming to you, you know, the big guy and about desire that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on, sorry, the upper breaks like this, you said it's decommissioned. It's okay here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So let's figure us out for that means. Rubber. So what's the once again, we keep on bringing up rubber. What is rubber? So what's again, rubber is like the opinion. Essentially, we don't want to do decommissioning of our desire. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, there's no football. Ace, so you'll see over. Children preserve the life and much of it was lecture next mission. Usually I see this as so what Yossi says or say or Shortly before if you find the body salad, you grind it up and scatter it in the wind. Oh, material. Then you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. That was the one thing talking about. If you find that body salad made of metal, so what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it to the sea. The man says, I'm a rogue. I've seen I say, I really can't do it. That's it. Scatter it into the wind and what you have, you become fertilizer. Here's what. So the trick, well, you've got the other from the plus it stands eating. You can't retain any part of a result for your own use. Nacionalmaios, once again, the open aspect of Turkish Amai. The heavy cavalry becomes the step. But once again, why? Because principles should be fine. Turkish, even if the local breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding it up could also be decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a only side of fertilizer. Which we must talk about to the rubber. Once again, it looks like we keep all roads keep leading back to rubber. Ultimately, one is concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So this way, that we'll see that the seal owner must express that the Russia Kato was an interesting case over there. Let's see if we find the image of a dragon. And this is our next mistake. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. Therefore, something only becomes control. Something is all control. So I'm not sure whether to decapitate the dragon, right, or didn't Akum. It's water. You want to, on the other hand, that guy you saw control, awesome. But you saw it was one called there, it's awesome. You want to say, night. You have the cabolos to come to the stomach area. I understand watching this here in different, you know, it's just something. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the whole design that grows on its own. Once again, you know, since we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of God. So once essentially to begin to choose the theme over here, we don't want to choose involved trouble. So even with commissioning other ones, we just want to choose to stay away from idolatry. That was not near to the point that even if the commissioning of the Jews doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and enjoy the problems for the WC on that after you have those people say, Shamu, if Shamu, you know, Shara's behind. What's an interesting piece over here? So this how I mentioned the following things. We're going to see this also all the Shara's also later on. I love this in general foresight that about what is our local concerning the fruits and vegetables underneath and our shades. So during the summer, this part is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. As therefore you can't in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore you want to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation even a shade tree during the rainy season. But Wilson says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine a bee out, you'll share it. That's how they do. This is what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So I'm not about to watch forming the leaves for your problem after all. How we have all this becomes once again, which one is forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And it continues like if an idol falls and breaks on him. It's bottle. So too if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottle. Shouldn't be a problem. Fertilizer could as much as living a shiny hot sun, the ikra of all this stuff having kayaks. No, the piece of the falling leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the falling leaf with a result identity, even after it's located around the tree. You might well say other days, many days where there's 42 being, you might says Shipuya. What about the case of the sheep? That was like the shade tree shavings. You have all this stuff covering IMS for once again. The primary part of the evolution, i.e. the tree is still in existence. You can tell you, and that case on the side, he said, with Sarkar, he has to have a Shipuya Mutali. He said that even in the case, ultimately, again, where you're taking the feeding for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately, again, the shaving is hard in the dirt. If we were to shoot on us, if you shoot in, I know that's going to cover the pillar, they're left to the loss. Ultimately, also consider using the cause of a desire. You can't negate an desire cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal natural way. So since there is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act in that create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it's like a surveillance should look at this website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the real one to the shellfish. So now I get a website. Now, for the real one, shellfish focuses on one simple case, and I vote Zara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah bottle or not? So the open one, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Shvakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire has been the opener questioning the Shvakish. Now we switch gears. So Shvakish asked the question on the opener, really go. Time shadow, you don't check this, but now you don't know. What's your thinking? Get a tree. Now the tree belongs to cactus. Right? The tree belongs to everything in the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo Lamar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed riba. That was I saw again. Rashi says that we're second Rashi from the top, no yamin. That's with Rabbi. So you can't get benefit. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, it's not the fine. So you must let's analyze. Therefore, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yacht is Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, so yacht is Bakana. I'm sorry. Let's actually yacht is Bakana. That's not the right part. He goes to Mishpah and then 18 to the kids. So I know what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, I guess that in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So yeah, but there's other tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just stick a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's see, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, "Chasar Raitcha, Kidon Sheshava Mimenu Eitzim." The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Kakani Yatis Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's one says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken about Bizarre, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. However, let's hear what the case. Again, the isolate since the Alma, the king survive, not necessarily. That's not as how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Ashera tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Ashera tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can only become probably hectares. So again, what's the radical, right? Prior to that, look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, what do you want to say about the birds or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nanning about the nest. Sorry. No nanning or more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. And you did not make the new ones. Let's analyze this. The Amid the ICH in the Alma, so we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately and materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree. And you kind of got the hectare going on the Lamar. So that makes sense. No nanny is Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to scale the tree. But it's with Rabbanon, and also for the Midaraisa. But there's no Milah. Why is there no Milah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Milah. And the Ian which is Shava eats in the name of the Kinsa Bahem, and my Lomor, and Akabishi. But again, once I come up with a Maisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectare tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, if you're not allowed to benefit from it, you realize. So, and it's medium of the Daraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it's here to be clear that Allah correlation between the first cases in the Ashera tree and in the hectare tree, the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, needy area, so let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible. But in both of these cases, ultimately, or say in the Hector's case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hector's tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hector's tree, then why is that nest not $100? Right? What's going on in here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? Yeah, how come if you do it by the Akar test? So let's say this is a passage. When you match something, right? So obviously the item as it is Hector's. What if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be Hector's as well? So what's a good example of this? A tree. I'm not fish a tree, you know, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the Hector's designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gilum Haboim Lachem. Growth which occurs after the designation. So they would come out over here. The bird, so I was not fish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest at fish. That's an machlokes. You might see. Kasabar, and the author of this place, or author of this Mishnah holds, the halacha l'maisa, the Hector's designation only devolves upon the tree that the existence at the time of the designation, but anything that grows afterwards is not subject to Hector's, and therefore, again, the net is mutter. Incredible. Is ultimately what does it mean? What does it mean now? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? Therefore, it doesn't mean the nest, it isn't the nest itself. So it could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us. So in both cases, because it's made of a Sheila or because it's made of a Hector's tree, either way it's us. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because when we say knock down the nest, we get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to react on the year about Kapuka. A sabulachas that broken, we can recover. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the Hector's case. It wasn't so. Both of the cases ultimately are perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest. So, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hector's tree, or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree, and again, even assuming that the material weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to give things that whatever goes to the trees may be Hector's or Avodah. So what the case, why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The sheep's eggs. You know what I'm saying? The chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asr. Now, let's say, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates in time that are asr, should tzrichen in Elon, the gazer b'han rabbanon ka'ar even asr. So let's So that's just like fascinating. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C. Then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asrasa. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of guys. What's going on over here? But you might suggesting maybe in all these two, since the nest is awesome. Why is the nest awesome? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Asherah tree or from the hectares tree. So the next this is going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome. So what does it mean when the Brexit says?
Let me rephrase the question you answered.
Take a stick, knock down the nest, and get better from the nest. It means that
then you get to go after this. Just answer honestly.
Chicks in the nest. The chicks are mother, but the egg is really problematic, right? Because ultimately, again, see the eggs in the nest, and the nest leaves the tree. Therefore, the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore, when I say the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can benefit ultimately again from the chicks, and ultimately not the eggs. So the reason comes from Rashi that's broken, sits on the iman. Gates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha also may cause. Right, so once it turns out, over here with the stakes of the nest on top of yeah, sure, it's your egg this tree. You obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right by the other guy goes up. Okay, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you can't get anything from the nest. Because there's a concern that the nest itself is making a share tree or from the hectare tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? So when I say that is going to be mutter, right? There you go, right? So get benefit from an independent young birds, right? Or also but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young. Because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. So let's talk about the tree, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, let's say, we'll do tomorrow, actually. Yeah. Tomorrow, we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa. Look, and it's like this, like what are we doing that, my focus? What are we asking them? And then the answer, so we'll continue with Hashem, with adventures in Avodah Zarah. Everybody. All right, everybody, have a great day.
So, going on your grandparents' stories, let me tell you some embarrassing shit that's happened to people in life. Let's go. Cross country runners, I hope there's everyone out there. You guys are good. Alright, we're not fine. I'm assuming everybody else with your ones. I feel that. Alright. I ran cross country in high school. That was a minute ago. I was lucky. I was so bad. They made me run varsity at times, and you always have. And, I'm running I didn't even hear me out. You know what I mean? God damn.
Right. Okay. Where are you from? Sulphur Springs?
Every Austin,
All right,
Texas.
so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of
Wow, representing Austin, Texas. So I'm guessing this is your first time attending stand-up comedy.
our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual
Probably not that great, but that's all good.
wonderful sponsors. This is Rafael itself. Dedicated
Try this tonight.
the
Basically,
ocean trust us this year as it's close to the service level
I finally voted. I got chosen, and you guys did
and
it.
strong. Our total sponsors for the month of Ab
Then I can ask a question on the show.
are Bobby and Philip Stephen and Wendy Tracy, the honor of their parents Israel Jason, numerous reasons have been Rose's wife in memory of extending Rose's wife in the Rafa. Are we currently sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch? With appreciation, share the entire love for the Halloween, especially the Halloween with all of those sacrificing and proud Israel. And racial devour workers showing our definitely. The sponsors for today, racial the rest of the IAEA bank was what has America from Torah. All of them songs have on the Ganzing from all of those new with your seven to the code for police. Well, this was pushing message in the home hour has to be shot. Come and the code allow our soldiers to be successful. It's all of us. So with that, let us begin about the show. We have a lot to do today. Today's that is Mondays. Is that is Mondays. We are picking up the next session on Menopause Days 41B. And we left off the E Suffolk motion music, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points of the fund.
Cross country, I missed
So remember again, in yesterday's affiliated fascinating distinctions. Finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah. What's the famous two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zola is distinct. So a lot for myself. Whereas like the different pieces of avodah Zola, essentially you still have
Drinking beer while I do it, but yeah, back in the day I was on
you can't get enough of it. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an actor decommission them or that's our side now. An actor, and we're going to discuss this more today, is that an actor does have the ability to decommission a horse's aura, but it has now again. Then we have my host and the fuck is do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to this.
as long as I'm not ones
Okay, that's our overarching methodology over here. But the opening says it has to be active decommissioning. Which what says even passive decommissioning, not it will be the island falls over by itself and great. And the opener still. According to this focus on the most idolatrous equals. So let's say it again. So that's why people pieces of those losses. If you find some summon of an image, it's good. Immortal. Why is it immortal? Because it's a stuck state. What is this stuck state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it was never worked. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worked, it's maybe it was decreased. So the idea for it to be back to the result. Which is the reason why ultimately again I have a Zoro. It does not work. Because what I actually say is suffix motion using that. Ultimately again suffix that maybe, Missy doesn't go ahead and take it out and decide that the original that he was a whole result. Now the other question. That means maybe something multimedia. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality that facing is certainty? What about time? Our time, we're very we have suffix. Cover shimmies, we get the grown away girls. So say cover died. And again, we keep changing it, even though I have a special show that we bring to a member of our ship. Very funny stuff happening. Plus, I was in the field, not so well, just Mel Brown, another member of our share here in Toronto, she was one of our students and Russian in the States so he messaged me via Mel. I just listened to the cover a few days ago as on the cover. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Last week, remember again, 2 weeks ago, what was that? Translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power to the point that he even the power. He even needs to spoon the power. So again, even though non-sanctified food is not complete in a state of mutual purity. And he's also careful with truths and messages. So that's the definition of a cover. So his interest for being asked is why do you call a cover? Like cover means friend. You know what's exactly that? So perhaps you say this. Who's a cover? A cover is someone who just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra talent. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does the purpose of that? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. There is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to purity into areas of his life that even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend that really that's a friend. That has both because somebody wants you in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's been power that he doesn't have to do. That's a friend that really covers perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone who knowledge puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants power, not the power. He wants purity. That's a friend of him. So the word says, cover shilling, so you have to go there first. So cover guys. Interesting piece, cover guys. And I think like you discovered it. That's the issue. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not we can time. So the Gemara says, even if not mission just harvested them that day, following the first person to 20. Is Chazaka ultimately again that they are 45. So the Gemara says, I've always said it. The data experience like that's really Sabe que wants to know. So let's say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case. It's about God. What's the God? What's the God? The certainty. The certainty was they were temple. That's the shit. Like temple's anti-focus. Let's say, why is that a bad guy? Because everything starts out as anti-focus. So you have the bad guy that is implies. Something maybe the coverage did target, maybe he didn't target. And what do you see here? The see something from what was in the and what do you see here? That ultimately again a suffix possibility that tries to goes ahead and is right the bad guy that is certainly was Teva. So you see something wants to be the guy. Which the Gemara says no. Hasam Gadai is Gadai. No, it's not true. That's not something Gadai. That's a Gadai is Gadai. It's supposed to be. The Gadai Asri. The Gemara says he said that it was Teva. And also Gadai, that's what? That you taught. You want to do the Kanina Kosa, everything that comes out, Zafra al Cover Shavina. Motsi Dava Shavina, Mitoka Mikasa. What's it that's the Kaza? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the cover, once that again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand. And what does that mean to get to that level? And the halacha looks at you, and the halacha says, this guy certainly doing the right things. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it gets tied. And therefore, there's no separate in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi should know how story is. You know, it says suffix to suffix group. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've shown the Abbas in the Roshia. Possible that the Chaver conducted himself like a Roshia. Let's say, Roshia. The Amar, Na'avim Adam Altri also, the Machnis of the Motz Shalom, Kedisha, or Kedisha, Kedisha, or Karatz of German Amaisha. I suppose that's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without being involved in tithings now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called ESPN diets, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that. But also, so the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's supposed to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the Chaver tried it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Tumas and Moses. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay. So the Gemara says, what's up, right? He's talking nothing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Like, the Gemara put out the principle was, any suffered mostly negate that. But can ultimately get a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So you actually read it, is that clear? I'm going to read that. Mike said this should cost us not capable. Not a nice said this should cost us shall not sit after the very interesting case. So there was once a story of a maid servant. Again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Rimo. Okay, what happened? She had two miscarriage. She had a miscarriage.
And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a needle. But the interesting thing about it is, this is also a little bit. You put a needle in a pit. You just, in other words, in a great. In general, so the halacha is you have to bury a needle, you have to bury a miscarriage baby, but with Dafka, do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do it. To bury in the devil, we do not bury in a marked grave. So for a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is quite important that Chazal and how people parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, trauma and loss and his grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued. Do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So how to say, look, this was she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in the pit. But God prohibited it. According to the Lord, and obviously someone and peeled over the pit. Now, why did the coin peel over the pit? Leader Zephyr in the Kiva. So he's not the pastor flag, but in the vessel, the woman gives birth. Even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, it could be Tumas. It could be within guilty associated with it. Now, the duration of Tumas depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the nipple, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The girl might say, what's the problem here? The problem is that peeling over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas oil. Remember again, Tumas oil also can be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace. Or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I am standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I am really over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the coin went ahead and moved over the pit to see is it. What was it? Oh, yeah, you got my signature on you. This episode came from coming with Tia Lulu. With the Shafuga and Bargains and Tears. And they're retired. They're retiring. Why are they retired, boy? Because ultimately, again, this is a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's that? The bad guy in the Suffolk Road, because he's Suffolk Road, so you do that. There's a little space over there. What's the bad guy? The ship that the woman had miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from there? And yet, you see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Right? The suffix changing to even in the case of the bad guy to the point that again, the fasting. The coin is not colored. The coin is not colored. So you see from there that something can go ahead and trump a bad guy. To which the Lord says, no. Look, you know, if you repeat the bar, make the bar, and you know, if you look to me and make the bar. The Lord says, no. What happened over here is the coin sees the ship throwing something that looked like being felt. In other words, one of the bad guys that she miscarried and placed the name in the bar. That again, he saw what appeared to be in the adult being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a separate thing with. What's happening? But that's not what it says. Muhammad and Zafar capable. Because you know what I said? That he got appeared over the earth to see if it was a boy or a girl.
First, you might just have to close it is the same. Later, you might say later, and not that you are in later. So first of all, we would look into the kid to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a root of it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, like that dog, she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So you first of all looking over the front. See, was it an ACO or not? It's on an ACO. If it was an ACO, big guy, if it was on an ACO, it's either later and suffer an ACO. To see if it was a bonus. So in fact, this wasn't the case of that guy or something. But again, this was a case of something and something. So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby. Like what was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the something. Ultimately, again, the baby animal to do it. You might say, well, that's what it is. Pretty much that's all the backwards. We see it shine not like that. Whether that's what it is, once you have a place, even if it's a full thing of heart, it's that these animals there, they definitely dragged it for whatever was expelled into the place. Okay? So there's a snake. There's the kasha. There's the kasha. So again, so this will pause on there for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of being something mostly being bad guy ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Any something mostly being bad guy. That you have what we call two pieces of information in front of you. One is a something and one is a bad guy. The bad guy piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of we all know ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken apple desire. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, I know an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece. Can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's actually I know why. Because I like that guy that was Apple Desire. Second, maybe you often actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and then again, I can't use it why? Because the suffix that maybe after decommissioned it doesn't change the output for that guy, but this was definitely Rebel Desire. Rebel Desire. Just to point out how powerful this is. So it's an Ashkafic level as well. Because in something mostly that guy, we want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and gasping into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the radio, we have faced so many staples. With so many staples. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this also is so interesting. So interesting. Of course, the Russian is looking to do that and chatting about otherwise. He said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th. Even an existential threat to Qatar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. It was scary to learn that obviously the Russian ourselves would be strong to take some really different things. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many tempers. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through it? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? It took
gas in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffix. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In this suffix, makes me there is bad guy. What's the bad? A guy with Am Yisrael, say Am Hametz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. Therefore, what holds us over even times of difficulty? It's suffering. What's it doing? Suffering.
That's not the right word.
The Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many spirits that have presented themselves for the whole God, another suffering. Only our lady with a promise and another suffering always arises. But that's the shame. In suffering, the bad guy. No suffering can undermine the bad guy. Certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism. The source of our strength, and that's what feeds our reality. Incredible, complete as well as happy. It's not even others that instant. It's also that in. Incredible, all of this is you open the truckish. So here's what I know. We were talking about this morning. Just a few moments. You can reposition your whole desire, right? In other words, an apple to be Mendaka is apple desire. The shayla is, how does he do it? But your Quran says it must be what we call active ketov, and the Shortish says even passing through the words. That is now what that what the feast say. All the people come in the back of Apple, the Apple is called coming to the shop. I may not listen to this. And you also see this in this one as well. You know, sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. It's very much. Thank you. Once it happens, that it happens. So I go, how do you love? So back to what the news say. If you find the image of a the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's us. It's us. So the Gemara says, we think Shekiyotzi behind the Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashvarim. So it's like that. So in other words, once again, this is a construct on the Turkish. We'll be opening our eyes on the Turkish. The Turkish is funny to you, it should be totally water. But because Turkish is Turkish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the apple broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, so all of this Turkish is logic. I know. If you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because the U.S. is not changing this world, but now I need to get the only out of the season, which is really good. So we said yesterday, that the case of the land in the court, really can be the dismal country that was on a pedestal. And that is quite possible that is actually almost like a self-substitution, but it's only type of idolatry. Okay, ACA, glory is not the counselor. Only become the others become zero percent aveva benissimo così muove zero e lo dico a others che il battle is on level is allora non ti avere level is out of step any argument can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, in Israel, any of the Bible orders for cancer of the public. Listen, such a fantastic and super logic behind this. Political cover, actually places Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Yes, isn't that fascinating? Right, so only Kohanim can decommission any form of idolatry, and Israel has no power of the negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Oh, my so it's not just on that. So how did that most countries that are about? Why is that? What about the case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly again penetration. But usually when you get to work on Rabbi Shepaspa. What the case of here? The case of here is where we struggle and did the only cover. So it's an interesting look at what's interesting is then is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, bending where the entire item is still intact, doesn't decommission. What's happening? If you bust up, my hobby, Montreal, Aspa, Amapisha, Aspa, Bakla. So that's not truly good. But again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, level design model, how you need to pass all the comment about us being strong or bottom. But ultimately, when let's rewrite, if an apple goes ahead and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so bends the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must rub on the loving level says,
Have you tried a lot of things?
You constantly show me about the also very important to that. Thanks a lot. Because in reality, even when we show dense the option, dense the other zone, it goes into the tunnels of say, then the need is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything we do to deface the idol should be proper form of idolatrous negation. So really easy to be strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say what is that? What is this? First, Elo, Sira, is it zero, fix zero. Jono man, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are you concerned about? Is to this. You're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate that whole desire. So what does he do? He has a Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, it will say, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah go up in Biyad Yisrael. The Avodah go up in Biyad Yisrael, Eina, Ekela, Leona. So, I will say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say, we are going to see exactly why this is a model pen for now on these days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any abode that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we start technically speaking decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? We can break it, we can bend it. But Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to take it out. By taking it out, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah is considered to be hefker. He links it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires a wife, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't bring them backwards, you can't be permissionless. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal show that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to be permissionless, ultimately, again, it is not going to. So incredible. Everybody knows it is. How can you show me? Yeah, one of the miraculous, the people behind the Russian, so let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of that, okay, we'll come back to it. Let's just ask, how come should we get one of the miraculous things? Let's say an apple who brought stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah, that essentially Avodah Zarah was in stone formation. So, apple takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tarchios Mutaras. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as papers, like as papers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. The social media about the markets, people are blocking the Tarchios, actually. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that for you can't get enough because it's Avodah Zarah. And now you must say, well, why is that? Okay, how do you have all this stuff from you should start away a lot? So why don't you say, so again, so the other one is very shortish. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to you, shortish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. Jewish people says, no, Hakanami to the Rava. Just as Rava said before, Rava said essentially, Midrabanon and Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. So now we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up here, then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if it never actually comes together. Asian ignores the cash on all the problem Shishifa Avonis for Hamid Sako. So let me listen to this. Let's say, all the problem Shishifa Avonis comes. What's the other about it? Then Avodah Zarah, and you should the Avodah Zarah. So what's the selection comes out of it, for example, and I share the truth, right? And what do? I go and I take things off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The verse says, Litzarcho, if ultimately the optimism for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is, it's Sarkol, ultimately, if he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shikuyaha Mutali, then both the savings and the tree itself become mutters. Why? Because the action of taking the shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay. The Gemara says, however, the Tzarfah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that he's pruning the tree. Right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Tzarfah, Hiyasira, the Shikuya Hamutari. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry, the Kiyasura, the tree is still Asur, the Shikuya Hamutari, but ultimately the shavings will be Mutar. These drugs should sheep follow us but if the snow takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asur tree, they itself hold, they itself call Kiva Shikuya Asur. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, you have the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings remain with it. So once again, we often ask, it's like this, Anai, Tehadi Kavodas Kopadim Shishtabim Le'ah. Why should this be any different, right? It's not just according to you, this should be no different than an Avodah Zara that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the Open Eye breaks up, as you said, it's decommissioned. So what you're in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So it's the most often, I mean, keep the Rabba. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabba. Rabba says, so once again, Rabba's of the opinion, essentially, you don't want to do the decommissioning of the Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll of the back. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Of acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, there's no bittul. Asia, you'll see Asia. But you'll see that Shilton is only or Machta. So that's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in next session. So we got. Yossi says, or say, or two guys, Shogun Zora the Rocket. If you find about the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All not killing the young. Or you can go ahead and flip according to the sea. They always say we're going to see this is talking about if you find out about the Zara made of metal. So what do? Grind it out, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or according to the sea. Gemara says, Amula. Well, actually, not says that, well, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So here's what it says, extinct. Well, you have to tell me you're not fair in the process. Plus, it says, really, you can't retain any positive of a desire for your own use. And I said, but I'm not going to give this. And once again, the girlfriend asked her something. How do you cover this from but once again, why? Because 22 should be fine. 22 is like this, even if as long as it breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares, even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not a holy solid fertilizer. First thing is talking on you to the rubber. Once again, I don't say keep all roads, keep leading back to rubber. Ultimately, again, there's concern that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jews, it cannot be decommissioned. So they say that we have seen that you see a woman, matzah, suras, the background, the no shachata. So what's interesting to is here? Let's say you find the image of a dragon, and then this is right now. So now yes, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So what? So you go ahead and you find you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off, so therefore, Safek Obi Kocham Pashto, Safek Kishal Pashto, Mutter, so if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or didn't Akum, it's Mutter. It's Mutter, he writes again. The other hand, Vada Yisrael Pashto, also, but if Yisrael is the one cut off the head, it's also, he writes, I'm not. How they can all this become Mishkan area, I was saying, why should this be any different? There was a second case. So why should be any different than a case? Ultimately, again, the whole desire that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So it's like, essentially, to begin to see the theme over here. We don't want to involve about this at all. Even with the commissioning of this, we just want to choose to stay away from idolatry. If a chazal was not here to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and even grow the problem. He's going for a peace way, but you'll see Omer, after you rock those 3 months. And the Shaman, the name Shaman, be on this Shara spine, that's an interesting piece over there. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also. All these understands will see later on. Halacha is in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. We get a shade tree. So during summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade. And shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As a different case, in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the mission wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. That is because not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why? It makes Shanabia Nesheres Haron. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not about to watch the forming leaves be a problem after all. Now they have all this potential stuff in there now. Once again, it's like this. Fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And the criteria for this, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So if the leaf falls off of the tree, it should have a certain bottle, certain type of fertilizer, which is made of tiny husband. If there are other stuff out in Kayam, so the piece of the fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully attached. That kind of endows the fallen leaf. You got all these little identity, you don't have to do around the tree. But what's the other days? Many days are days 42 feet. You might just Shikuya. What about the case for shavings? Like your shade tree shavings, you can have all that stuff on entire measure once again. The primary point of view is i.e. the tree still in existence. I tell you, in that case, on the side, you said, it's called Kiasura Ishikuya Mitayu. He said that even in the case, ultimately, then when you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains justly. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. Even the Yeshua Amar, if you should be Amodas Kapaman Behula, Derek Gidelas. Ultimately, we also can see the reason because in a whole desire, you can't even think in a whole desire to not be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So, since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negational reality. Which makes sense. You know, it's like a severe similar shape. this website. So until now, all of these questions have been from the Conan Trade Shop. So we're going to both sides. Now, focuses on one simple case. When a vote is on falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodizara bottle or not? The Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. The Shach is yes, because even the factor negation, right? And passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire has been a Yochanan questioning the Shach. Now we switch gears. So it's in the Rabbi Yochanan. So Shach asked the Kasha on the look. Here we go. Kind Shabbat Shai, Shahatish, well, 90 more. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, like the tree belongs to this, right? The tree belongs to this in the flesh. Now, what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Le'nemin ha'lamar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created That was so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top more learning, that's with Rabba. So you can't get benefit with Rabba. A little more, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, see, again, it's not to me. Fine. So, so that's analyzed. But what about if the nest is on top of an Ashera tree? In some case, I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yaki's the front. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore, you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? So you have to bakana. I'm sorry. Let's show you have to bakana. Hasa haraita. She goes to Mishpa and then it's in Sabah. Now let's say everything. Okay, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, just like in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But if you have all these other trees, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Yeah. You might say, that's it. What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the shade tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? What do you see here? That what? Once Avodizara breaks, right, even on its own, even though it's not. Actively broken, it's decommission. So the Gemara says, you don't just shove them in the 18, it can survive. And the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Takana, Yak is Bakana. And Yak, the nest is Muther. So here's one says, this supports my assertion. The broken Avodizara, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodizara. The Gemara says, no. However, let's hear what's the case. You go, the IC, it's in the arm of the tree survive, not necessarily. That's not what how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it's not gathered the material. materials for the nest from the actual tree. Yeah? They gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can only be penny, carry hectares sources. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the hectares trees. What happened to the hectares trees? The hectares trees was what do you want to say about the bird's nest? About the bird's nest? No nanny or about the tree. No nanny about the nest, sorry. No nanny or more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you do not I anlık ICH'ini alma, sıvı toplumlar geçtiğimiz bird, the nest ultimately again from materials in the base, right outside of the hectare tree, then how you can kind of have a hectare slope and then a little more. So that makes sense. No nanny in the gravel. So again, as I said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that net. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's with Ravana, and all. So, for a more than the Raisa, but there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. Already, I'm going to shove it into the piece of a hand, and my more than Hakadushi. And again, once they come up from the Raisa, the bird is building the nest in the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectare tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectare. If it's hectare, ultimately again, if you're not allowed to benefit from it, you can yourself, and it's medium of the yourself, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara suggesting it's need to be clear that halakha is the daily hope cases in the Ashera tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, medium area, top. Could be even have one and a half any kind of scheme. Oh, sure. So maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, so in the hectare space, you got the bird is making its nest from the actual hectare tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectare tree, then why is that nest not us in the door? Right? What's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, what's the piece over here? And like, how come you do that by the Akar concept? So I was like, this is a fascinating thing. When you match something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So let's get an example of this. A tree. I'm not fish a tree. You know what? No, oh God, on Tuesday. And then, 2 months later, there's all of a sudden, branches, growth. Are those branches and growths subject to the hectic designation or not? That is in that focus. That is called being avoid laughing. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the next they would come out over here and the bird saw now I was not fish the tree. And then again 3 months later when these branches do, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So they had new growth out of those new growths. And therefore again, so now trees the nest have this. That's enough focus. You want to because someone then you need to do it. And the author of this place and author of this useful hold, the author of myself, they head shift designation only devolves upon the figure to the different of the kind of designation, that anything that grows afterwards is not subject to addition. Therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Variable, American, Mayak is ultimately what is it? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hefty. Either way is possible. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when you can knock down the nest, what you need is get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest itself. I'm going to hear about Tahrifa as Sabbath. That's broken. The kinds of colors. When you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira piece as well as the Hector piece. Notice in both of the cases, ultimately, or perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if you're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hector tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, things were going to be opinions that whatever goes to is going to be Hector or Avodah. So what did this? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest, and not for the mutter, not for the mutter, the baits in, and the kind of space. Let's listen to the machine size. You know, it says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asa. That was saying, why are the eggs asa? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basic Handakon Asher should even you learn the Yazaba and Rabbanic Ka'al even aspect. So this is actually quite fascinating. Eggs are Asher. Why are eggs Asher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will be and B will C, then A will C, which means that Allah the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be asras. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. As you were suggesting, maybe in all these cases the nest is awesome. Why is the nest awesome? Because it doesn't like this where the nest is made from the tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be awesome. Nest is going to be awesome. So what does it mean when the verse says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree. And if I look at the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the tree, but ultimately not the eggs. The answer is the so Rashi, that's broken. Shetzich on the Imar, debates in double. This is very interesting. Chicks. So young that they are reliant on their mother have status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha once on it. Therefore once it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the approach of the husband's tree, you can obviously can't still between the darkness. Right by the other by what does that help? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So either you can't get the benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the Hector tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter, right? And so, and get that from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant because those are considered to be dependent on the traits of the muscle. The stuff of it, okay, but again, let me just say that about Malaysia. So look, actually, listen. We'll do tomorrow, actually, yeah. Tomorrow, we'll pick up and we'll just finish off with the look for Malaysia. Look for it's like this, like what are we doing that like? It's really asking, right? And then the next Hashem, if you do next Hashem, the benches in Abad Zara, straight at the end. Like, everyone's in a great day.
What do you do to let some anger out when you have to put some energy? What do you do for some guilty pleasures?
You ever kill a foreigner? I must play games about that.
Yeah, what do you check on to, etc.?
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank our annual chemical sponsors. This is about the very stuff. Dedicating obviously this year as of course, so and strong. Our followers sponsors for the month of Av have already told us Stephen and Wendy Jason in honor of their parents Israel Jason, Dino Jason at the Moses White in memory of extended Moses White in the Gulf. Our learning sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch. With appreciation, share the entire below for the violin, the Swiss violin, and all of those sacrificing the clouds. And Nation and Devour Wordishman are the main sponsors for today. Nation of the Earth of Ali and Leave and then working on America, on Torah, all of the additional happening on the families in the from all of those things with 4-7 for the whole holy stuff. The stuff is the message from the woman out past the shown in the world that our holy soldiers being successful to follow and ask the year. And so with that, let us begin about the show. We have a lot to do today. Today's that is Mondays. Is that Mondays? We are picking up the next section on Mem Holidays 41B. And we left off the E subject mostly the Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. About 3 10 up from the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's that we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah. What's different those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't worship. And Zara is the Halakha myself, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah, essentially so. You can't put them off on them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an atom decommission or not? That's our try now. An atom, and we're going to discuss this more today's class. An atom does have the ability to decommission a whole other, but it has to now again. Then we have matter. What can I tell you? Do you use active decommissioning or can you even use passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that further. That's our overarching method over here. The real point says you have to be active decommissioning. And it says even passive decommissioning, not to literally be the item falls over by itself and break. Open up. So I don't, according to the focus on the 12 people down to this equal. So I'll say again. So that's why he found pieces of,
If you find pieces of the slumbering of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a stuck state. What's the stuck state? Well, suffix number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was deeply. So the ideal for jumping back to what was our just this is why ultimately again by our Zara. It does not. Because a lot of places say in suffix what's in the context. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe the definition doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that he was Abu Rizal. Now you have questions that was very something most of you decide. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about time? Our time, you know, very much true at the suffix. Cover Shani, the yet Mugurum of Paris. Supposed to say cover died. And you get so these terms you will have a special song that we made to a member of our student from Second Israel by the name of Mel Ram, another member of our here in Brazil. Hashem, one of our people who have enough to finish this year to around the world. So doing the message to you by a Mel, I think we covered a few days ago as possible. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Qadr as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara. Even if it's Tum and Tara. So you can again, even what I call non-sanctified groups. He is not introduced in a state of ritual purity. And he's also careful with trueness and essence. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me to ask this. Why do you call it cover? Right? Cover is friend. And so what's the fact of that? Perhaps the soul is that he's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for he's looking back to good. That's his looking for. At the end, Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. Well, if you don't have to eat in a state of power, you're not obligated to eat the unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. But it's someone who's cursed with power so much. They seek out those standards even in areas where all people do not have it. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life. He is not obligated to do so. Such a person is blessed. That's a friend. That has powerful says, someone wants you in their life so bad that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's been power that he doesn't have to. That's a coach. That's a friend that's a that's even to a certain degree higher level than the top. As the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. He puts upon himself the visual he wants after Pharaoh. He wants purity. So the word says, punishment, so you have to go like that. So paradise, we just do this paradise, and after you guys get discovered in the basket of food, what's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue? You can know whether or not they take time. You know, so even in the even the time you can take obviously then that day, following the best that you can find. It's a photo, ultimately again, that they are fucking fine. You know, I know that. The bad guy is something that's new. Something else new. There was a one less, what kind of one case? Here's the case of a bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The certainty was they were clever. That's the shit. That was from my focus. That's the right guy, bad guy. There's other things that have as anti-focus. We have the bad guy that is Sunday, maybe the topic retarget. Maybe retarget. What do you see here? Because I see Sunday promotion speaking on it. What do you see here? But also within a Sunday, possibility retarget goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was Teflon. So you see something wants to be done. Which the Gemara says no. Plus some bad guy is bad guy. That's not true. That's not something a bad guy. That's a bad guy and bad guy. What's the case? The bad guy actually, he was in the second of his time up. Bad guy himself, was 30 years himself, and also bad guy that's what getting tired. He was beginning to leave a conservative. That's just not our published in the most published. Forse la sta casata. So again, this is the year distancing with the cover butcher again. You imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffering that you've done the right thing. You have to understand. So once you need to get to that right, the halacha looks at you, and the halacha says this guy didn't do the right thing. Our cover does not leave uncharged focused in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And then there's no subject in bad guy, there's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. Everybody's in a very high score is. You know, it says something to something group. Interestingly enough, beauty is a supplement in a summon house, so what does that mean? Afshar, how about Raboshia? Possible that the prophet did not to himself that Raboshia was the Elroy. Yeah. No, Na'adim Adam Hatu also. The Nafis Shabbat Shalom, Kiddush Shekei, the Henta or Paris is brilliant. I saw such an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nicer loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Well, without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be sold, that's a tithing obligation. There has to be what's called the yes command diet. Like it has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative related to the entrance. Technically speaking, if you to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. It's nicer exempt. Now I get the limitations on that also. And the Gemara says, over here, you're eating those something makes you know to be bad guy. Why? Because it's actually possible. Even if you want to go for that, maybe it's a suffix with the cover target or not, it's also a suffix with what? But the produce was as a subject to this list. Why? Because it's possible that you're going to be getting news that was not the loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so we might say one second, the 8 second mentioning about it. So remember, the word is questioning this principle. Like, the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, any suffix most
to reiterate about that. Like it ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So you know, so really is that true? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm not really that. My solution for social not the base. Not a my solution for social massive after the reload. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. That's in this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who works for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Yeah, she says, well, you know, Gabra and one of them saw her. Very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She works for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had two people about it. She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. And it was interesting, you know, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a maid. Don't. But the interesting about what it is, this is also a powerful little bit. You put your maid from in a tent. You just, in other words, in enough. And this really, in general, there's the halakha is you have to carry a maid or you have to carry a miscarried baby. But with that one, do not carry a baby marked maid. You do not do it. Carry the grandma, you do not carry the marked maid. So a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy, as I was saying, it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued. He did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So so what happened? So she miscarried, and she took it.
You said single moms. Is that true?
Miscarriage in a church. What point is it? According to the law. According to the law, and obviously so what it happened, over the pitch. Now, why did the point kill over the pitch? Later, in Soccer in the Kiva, so you have to ask the father, whether they was a woman gives birth to you. After miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, it could be 2 months later. It could be between the birth associated with birth. Now, the duration of 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the boy turns over the plate in order to see was the neighbor, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The girl might say, I'm never saying I won't press the problem yet. The problem is that peering over the pit, what did the claims potentially do? 2 months over. 2 months over. Remember again, 2 months over are both said could be contracted in 2 ways. You could be under a roof together with the mace, or you could leave the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm sitting next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the owner. I am the owner.
Anything else
So you the funny way I had a leaned over the pit to see so what they're doing. Oh, yeah, you got myself in this episode came from coming. You see, I'm moving to the free shop for you can't do this in Sweden. And they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired? Because ultimately, I think this is a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. So it's like Baha'u'llah, without that even something got removed, something low got removed, the policy something will want to do that. Because look at this case over here. Here's the case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The shit. But the woman got a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the something? Maybe the animal taken in the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from there? He was
It says, and yet you see that the suffix trumps the Bhagavad. Like the suffix changes the reality even in the case of the Bhagavad, to the point that again the fasting is point is not covered. Point is not covered. So you see here that suffix can go ahead and trip the Bhagavad. Which the Lord says, what we as a GDP will bar, we will bar at the but the killer to me and the color bar. The Lord says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the Shifra throwing something that looked like Amy felt. In other words, it's not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed the name on the bar. Rather again, he saw what appeared to be a noodle being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a second to begin with. Whereas one second, but that's not what it says. Halavan second to begin with. But the Gemara said that he got to peer over to see if it was a book or a girl. Which the Gemara says, Hakikander is the same. Leah, the Gemara says, Leah, and Leah, and Leah. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, a bunch of look up, it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, like that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something. Yes, it was quite some other discharge. So first of all, looking over the butt to see was it an aphel or not. If it's on an aphel, if it was an aphel, then you think about it. If there's an aphel, it's either Reba and Zachar in the people. The sick people is a one of those. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Gadai and Suffers. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffers and Suffers. So again, Suffers, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffix ultimately again, the animal typically, everybody said that possibility is very much the phone, the Bible, which means shut. The other possibility is, once you have a place, you're going to be full of the Bible that these animals there, and if you dragged away whatever was expelled, okay? So much is straight, so to catch up. So just one of it is exactly. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of any suffix once you engage that guy, looking again holds. So even halacha, we accept this principle. Any suffix once you engage that guy. Don't you have all called two pieces of information in front of you? One is a suffix, and one is a fadai. The fadai piece of information, is the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I say again, just kind of don't get to us all over. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken upward result. Right? So I find a piece, let's say I know an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I think that guy that this was operating Zara suffered maybe Akum actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I'm going to tell you to why, because the suffix that maybe Akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the bad guy that this was definitely Akum Zara. And I said, just to point out how powerful this is, so is on a traffic level as well. Because in the suffix once you need it that way, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny in one phrase: this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many obstacles, faced so many obstacles, and when we survive, this is an existential threat. If all all of this also was so interesting. So interesting that person was looking at a chat with a bit of Usher Rice. He said it was so beautiful. One of the things I thought that was a very shocking thing was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, even an existential threat. That's probably so. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there's never an existential threat. Probably so. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously the Russian says it's very so. It takes on political behavior over the years, over the centuries. There's been many status, right? There's been shapes, many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this stage less than a century ago? They put us in others and in the gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. When you suffer, makes you a bad guy. What's the bad guy? The response says, Am Yisrael is an Am-Hametz. Am-Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is suffering what we do. Suffering. What did that suffering is for the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many stages that have presented themselves. The whole of God and having suffering, only our meaning of travel say another suffering always arises. Rest assured, it's suffering. No sin, no suffering. It undermines the fact the certainty of the eternal reality of clouds. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. As well as Catholic. It's not even like it was bad. It's very, so I says, remember again, embedding all of this is this methodology of doing your own shortage. So here's what I know. And again, we're talking about this more in just a few moments. You can mix the whole desire, right? In other words, an apple to be the back of this apple desire. The shiny is how does it do it? The real God says it must be what we call active mental, and the shortage says even passive mental works. So what's that? Going back to that a little bit. It's very, all the people from the back of up. Well, let's go from the show. The show, listen to this. They also listen to this in this one. This one as well. Sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. It's very much a conference that I thank you. What's a conference that I it's like how it was. So it's back to the show. What do you say? If you find the image of a head, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's awesome. It's awesome. So the Gemara says, good things. So you don't see behind the map. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. It was a command. Why is that? Hashmani. So let's say that's broken pieces. So once again, this is a kasha and reflectish. So you don't even ask about reflectish. Reflectish, according to you, this should be totally different. Right? Because according to reflectish, once you find broken pieces,
whether the arm was active, be broken, or the idol broke on its own, an actor doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's wrong with your stuff? This is logic. Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to you. You're not much help to you. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Which is, you must say, no, tell me more. But I need to take a couple of days out of the season. So this is what he said yesterday. What's the piece of the end of the court? The piece of the it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite controversial. That is actually a self, almost like a self-substance. It's the wrong way. But it's its own type of idolatry. Okay, it's like known as another council. Over from the back level, from the show, the show, they don't. So there's more of this movement. The other people coming, to be more back out. This on level desire, and ultimately again level of desire of this stuff. That means only athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, Israel, afirma le va a favores con causa of the cover. Luego se dice que el caso de su logic behind this, no de cojaven, no de cojaven. Actually, Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So, only cojaven can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Israel has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So you're doing sources so nice. So how do you got those countries started out now? Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Not clearly again, according to the question, you should do according to that same one. On the other hand, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel can prove it's the only problem. So it's an interesting enough of the Western judgment is strengthening is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage to where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission the rest of it. 1 second, the people are stuck. My hobby, what's none, pasta. That's not truly learned, but again, and if you get to idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these other bottle. How do you read the possible of the Muhammad? And our husband is all over bottle. Ultimately, the next right. If an athlete goes ahead and against the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so on the level of the old one, he possibly showing you what the most very important to know. Let me say like this. In reality, even when you swell against the other results, it goes into this. In other words, it looks like denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still against it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? So listen to this. Verse Ella, Zera. There's a zero. What's the zero? Dilma man below the Hadim Ratala. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say just what is this saying? That is to this. What he said that what did Yisrael do? She wants to negate that all desire.
So what does he do? He has a Avodah he lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or prevent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, I will say, that's an act of Hadbah. What does Hadbah do? Hadbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Habi Avodah is called Biyad Yisrael. The Kol Avodah is called Biyad Yisrael Eina V'Kula Li'os. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in pen black from now on many days. But again, right now we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be engaged. So that's what's happening over here. Any Yisrael technique is decommission of Avodah Zarah. Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can take it, but as a concept, the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? But in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to take it out. By thinking about the Avodah Zarah specifically, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days, Avodah Zarah specifically, but he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be beat. You can't be mavakal. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish angle of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Certainly, Muslims, Aku Shahidi Avon in Annapolis, the people of our home of Brooklyn, Litatias. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we're talking about it. Let's just Aku Shahidi Avon in Annapolis, listen to this. Let's hear an Aku who brought stones from Marcellus. Let's Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was stone formation. So what happened? It's stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping Partios Mutalis. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So, the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, Hava Kalamansa is actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. The associated about in the office, people are blocking the Kazimikios, Hasios. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and brings it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't do it's like, well, you can't get enough because it's about this. I'm not even merciful. Why is that? So why do we say it? So again, we should be able to ask in Turkish. In Turkish, why should this be any worse ultimately again than I've always well, that broke on its own. And according to the Turkish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. Which the one that says, no, Hanan to the Rava. The one says, just as Rava said before. Rava said essentially, you did a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. So we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew lift it up. If he lifts it up to acquires it, then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again,
we'll see if he never actually meets the other. Eze ignores the catch now. Only Kohabi Shishipa Avons Kohabi Zafon. So listen to this. Let's say, Only Kohabi Shishipa Avons Kohabi. So what's here? Watch it. So you have an Avon Zara, and you shade it in the Avon Zara. So what's this? So actually points out for example, and I'll shade a tree. And I'll shade a tree. And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shaving? So the mentions with Sarko, it ultimately the actor is doing it for himself, right? Taking shavings off the Evolution because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire. Whatever it is, with Sarko, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and he, the Shikuyeha, retarded. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become what they fly. Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akim's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay, notice, however, with Sarfran, if he's taking shavings off the tree, as he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfran. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, again, sorry, the tree is still also the Shikuya Mutar, but ultimately the shavings will be Mutar. Still, Shishifa was the published, but if the soil takes shape, the break these pieces off of the actual tree, they would sell home, he would Shikuya. Whether he started doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have Odizella, the tree itself, and the shavings remain working. So what's going to be up there as the subject, Anai, why should this be any different? Right? The check is putting to you, this should be no different than an Odizella that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open breaks on it, she said it's decommissioned. So what we're in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So it's the US half the money to the Rava. So let's say once again, we keep on bringing up Rava. What is Rava say? So let's say Rava is of the opinion, essentially you don't want to choose decommissioning of a desire. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halakha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, you never you can do no good. They said we'll see a straight, but we'll see a short he's already marketing as well as he's actually our next mission. And it's which of them we'll see next Hashem. So he's like, yes, he says, I'll say, or two missionaries, you know. Show me if you find the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All not throwing it down. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. They don't say we're going to see this. Is talking about if you find out what is all made up now. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. You know, after you ask yourself, well, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. So here's what it says. It's here, right? You have to come with it. You have to in the process. Stands really, you can't retain any part of our design for your own use. And I said, but I'm not here with once again, the upper aspect of Turkish. I'm not. The heavy cabinet is become Shishkara Ne'elaha. But once again, why? It's not just this should be fine. It's Turkish. Even if a Bodhisattva breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. In this case, a grinding that should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a Bodhisattva fertilizer. Which we must talk about to the Rabbah. Once again, I will say keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. Ultimately, when it is concerned that if the G is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up, first acquire it, and once it's acquired by the G, it cannot be decommissioned. So this way, רבי יוסי בן יסיון אומר, מצא צורת דקו, ולא שחטו. So it's an interesting case right here. Let's see if we find it of a dragon. And this is our next mistake. Now, also, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, Sophic overcome Costco, Sophic Costco, Mutter. So I'm not sure whether it's easy classifies the dragon, right, or the Akum. It's Mutter. You want to go on the other hand, that guy you saw Costco, Austin, but you saw it was one color. That is Austin. You want to say, I'm you hardly have all this to come to this kind of area. I was saying, why should this be any different? It's the second case. So I should be any different than a case ultimately again of a desire that broke on its own. Once again, the Lord says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern for us. Once I said this, you get to see the theme over here. We don't want trees involved with a desire. We just want trees to stay away from idolatry. If a chazal was not making the point that the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, create even greater problems going forward. Basically, the mercy owner, after you are supposed to be Masai Shani, the nation of the no Sharet's fine. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also, all these stories that I see here are halachas in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the Ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetable, to the produce. And so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an Ashera tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says that's true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. What? And now, if they shanabia in the sheretz alei, is what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the Gemara says, I'm not out there watch falling leaves be a problem. So how they have this once again, the shortish, falling leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And you can do if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckle. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckle. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, this has a name of shiny. Also, the ikra of others go up in Kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that all the zerite that even after it's no longer on the tree. You might well say other days, in days where there's 42 of these, you might say, shikura. What about the case of the shavings? That one right there, shave tree shavings. You can't all this stuff up in China. So once again, the primary part of the other is i.e. the tree still in existence. You can tell you in that case of both sides, he said, with Sarhal, he has seen the Shikri and Mutani. He said that in the case, ultimately, again, when you're proving the tree for the benefit of the tree remains us. But ultimately, again, the shavings on the dirt. Ürünleri şu ama yetiştiğin an Olas'ta befriediger directly do this. Ultimately, also consider using because antibodies are you can't reduce antibodies are not mitigated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees that act and not create a it's a mediation or reality of mediation, which makes sense. You know, it's like this. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yokonon thread shortage. So on the website, the whole Yokonon shortage focuses on one simple case. An Avodizara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodizara bottle or not? The Yokonon, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Which shortage, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire has been the opener questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. Acer to the Lakish of the opener, so Rish Lakish as the Kasha on the opener. Here we go. Time shiver. Shaver Shalakish. Well, now you go alone. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Lakish. Right? The tree belongs to the inside question. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo for Lamar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed riba. Now let's say so again. Rashi says that we're second Rashi in the top low landing, plus with Rabbanan. So you can't get benefit with Rabbanan. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to you. Fine. So you know, so let's analyze. So for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on top of the nest? So same case, I have an Asherah tree, and on top of the Asherah tree is a bird nest. I want to get benefit from the bird nest, so what can I do? Yati's Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So let's see, you know what I'm saying? That's his Bakana. I'm sorry. Şey yapmış bakalım. Kasada Raytma. Nişko ile eğitim. Kimse var. Never say that it's interesting. It's very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree to get to the next, right? Because climbing the tree is uses of the tree. But if you have all these other two interesting enough, what can I do? Just put the piece of wood, knock down the rest of the now. The man says, let's look at what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the essential tree over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What you see from here, that once Avodah Zarah breaks, like even on its own, it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, Kasar Raikha, who don't shava minor eitzim, the kinsava. The essential over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. V'kapani, yet is bakana, and yet the nest is tmuta. So this one says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. You mentioned, no, what's the case? Going to ICH in the Alma, the king Sabah, not necessarily. That's not as well birds make. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the reason the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials. For the nest from the shade tree. Rather gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can rather become gather hectare sources. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the hectare streets. What happened in the hectare streets? The hectare streets was what do we want to say about the birds? About the bird's nest? Not things are about the tree. Going not about the nest. Sorry. Going not even more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think you do not commit Mila, you must analyze this. The Amrit the ICH in the Alma, so we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the dome. Right outside of the hectare tree, and I need to kind of got the hectare for man in the Lamar. So that makes sense. No man in the Rabbi. And so again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how so eventually we may come to scale the tree. But it's a Rabbi, and also the Lamar, when you go inside, there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself was not subject to the Mila. And again, let's say halacha l'maisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again that this nest is made from twigs from the hectare tree. And what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectare. But this hectare ultimately again, so you're not allowed to benefit from it, midoraisa, and it's mu'ila midoraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore the Gemara suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha l'maisa in both cases, in the Asherah tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara said, not necessarily. The Gemara says, so listen, maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I say in the hectare case, you got the bird is making its nest from the actual hectare tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectare tree, then why is that nest not asur midoraisa? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? That might get hard, but if you do it on the Akar Knesset. So let's say this is a fascinating story which we'll get to. When you're not fish something, right? So obviously the item, but the item as it is hectare. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectare as well? So let's take an example. Well, this a tree. I'm not dish a tree. You know, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectare designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Haboim La'achar, growth which occurs after the designation. So let's say we're talking about over here. The bird, so I was not pushed the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So we have made the nest out of those meat notes. And therefore, again, so that is the nest addition. That's the nest also. So you want to see the cassava, and you know, the beginning. And the author of this place, or author of this Mishnah holds, the high-pitch designation only devolves upon the tree that the existence of the time of the designation. So anything that grows afterwards is not subject to high-pitch, and therefore, again, the rest is immortal. Example, Rabbi Abo, Rabbi Yochanan, Maya is ultimately what is what does it mean that so you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the net? Therefore, it doesn't mean the nest isn't to the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us on both people. Is it because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hectares tree? Either way, it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When you say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to learn about that deeper. A seven o'clock that broken. The kind become required. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira piece as well as the hectares piece. Moses in both of the cases ultimately ever happen. You can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a cake. Where the nest is being made from the hectares tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever goes to trees will be hectares or apples and so on. So what if this, why am I knocking down the nest? Next to the nest material, but rather what? And the chicks. Or the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The dates in kind of connoisseurs. What's this to the sheep says? It says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter. So the eggs ultimately again it's going to be usher. Now let's say, well, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates in time become usher. Shekshuzim Iman, the Gaza by Rabbanik Ka'al Iman usher. So that's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C. When A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, yes, isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of there's a lot of variables going on over here. But the most interesting, maybe in all of these cases, the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we talk about a case where the nest is made from the Ashera tree or from the hectares. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean? Brexit says, take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest. It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are much. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs don't continue to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. And this is the big sometimes from the Rashi that broken should treat from the iman to dates and them. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they're lying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore, for the next one, it turns out, so over here, with this case of the nest, on top of the Ashera tree and egg tree, you can obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? What can you deep, you can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you take a benefit from the nest, because there's benefit the nest itself is made from the exterior tree or from the hectic tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah when I said that is going to be mutter, right? Is that right? Right? So get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or alternatively, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the live young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's stop over there for today, but again, let me just say the halach when I say. So look, actually, let's say, tomorrow, we'll pick up, we'll finish off with the halach when I say, look, it's like this, like what are we doing that matter? What are we asking like? And then the Yatz Hashem will continue, Yatz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shvach HaBilah. Right, everybody's in a great day.
You can admit that the crowd wasn't powerful once you were there.
I was there. And I respected the crowd. Absolutely.
And they
Love the show and I love the job doesn't happen. But sure. Oh shit. Another chapter. I'm still trying to find myself. I start finding our champion.
All right.
This place is on the south and then the west side.
Good morning, He's getting that thank you for all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank our annual comic sponsor, the person who's brought her to show, is dedicating up to Shumi Trust this year as his close, Soros Fellowship, and he's strong. Our television sponsors for the month of Av are following the book. So Stephen and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Unitary to Abby Rose's wife, in memory of Stanley Rose's wife. Many sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch with appreciation share the entire Kazula for the Chayalim, assist the Chayalim with all of those sacrificing Klal Yisrael. And Reish and Devorah Wordishheim as that many sponsors for today. Reish and the Yosef of Aryeh all of them shall stop now. You have families in the summer, all of those new. So Shannon, they were close to the ladies, so the Salvation and Restoration, the woman also has to do the Shalom and the Torah, but our holy soldiers to be successful. The call of Nasi. So with that, let us begin about the Shalom of Allah to do today. Today's dot is Monday. Today's dot is Monday. We are picking up the rest of Hashem on Mem Aleph days 41 week, and we left off the Eid suffix mostly which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points from the bottom. So remember again, yesterday's dot we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the issue with two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah is the finishing. I love what it says. The Gemara says that if we follow these pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you should have to take them off. Why not? Because in the end, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an atom decommission them or not? That's our side now. An atom. We're going to discuss this more in detail. And actually, it does have the ability to mission of both shower, but it has now again. Then we have my focus. When I talk is, do you need active conditioning or can even be passive conditioning? But again, we'll get back to that because that's our overarching message here. The real point says you have to be active conditioning, which what says even passive conditioning, not the meaning if the idol falls over by itself and break. The real point is still an idol, according to which one says most idolatry point. So it's like again, that's like this of bizarre stuff. If you find pieces of stone on the page, it's going to be nothing. Why is it different? Because it's a spectacle. What's the spectacle? Something to for one is maybe number two, also so the idea for introduction of the result is the reason why ultimately Zora it does not work because a lot of them say things something emotionally ultimately again is something that maybe the commission doesn't go ahead and put the out in the context that he was having no questions that was made something emotionally dramatic. Is that true? That is something a possibility not go ahead and change the reality of facing certainty. What about time? Our time, we have very clear subs. Cover series, we yet to go in the red house. What's that? Cover dive. Cover dive. Okay. And again, you can treasure the special, special song to a member of our Shemir from and in the few of circular systems, another member of our share is Marco of Hashem, but not just his mentors, but actually on the road. So he messaged me via mail. I translated his cover a few days ago as uncovered. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his food in the Tara. He even eats his food in the Tara. So even again, even what we call non-sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas and Mesros. So that's the definition of cover. So it's interesting. So he asked, he said, "Why? So how did cover?" Well, cover. Right? Cover means friend. What's the shot of that? So perhaps the soul is like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out extra time. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does the Torah what Hashem says? I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Holy. That's a friend. That Baruch who says someone who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, that with power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend of the Holy. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than Talmud. because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. So someone puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants tara, not tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Rizal Shalom. So the Gemara says, "Chaver shenis yek v'torah le'ekeros." So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and he does get discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they took time. So the Gemara says, "Either in the name of even if not, if she just harvested them that day, other than the test that's which is one. Is Chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly fine." Because I was that, if not, that is something that's new. Something less new. And what's it, like I said, was this case? Here's the case of a God. What's the God? What's the God? The certainty was they were kettle. That's for sure, right? Kettle's untied produce. Also, why is that about that? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a father that is untied. Something, maybe the father retied it, maybe he didn't tie it. What do you see here? Because he's something who knows he did not. And what do you see here? The ultimate look at a something possibility that time fish goes ahead and goes to rise sky that it certainly was Teflon. See something multi-media eyeballs, to which the Gemara says no. But some Radai, that's not true. That's not something Radai. That's a Radai. What's the case? The Radai has to be. Since the second it was Teflon, Radai was Teflon, certainly it was Teflon, and both. So Radai, that's what? That we tied it. You want to do it? Can you? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the cover looks like again, can you imagine moving yourself to a level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have done the right thing. What does that mean to get to that level? When the halacha looks at you and the halacha says, this guy certainly doing the right thing. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it is tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi says very possibility is. Levi says suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Afsha, the Abbas, to the Roshia. Possible that the public is up to himself at the Roshia, that's the Roshia. The other, not his other option also. The Masmus of the Mates Shalom, the Nation, the Nation, the Nation, the nice. So what's an interesting case? There is technically speaking a nice loophole, a typing loophole. What's the typing loophole? That being involved taking typing loophole. In order for produce to be subject to typing obligation, there has to be what's called the yesterday analysis. Right? It has to come into the home. Do a normative the entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now, the limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's nothing to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the public finds it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to extremely sinister. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, one second, there ain't something nothing about it. So remember, he learns is questioning this principle. Right? You want to put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix mostly legal data. Right? But ultimately, you get a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So as a rule, is that true? So you want to say, but I'm going to learn. I'm not going to go. My submission also shall not tap on the base. Not exhibition also shall not take act on the very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. But let's say now, again, we're going to say this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says, so we have Gabriel, a lump of himself, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had given she had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. And I was like, interesting enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury her and they don't. But the interesting thing I look at is, this is also found a little bit. Because in a pit, in just a little bit in a nondescript. In general, what's in the halacha is you have to bury a maid, you have to bury. And this carry baby, but we definitely do not bury baby marked grave. We do not do that. We bury we do not bury the marked graves. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy that as our teams and helping parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but as I wanted to be an ongoing life loss. Now, so what happens is she miscarried, and she put them. This carriage real quick. So what coins is it? According to the Lord, and obviously someone in average, and she over the pit. Now, why did the coin feel over the pit? Lift up something in the people. So you drove the hospital for her, and then the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much later. It could be ritual and very associated with it. Now, the duration of too much later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin goes over the pit in order to see was the newborn, I guess, was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What might have been a problem? I don't touch the problem yet. The common age, by chewing over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much oil. Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil also could be trapped in two ways. You could be under a roof together with the base, or you could leave the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a call, let's say again, I was sitting next to a corpse underneath the stars, but I am over the corpse, I am the OL. I am the OL. So here's the one where I have moved over the base. You see, is it a boy or girl? Oh, I got move on myself with 11. This episode could this TRU move, if they should have been talking and then retired him. Every time why they retired the story, it's ultimately again this is a place where there were weasels and animals there.
And in reality, they probably thought the miscarriage. They probably think they dragged it over somewhere. You know, so what's that? The guy that had killed me about Suffolk Yahoo, Suffolk Love Yahoo, the classes, Suffolk Love Yahoo, the guy. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Dada. What's the Dada? What's the Dada? She caught a woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the Suffolk? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from blood? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Suffolk trumps the Dada. Like the Suffolk changes the reality even in the face of the Dada to the point that again, the constant, the color is not colored. The color is not colored. So you see from there that Suffolk can go ahead and trump a Dada. Which the Gemara says, no, look, we look at you, is treated to mean a color bar. The Gemara says, no. What happens over here is the color sees the shift of throwing something that looked like image. In other words, it's not a Dada that she miscarried and placed in the color. Rather again, she saw what appeared to be a belt being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a second to begin with. Where's one second? That's not what it is. How late then Japan became a whole. But the Gemara said, they got here in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, how can you use this? The Gemara says, in Yokatila, in Yokatila. So first of all, he's looking to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, Yokatila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, looking over the body, see was it an APEL or not? If it's an APEL, and if it was an APEL, it's good time. If it's an APEL, it's later in Zakra in to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Dada or something. Rather, again, it was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk whether or not she miscarried a baby. Like what was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again, that is the animal to the you might say that about the they also called the Bibles with Sunshine that they died. The other possibility is, once you have a place, you're going to hold it. And the Bible is that these animals there, they definitely left. And the way whatever was expelled into the place. Okay, so it's a escape. So it's the Kasha. So just we'll pause over for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of being separate mostly negated that ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle in suffix mostly negated bad. You have all called two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffix and one is a Dada. The Dada piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why most again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of what is Avodah Zarah. So I find a piece of, let's say, an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I got that and that this was Avodah Zarah. Suffolk maybe you also actively decommissioned it. And if I can't use the right to the Suffolk, but maybe after decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of this bad guy that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. Level say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a graphic level as well. Because in Suffolk Multimedia Guide, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many struggles. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this, you know, so it was so interesting. It was so interesting that those of us who were looking to be on Shabbos and about Usher Weiss, he said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat to Kappa Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat from Israel. Like it was scary, so overwhelming, but obviously Russell says he's an artist film. It takes on a pretty good information. And it could be years. Over the centuries, there's been many speakers. Right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, mercy will back up. What's the Vadai? The response who says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hamitz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In Suffolk, what's in there? Suffolk. What about Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter who the Suffolk is. There are so many speakers that have presented themselves. So the whole God, another Suffolk, only already was the Carlos from another Suffolk. Could always arises. But rest assured, in Suffolk makes it legal Shabbat. No Suffolk could undermine the Shabbat, the certainty of the eternality of Kafar Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Hashkafically. It's not even about those guys. Instinct. So it says, well, again, embedded in all of this is this method of your own focus. So here's what I know. And again, we're talking about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your Avodah right? There's an apple to be in the background of his Avodah Zarah. The shiner is, how does he do it? The Milton says it must be what we call active control, and Restream says even passive different words. So let's now go back to our order. It's very only becoming about let's go from Shakameda, which is this. And also, you see this in the Mishkan as well. So, yes, yeah. I'm sorry, thank you. This way, lots of time, this, yeah. Thank you. Lots of time inside the time, this right now, how it was. So, that's the mission. What the mission say? If you find the image that I have, the image of my phone, ultimately, yeah, again, it's awesome. So the Gemara says, they should feel behind that why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Because it's Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim. So it's like that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rishtakish. This is what you often ask for Rishtakish. Rishtakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter. Right? Because according to Rishtakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or the other broke on its own, an atom doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's your own Rishtakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, say, what's going on? You must say, look, but there's much more than not only out the season. So this is what we said yesterday. The case of the rain in the foot is because ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, you is another construct. From the back of those conservatives, this was what's more this later. And you look at him to be the back of his own level desire, and ultimately again the level desire of his friend. Meaning, any akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, in the back of that's what comes out of the cover. We'll see, it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Act to be present in Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So, Ovid Kohavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Israel has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So, we do this also. So, I'm not. So, I think about this country starting at that. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Clearly, again, according to Rishtakish, you according to actually what? Rabbi Shepascha. What? The case over here. The case over here is where the Israel entered the Ovid Kohavim. Interesting enough, what we're suggesting is painting is not a form of definition. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Painting with the entire item is in fact, doesn't decommission. That's one side of it. My hobby, Vatman, Pascha, Apatishio, Pascha, Vatla. That's not true, learned. But again, if you dent it right out, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, yeah, but these are his bottle. How do you read the Pascha of the Muhammad? As the Israel robot, ultimately, when there's right, if the atom goes there and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But it is so intense in the idolatry that does not negate it. And that's what Rabbi says, the Olam, because in Israel, which is very important to love. Everything like this. In reality, even when Israel bends the apple, Zara, it goes in the vision of the website, denting really is an active form of negative. Which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So even if you Israel bends it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Verse Elof, Zera. Is it zero? What's the zero? Gilmo man, but I had the miracle. So here's the issue. In reality, as we show, has the power of negation. Right? And so it does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, If he then said it all should work, so why did Hazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about is to this. Concerned that what is Esau going to do? He wants to agree to have all these out. So what does he do? He has that motor Zara. He lifts it up, but getting ready, let's say, to smash it or prevent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, though, it's like, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah is called the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah is called Yad Yisrael Eino B'Keva Lo. So let's say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And let's say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on moon days. But again, right now we're just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Any Messiah, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah, watch. How can we decommission it? We can break it, we can take. As Hazan said, the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What do you consider? And without that, in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. I'm thinking of what's the Avodah Zarah specifically hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically hector, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be easy. You can't do backwards. You can't be commissioned. Therefore, then ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, when we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of a Avodah Zarah, how do you Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going nowhere. Incredible. So that's what we must say. Say, after you say, we are going to be miraculous, the people of our hand and drop them, you type yes. So let's say, just by anyway, this whole idea over here of okay, let's go back to it. First, this house. Akum, Shahidi Aval Miraculous, in things. So let's say you have an Akum who brought stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marcus and what does he do? The people behind drop them with tortillas and cars. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? You tell us, the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'meisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. So you have a my best people and you have to tell us as soon as again if a Jew takes stones from Marcus and brings it into the road, ultimately again it's not a decommission. You can't use that word, you can't get enough because it's Avodah Zarah. And my much but why is that? So why don't we say it so again? So you have to ask for Turkish. In Turkish, why should this be any worse ultimately again? And then Avodah Zarah that grows on its own. And according to you, it's Turkish. Avodah Zarah that grows on its own ultimately is decommission. Which says, no, how can now you should be Rava. But it's just as Rava said before. Rava said essentially, you'd like find out a Jew can't decommission of a desire. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern, we have this concern from the process of decommission, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's a desire owned by a Jew. And once they have a desire owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if we never actually use the other. Anytime you raise the cash out, all the problem to sheep are on this problem. So you listen to this. Let's start. All the problem to sheep on this problem. So what's really about this? You have all these are and you should we have all these are. So what's the selection points out there, for example? For example, seriously, and what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shavings. So what's the status of the shavings? So in much as with Sarko, if ultimately the Akim is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings up the other direction because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With Sarko, ultimately again he's doing it for himself, and he, with Shikuyaha, Mutari, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay. You know, however, with Sarkar, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So Sarkar, he has seen the Shikuyahamut. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree, ultimately, again, sorry, then the Kiyasura, the tree is still also the Shikuya Mutan, but ultimately, the shavings will be Mutan. He starts the Shifava, it's no problem, but if the smell takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Ashera tree, they would sell home, he would Shikuya ask. Whether these servers doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, you have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main water. So once again, we have to answer to the subject. Anai, they have all this problems with tablet. Why should this be any different? Right? It's not according to you. It should be no different. You don't have all these that breaks on its own. Anyway. It breaks on its own. If you open an truck, if she said it's decommissioned, it's what you and this needs to be decommissioned as well. So it's for yourself and not me. To the Rabba. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabba. What does Rabba say? So once again, Rabba is of the opinion, essentially you don't want Jews decommissioning of our desire. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'mesa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, there's no proof. Say, Yossi, but Yossi Omer, Shilton Bizarre Lua, and Makru. So what's the lecture on next Mishnah? Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in this Hashem. So what Yossi says, or say, or two Mishnahs, Shilton Bizarre Lua. If you find about the Zara, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind, or not till young, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to do this is talking about if you find out about the Zara made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. You might say, Amuno, after you answer that, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it's what you say, when you put the Amuno, you're not fair in the Pasuk says, reading, you can't retain anything. Part of our desire for your own use. But I'm not again, once again, I'm not going to ask her for selfish. Am I? the happy Cowboys becomes Mishkara Me'elaha. So once again, why? Because 23 should be fine. 28 selfish. Even if a ball reserve breaks on its own, ultimately again is decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding unit should also be a decommissioning. So we can, because even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not a voting cell of fertilizer. Restream versus Hakanami, keep the rubber. Once again, I will say keep all roads leading back to rubber. Ultimately, you is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So it's very WLC that you see our Omer, Matzik, Shulas, Darko, Velosha Chato. What's the interesting case of it? Let's see, you find the image of a dragon. And this is our next mission. Where we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, suck, take over to Havu Fatho, suck and Kisar Fatho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did he Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. You know, so on the other hand, that guy you saw Fatho, Aser, but if you saw it was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. You know, it says, I'm not. You have the Cavodas will come to Mishtagamir. Anyhow, I was saying, why should this be any different? That was the second piece. So, should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the whole desire that growth on its own. Once again, the word says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of love. So once essentially, to begin to see the theme over here, we don't want trees involved with the whole desire at all. Even with the mission on the whole desire, we just want choose to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal were committed to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work out of concern that you pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Ace faith, but you'll see, Omer, after you are supposed to be Masai Shaman, the great Shaman, there are no Sharats behind. So it's an interesting case of the earth. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also, all these understands that I see later on. Halachas in general goes out that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Is an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As for example, in the summertime, however, in the winter season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath the shade tree during the rainy season. But the answer says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you're Shanabia, you're Sharas Halam. Because what could happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. You know, I'm not going to watch falling leaves be a problem. After all, the having Kabbalah's country is not going to allow. Once again, the Shokis, falling leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And you can do it like this, an idol falls and breaks on its own. It's butter. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be butter. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which because of the shiny awesome, the Ifer Avodah still having Kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. If it endows the fallen leaf with a horizontal identity, even after it's no longer on the tree, you must well say, I'm a days, many days, 42b. The Gemara says, Shikura. What about the case is the shavings. That one right there, shade tree shaving. We care about that's what happened Mr. Once again. The primary part of the was i.e. the tree still in existence. We can tell you and that is almost like we said with Sankar, he has to issue for your family. We said that even in the case ultimately again when you're taking the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately again the shavings are better. If we were the tree online, if you should and all that stuff having the favor, then that's to do also. You also can see the reason because Bolzar can't retreat and Bolzar cannot be defeated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for you to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, that is the direction of election. Look at this website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yokono Rachel. So now I get a website. The Yokono Shortish focuses on one simple case. And a Bodhizara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Bodhizara bottle or not? The Yokono, no. Because negation of idolatry requires active negation, which is yes, because even a factor negation, right, or passive negation to ultimately work. So up until now, this entire army has been a Yochanan questioning Rishakish. Now we switch gears. Basically, someone like Yochanan, so Rishakish asked the question, on the Yochanan, here we go, Frank Shakish, when learning Gomer, as it is in school, the tree, now the tree promotes that fish. Right, the tree promotes that is in the fish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? We're learning Gomer. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created a new law. That was says. So again, Rashi says again, second Rashi, second Rashi, upload learning, first Midrabanan. So you can't get benefit, Midrabanan, Gomer. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, then it's not to you. Fine. So you know, so let's analyze. What about if the nest is on top of an Ashera tree? So same case, I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yaki's become. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And if you go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So let's listen to the Gemara. Yaakov Bakana. I'm sorry. Let's say Yaakov Bakana. Asar Hadaikha. He goes Mishpah and then 18. You can survive. Never say really interesting. Okay, so this is not interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't Kunabosa in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah tree, interesting enough, what I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Now, the Gemara says, what's it like? What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, and has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, you're going to shove them in it. It says, you can survive. The essential of it is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Kakani, Yatis Bakak. And yes, at the nest is mutter. So which one is off? This supports my assertion that breaking avodah zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately reduces the mission of the avodah zarah. You want to know how about us here? What's the case? You're going to isolate in the Alma, the case of not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the shade tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from us. Yes. They can only become gathered hectares. So again, what's the value for that? Why is it that look at the hectares trees? What happened in the hectares trees? In the hectares trees, what do you want to say about the birds? Or about the birds' nest? No nanny or about the tree. No nanny about the nest, sorry. No nanny, but no. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you did not mislead us. You know, what's on I'm the fish on the ice eats in the Alma. Super talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the bed. Right outside of the hectares tree, and how you can kind of get the hectares going on in the Lamar. So that makes sense. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to skip of the tree. But it's Midrabanan, and also for a more than the Doraisa. So there's no Midrash. Why is there no Midrash? Why is there no Midrash? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Midrash. And again, once they come up with the Mesa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectares. If this hectares ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it in the Doraisa, and it's meat you in the Doraisa. The Gemara says, whatever the Gemara is suggesting, is to be clear that halakha rights were dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectares tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectares tree, to which the Gemara said no. Necessarily. The Gemara says, you the area, talk of the Gezulim Haboyim Achani Kayasmi. So let's say maybe that. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, say in the hectares case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectares tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectares tree, then why is that nest not custom with the OS? Right? What's going on with it? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. That's what's the case over here. How come did you do? You know, well, I first. Someone says, this is a fascinating situation we'll get. When you're not just something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So what's a good example of this? A tree. I'm not just a tree. No, on Tuesday. And then 2 months later, there's all of a sudden there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectish designation? Or not? That is a macrosis. That is called giving habot in growth, which occurs after the designation. So once they would have come out over here, the bird, so I was not pushed the tree, and then again 3 months later when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growth. So then the nest out of those new growths. And therefore again, so now is the nest haggish with the kind that's an appropriate. So you know, so because Sabah ain't even be doing. And the author of this price or the author of this wish the whole the myself, the haggish designation only involved upon the trees of the existence at the time of designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to haggish. And therefore again, the nest is okay. We talk about Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, Manyak is ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean that? What does it mean that so you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That fruit, it doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us. So in both cases, because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hectic tree, either way it's us. So what's mutter, what can you get benefit from the chicks? Because when you see knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to knock on the video like that. A seven o'clock that broken, kind of become required. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as the hectic case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows from trees may be hectic or avodah. So what the case, why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chick. Or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in kind of premises wasn't into the shoes eggs. No sense. For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again, it's going to be asr. Now, let's say, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Bates and Time Bekan Aser should strengthen the Iman, the Gaza Bahan Rabban Ka'al Iman Aser. So what's the actually quite fascinating? Eggs are Aser. Why are eggs Aser? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asra. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But you might suggest that maybe in all these cases, the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because you're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Ashera tree and from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be asr. Nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are not. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an advantage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The nest is the bit. Sometimes you have some Rashi that's broken, so it's from the iman to gates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is
vine on the tree, and therefore a lot of nice on your farm. Therefore, that's how it turns out. It's basically a nest on top of the actual tree, the egg tree. Obviously, you can't scale the tree regardless. Right? That other guy rolls up and has a foot. Can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you can't get benefit from the nest because when say that the nest itself is made from the share tree or from the hectare tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah might say that is going to be mutter, right? Right, so, get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the lion young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's say, let's stop with different things, but again, let me just say the halakha. So, no, actually, let's say, we'll take tomorrow, actually, tomorrow, we'll pick up one, we'll figure shop with the halakha, and I said, look, and it's like, what are we doing that much for? Because we asking, right? And then we have to say, well, if you do your Hashem, it's adventures in Abba Gizera, Shkara, Kabirek. But it's a great day.
Second roll, second time ever. Do you know how he did? Second time ever. Pretty good. Very good. Breaking news. He is looking. He went from 0 to becoming sure pussy bump. You want to talk about a pussy bump? There's no doubt about it. Lost his virginity before the arena show. Spanish win for the arena show. And now he's just straight up pumping. That's the way it's going to ride. And he deadbolted the main receiver locked down for about how long? I can't wait to find out. And thank you so much. Another appearance by Zach Metro. You have a little notebook? Really? Where got stolen? What kind of car was it? Gorilla with the chip. There we go. And you know what? Here's
All right,
big
so let's say good morning, you get my baby $40 on this change our annual chemical response. Listen to phone number itself. Dedicating Ocean Instructions this year as its course as follows as well. Our total sponsors for the month of Av are following the total student and registration in honor of their parents' Israel Jason, Reno Jason, as we Rose's wife, and Mary of Stem Rose's wife, and the welcome. Are we the very start? Happy Joe first. With appreciation shared to the entire love for the Thailand is all of those sacrifices as well. And nation to borrow watershine by the holy sponsors for today. Nation of the outside that I get laid by the man from the American Controller. All of them shine. Tangible como all those years was gathered to the code community stuff. It's what usually represents the woman of country to be strong and the power of our police soldiers to be successful. It's all of us. Also, that has been about something a lot to do. Is that is many days. Is that Monday, we are picking up the next session on Mentality Days 41D, and we left off the theme something close to guys, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 15 turns of 25. Once again, in yesterday's that we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slump versus finding broken pieces of what we call amortization. What's the difference in those two terms? The slumbering are images. Images, maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't. So, a lot from it, so essentially you still have to be taking it off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an applicant decommission them or not? That's our side now. An applicant, and we're going to discuss this more in today's now. An applicant does have the ability to decommission that whole controller, but it has now. Again, there we have my focus. Look on the focus. Do you need active decommission or is it passive decommission? But again, we'll get that discussion later. That's our overarching method. So the real point says it has to be active decommissioning. So it says even passive decommissioning. Not to really be the idle falls over by itself and great. The opener still an idle. According to gives me something and forces it to come down into the sweet point. So say again, that's why people is the awesome. If you find something at an image, it's going to be nothing. Why is it different? Because it's a spec statement. What's the spec statement? Something number one is maybe that's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was working, maybe is so the idea for you to be back to what is our the reason why it works it does not work because a lot of people say change something makes it ultimately again is something that moves the commission doesn't go ahead and give you out the fact that the way the country was and the result. That's not a question that is maybe something was to be done. Is that true? That is something a possibility to not go ahead and change the reality. What about time? Our time? They're very interesting episodes. Publishers, we get me going with it. Let's say cover died. Cover died. And again, you can change it, ask that, special. A member of our team from South Africa, I remember he was also Drew Melgon, another member of our share. Message by email. I sent it a few days ago as uncommon. It's not really a shared definition. Not literally again a few years ago, go there and translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human even just doing the tariffs, even again, even what it's called, not necessarily like he is not going to be in a state of mutual stability, and he's also careful with swing semesters. So that's the definition of a problem. So the issue is for me to ask why so why do you call us cover? Right, covering is right. So what's the shot for that? So perhaps the soldiers like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who just searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra good. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat progress in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat. Let them sanctify in this day of ritual here. However, someone who thirsts for power so much they seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for pure, such a person who wants to endure to areas of his life he is not obligated to do so, such a person There's a threat that really emotional. That's a threat. That motherfucker says somebody wants to in their life so bad that he's willing to take on some issues in areas of regional purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that really totally shares. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the top problem. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherent to be enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Seeing knowledge, particularly something which was changes. He wants, no, after Pharaoh, he wants purity. So the word says, cover shillings, the yet is going to those. The cover guys, interesting case, cover guys, and actually guys are stuck in the basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they can hide. So the word says, even if not just understood them that way, all they're going to trust us is a fasoko, ultimately again, that they are properly taught. Because I was that. If that guy teases something, that's really something was really. There was a more than percent was this case. Here's a case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? His certainty. His certainty was they worked that out. That's for sure, right? That was anti-focus. That was why is that a bad guy? Everything starts out as anti-focus. So you have a bad guy that is anti. Something maybe the cover private is private. So what do you see here? So I see something for most of the so what do you see here? The ultimate looking at something possible that private goes ahead and improvise the bad guy that certainly was temple. So you see something once you get like that, which the verse like no. Plus some God that God that's true. That's not something to God that. That's just God that God that. God that asks me. It was the second was that God that is that was certainly was that and also God that was that he tied it. He was using the Canina Fonseca, and Zaka and Robert showing the most dollars that they were put that's what it is. Also, that's what I love. So again, interesting enough, it's fascinating. With the cover books that again, you imagine moving yourself to a level where there's no second that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, what does it mean to get to that level? But the halacha looks at me, and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Marriage does not indeed untied produce in his possession. For the moment the produce in his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no separate in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi's in Levi's glorious. You know, it's something for something food. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a something in a something house, so what does that mean? Actually, how about the emotion? Possible that the public is actually something the emotion is there anyways, yeah. However, not in other parts also, the Magnus of the most shalom, tradition, and tradition is the hand of Paris of Kilomita. As was an interesting case. The reason I a nice tiger recall. What's the tiger recall? Without being informed of the tigers now, in order for the produce to be subject to tightening obligations, there has to be what's called the ESPN balance. That it has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative dimensions. Technically speaking, if you could bring your produce here, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now there are limitations on that also. So the United States over here is giving us something that's missing to be bad. Why? Because it's
too possible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix with the common title, yeah, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to the semester's. Why? Because it's possible that will be again used in this legal loophole of bringing it through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, one second, let me stop you from the violation. So remember, you learn this question of this principle. You do not put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was any suffix motion you go back. Then you know, you have a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So you know, so really is that cool? You know what I'm saying? But I really will. I'm not really that. My interpretation also shall not happen always. Not as my solution also shall not seek after the real, but it's just the case where there was once a story of a maid servant. And what's in that? Again, we're going to this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Yeah, she says we have Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Demos. Okay, what happened? She had two neighbor about it. She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. However, we just didn't know it was common. It was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a neighbor. But the interesting thing this is also a part of it. You put a neighbor in a pit. You just in other words, in a nondescript grade. In general, that's what the halacha is. You have to carry a neighbor. You have to carry a miscarried baby. That's what do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not know. If you bury in the gravel, you do not bury in a marked grave. So the right, for two reasons, also just from a mental health perspective. It is quite healthy that Hazal is on helping preparers to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Hazal wanted it to do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happens is she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. The birth point is it. According to the law, and obviously so long happened, peeled over the pit. Now, why did the point peel over the pit? That exactly what we came up. So exactly. But also, the woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, so it could be too much labor. It could be between a guilty associated with birth. Now, the duration of Tumas labor depends on what? The girl. So the coin peeled over the pit in order to see was the neighbor, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The boy might say, listen, I want to what's the problem here? The problem is, by peeling over the pit, what can the coin essentially do? Tumas oral. Tumas oral. Remember again, Tumas oral also can be projected in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if you're let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the OL. I am the OL. So here's the point where I had to lean over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. I want to got myself with this episode is coming. The Tiarulu, the Shafuba, and Barbarism to each other. And they're retiring. They're retiring. Why are they retiring the coin? Because ultimately, again, this is a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took to miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You must was that Sahara. The back end people make up Suffolk Gallery, Suffolk Road Gallery, because Suffolk University of Nevada. Because in this case anyway. Here's the case of that guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The ship on the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What? the suffix, maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it, and yet what do you see from the art? And yet we see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Right? The suffix changes reality even in the face of the bad guy to the point that again they pass the color is not colored. The color is not colored. See, sitting there, but something can go ahead and trump a bad guy. To which the Gemara says, no, 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 what happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shishbach throwing some things that looked like the in other words, it's not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed the makeup in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a makeup being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. What's the most accurate? But that's not what it is. The Halavan is a handicap. But the Gemara said that he got the peered over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara does Hachi Kamazur to say, Liga, the Gemara says, Liga, and what did he love? In Liga. So first of all, he was looking into the place to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, about a Rita, which just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, last dafka that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. Some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the butt, see was it an AFL or not. And it's on an AFL. It wasn't AFL. Indeed, that happened. It's on an AFL later. Zafra in the paper. You see, it was a boy. So in fact, this wasn't the case of bad guy. Rather, again, this was a case of suffering. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried. Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again over the animal taking lead. Right, so what about the ladies? They're going to show from the back, girls, we see and show back at Gary. That's the reason. Once you have a place, you know, there's a food and a harvest, that there's these animals there, they definitely drags away whatever was exposed into the place. Okay? Let's say here is the catch-up. So just we'll pause on it just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of any suffering motion needed bad guy ultimately again holds. So in halacha, we accept this principle. Any suffering motion needed bad guy. So if you have two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffix, and one is a bad guy. The bad guy piece of information determines the reality. And the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves with it. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avoid desire. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also not know why. Is that that guy that this was Avodah Zarah, Suffolk maybe the Akum after decommissioned it. Decommissioned it. And if I'm going to take you to why, because the Suffolk, and maybe Akum decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the bad guy that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says, just to point out how it's, this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in Suffolk, to me, right? If you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one trip, is this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, right, we have faced so many struggles. So many struggles. But will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of the things that we suffer, it was so easy that those of us who are going to be around I'm trying to think about otherwise. He said that's so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was very touching was spoke about in the aftermath of us COVID struggles. Even with existential threat, it had hard as well. So to me that was touching because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat problem as well. It's still overwhelming, but obviously, but also he's an Eric slow. It's also a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many stages, like he's been faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? This less than a century ago. They put us in others and we guess there was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. We suffer makes me the bad guy. What? The bad guy, the response, it says, Am Yisrael is in Am Hametz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are in eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over? When even comes a difficulty, is suffering what's in the good. Suffering. What about suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many stages that are presenting themselves. So another suffering, only another suffering always arises. That's the show. The suffering makes him moving bad guy. No suffering can undermine the bad guy, the certainty of the eternality of cloudless sky. That's ultimately when the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Catholic. It's not even Muslims that they state, so it says, no, again, embedded in all of this is this Makotos to the Yokan Rishwakish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can be conditional of our desire, right? In other words, an atom to be Mevako is our desire. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Yokan says, it must be what we call active Bittul, and Rishwakish says, even passive Bittul. So let's now go back to our eighth state. Listen to this. And you also will see this in the Mishkan Iran as well. Ready? So, let's get. I'm sorry, thank you. Eighth state, lots of cabinets, yeah, thank you. Lots of cabinets, it's right now, how it last year. So let's go back to Mishkan. What did Mishkan say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's also, so the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. So it says, Amai, why is that? So I say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is the construct and Restream. So you're not going to ask for Restream. Restream, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Restream, once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an atom doesn't worship an idol. Like that, you know, again, once you're over Restream's logic, I don't. If you care to save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? It's you know, you know, change much more. They're not, I mean, they're not the only out the season. So this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the head in the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word. But it's full type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, you know, there's another passion. Only become about travel. It's become so other stuff. I mean, it's very special. We'll see more of this later. And the ritual having to be your background is only about the Zara. You also look again, you have all the Zara of this. Meaning, any Arhum can ultimately you again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it is idolatry that he worships or someone else is idolatry. However, the Yisrael, Eino Rebata Bodas Pachansha Abu Khabib. Yes, it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. You know, actually, excuse me, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Let's say it's not fascinating. And so, Ovid Kochavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So we do it. So I say, so I'm not. So how do you that bonus comes from starting with that? Well, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to instructions, you, according to that, should work. I'm Rabbi Shepascha. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael dented the Ovid Covenant. So it's an interesting what my suggestion is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting with the entire item still intact doesn't decommission. One second. Ipascha, Ma'ari, Matnan, Pascha, Apapushin, Pascha, Matlan. That's not true, right? But again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again, all the idolatrous material is still present, look here again, you have all these others, but how do you read the Pascha of the Quran? Our Pascha is so robust, but ultimately, that's right. It's an absolute who goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that would be but if you so dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So much as Rabbi, and Rabbi says, you know what? Because he was trying to about that, this is very important to God. So this is like this. In reality, even when you throw dents the Avodah it goes in the case. In other words, it looks like denting really is an act of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still dents it, it's okay. So what's this? Is why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. There's Ella, Zera. There's a zero. What's the zero? You don't know man, but you have a hard to what's the issue? In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate and have all these other. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right, getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dunk it afterwards, what's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's an active Hajbar. What does Hajbar do? Hajbar acquires. Once he acquires it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael, the Avodah Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael, Eina B'Teila Li'Olam. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. Now, let's say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on Moon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to take so I'm thinking on Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't do the backwards, you can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do you Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Several mentioned Easter, Hakim Shahid Yavonim and Amakolis, the people behind Drucken, Utah. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll go back to it. Precious house. Akum, Shahid Yavonim and Amakolis, listen to this. So let's say an Akum who brought stones from Marketplace, right? What's Marketplace? Marketplace is the Avodah Zarah, that essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marketplace, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tartios Mutalis. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's Mutalis? The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, Halacha is actively decommissioning them. We're using them for mundane use. It's also we have an access to people and dropping the Tartios Hasilas. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and brings it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get turned off because it's Avodah Zarah. I'm not even merciful. Why is that? So why do we say it's Turkish? So you're going to ask it's Turkish. It's Turkish. Why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to you, it's Turkish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. Jewish Gemara says, no, how can I keep the Rabbah? So it's just as Rabbah said before. Rabbah said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if we ever actually use the other. Says he knows the cash on all big Kocham, Shishifa, Avonis Kocham, Sanakol. So listen to this. This side. All big Kocham, Shishifa, Avonis Kocham. Supposed to be able to watch the channel of Avodah Zarah. and you shade the areas out. So what's the selection for example, an shade tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shade tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So much as with charcoal, if ultimately the alchemy is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the aborigine because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With charcoal, ultimately he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shikuyaha Mutari, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the aborigine tree for the Akin's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the aborigine. Okay, you know, says, however, it's wrong if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's called Kiyasura Ishikuya Hamuta. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree, ultimately, again, sorry, the Kiyasura, the tree is still also, the Shikuya Hamuta, but ultimately the shavings will be muta. The straw should follow us for color, but if the straw takes shavings, right, there's pieces off of the shade tree, then it's called, he the Shikuya Asu. Whether the straw is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, the apple, the zara, the tree itself, and the shavings remain water. So once again, I'll be open to answers to publish. Anai, they have these type of this book on the stability. Why should this be any different? Right? It's such funny to you. It should be no different than on a whole design that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, we open on breaks up, it's just saying, commission. So simply what we're in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. You want to talk about it? Figure out about. So once again, we keep on digging up. What is love? So once again, love is of the opinion. Essentially, you don't want to choose decommissioning of a desire. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? When halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, there's no Ace said, Ace said, the Nielsen were shorting the Zohar or not to that. So what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that I'm going to see next Hashem. So we have Nielsen's guys that say, or huge guys who have, shorting the Zohar. If you find about the Zohar, alright, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind, or not feeling young, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to see this is talking about if you find that about the Zohar made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. She says, undergo, actually, I says, yeah, well, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, because then what should happen? It can become fertilizer. Choose what says, you see, well, you trust me up from the river. You're not feeling it. Plus, it says, really, you can't retain any part of a desire for your own use. And I said, but I'm not going to, once again, if you're going to ask me selfish, I'm not. The heavy type of this becomes Mishkaba Me'eleha, but once again, why? Because pretty people should be fine. Even if a desire breaks on its own, ultimately again, it's decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding that should also be a decommissioning. So who cares, even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not a desire fertilizer. So it's very much talking on you to the Rabbah. Once again, I'm going to say we keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. But again, was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. It's a slave. You'll see that you see it on that much less battle. The Rosh Hashanah was an interesting case of it. So you find the image of a dragon. And this is our next mission. Yeah, so we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Sophic Obrikokon Fatko, Sophic Israel Fatko, Mutter, so if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right, or did an Akum? This Mutter, you want to go on the other hand, Dada Israel Fatko, us. But if you saw is one cut off the head, it's also, much as I'm not. Hi. Hardly have all this the funds this time in the area. Why should this be anything different? There was a supplements. So I should be able to have the case ultimately again of a whole desire to grow on its own. Finally to the level. Once again, you guys are concerned ultimately again about the concern of love. It's almost like essentially to begin to see the theme over here. We don't want to involve the at all. Even with the mission that I want, we just want to choose to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal was not to the point that even the definition of the Jew doesn't work out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create it. The problem is going forward. Instead, but you'll see Omer, afterward, you love those two Moshe Shamir, the Great Shamir, you know, Sharetz behind. So it's an interesting piece of the earth. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also over the Jewish that we'll see later on. Halacha is in general about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Under a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. But Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes and the Riyah was Sheretz Alehi. Is what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as a fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So much, I'm not out there watching falling leaves be a problem. After all, so how many times once again, in Turkish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen items. Everybody here in Turkish, if an item falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled, chilling upon the puddle. Pfizer, which was a shiny hot sun, the Ikra of other stuff has in Kayanis. No, the piece of the fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole desire identity, even after it's no longer on it. Tree, you must well say other days, no days, 42b. You might. It says I, Vaha, Shipuya. What about the shavings? That one right there, Asherah tree shavings. We can have all that stuff having pioneers for once again. The primary part of the other is i.e. the tree is still in existence. We can tell you in that case on both sides. We said with Sarfal, Kiasur, the Shipuya. And we said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. The figure with the Shua Amar, the Fishain, Avodas Kochavim, the Tela, Derech Gidelos. Ultimately, also for the simple reason because of the desire, you can't reduce it, or the desire cannot be negated. Really, this function in its normal, natural way. So, sit. It is normal for leaves to fall off trees. act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes it. You know, it says, Ace, they will show me what show you up on this website. So now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Shlakish. So now we're going to website. Nachon to Yochanan Shlakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires action. With negation, there's Shlakish, yes, because even the fact for negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. They switch from the Rabbi Yochanan. So Rish Lakish asked the question, and Rabbi Yochanan really go. Essentially, so you know, she had fish. Well, now you're going to know. It's what you're thinking. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to that fish, right? The tree belongs to the fish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Your nest in Bolomor. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. That was says so again. Rashi says what we were saying. Rashi second one from the top low down. That's with Rabban. So you can't get benefit. There's Rabban on it. Bolomor. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to be fine. So you must let's analyze. Therefore, Rosh Hashanah. What about if the nest is on the top of the machine? The same thing. I have an Asherah tree, and on top of the Asherah tree is a bird tree. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yakiz Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and then you go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, it says Yakiz Bakana. I'm sorry. Reflection Yakiz Bakana. Hasan Raikha. You should probably let it see you can survive. I don't say anything. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, let's say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So if you have all those other trees, just enough, what can I do? Just take the and someone knocked down the nest and get back on the nest. Now, you might say, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? What do you see here? That once a broken Sarah breaks, right? When it has not been actively broken, it's decommission. So the Gemara says, Kasara, you don't just shut on the minute 18, you can survive. The assumption over here is that the third is building his nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Chapani, Yakiz Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's what it's all. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. No. Papa, let's hear what's the case. You go to the isolates in the Alma, it can separate. Well, not necessarily. Let's not say how birds make nests. Birds make nests
Any of that shit, anybody who works on it, like,
Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the shade tree. They gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can tell me that we hectares. So once I saw again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? The hectares case was what do you want to say about the birds? About the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No net about the nest. Sorry. No nanning, no more. So again, you can't get, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you feel you do not commit to so let's analyze this. The beschreiben the ICH in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare, and ready to kind of get the hectare going in the Lamar. So then it makes sense. No matter the Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also to learn more than midoraisa. It is no mi'ilah. Why is it no mi'ilah? Why is it no mi'ilah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to mi'ilah. Already, I'm Shaba into the piece of a hand, and my more than half of the sheep. And again, once I come up on a mesa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectare tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectare. It is hectare ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Doraisa, and it's Mukil of the Doraisa. You know what it says? So whatever we are suggesting is need to be clear that halakha lines will give you both cases. In the Asherah tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, oh, so let's maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, I understand that. In Hector's case, is that the bird is making its nest from the Hector's tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hector's tree, then why is that nest not us in the dollars? Right? What's going on in here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So I was saying, this is a fascinating studio which we'll get to. When you're not push something, right? So obviously the item, but the item as it is hectic. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectic as well? So what's a good example of this? A tree. I'm not fishing tree. You know, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's all Hashem, these branches, these growths. Are those new branches the growth subject to the hectic designation or not? That is in my focus. That is called Gibulin Hagoim Lachan. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the next thing we're talking about over here is the bird. So I was not pushed the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when 3 branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest like this. That's what I call it. Because summer,
Anything you love to do, and the author of this price and author of this issue. Behold, the Allah Ta'ala, the head fish designation only revolves upon the tree that is different at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to my wish, and therefore again the nest is mutter. Rabbi my yak is ultimately what does it mean? Rabbi doesn't mean that. What does it mean when it says not the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That first one, it doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hektish. Either way, it's us. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from the chicks? But when you say knock down the nest, that means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest is a word, you have to learn about the hufa, a seven of that frozen. The kind of power. And you can find out the oceans and books to the Ashira piece as well as the hektish piece. So both of the pieces ultimately ever have. You can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows in the trees will be hektish or Zara. So what they just down the nest, not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks, or for the edges inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The gates in kind of stress. Let's listen to the English. Apologize. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. And what's the why? Are these eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The gates in kind of and also, should treat them with Ivan, the Gaza behind Rabban and Ta'awi. So that's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs leave the nest. The nest leaves the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halakha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be asras. Isn't it fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. So if you were suggesting, maybe in all these cases the nest is us. Why is it Nasser? Because you're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Ashera tree, from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the Brexit says, take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs leave the nest and the nest leaves the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and if our local racing, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. So the reason that comes from Rashi, that frozen shetzich on the imar debates and double. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha is going to make our nice. Therefore, once that turns out, over here, in this case of the nest on top of the Ashera tree, the egg tree, the eggs you can't steal the tree regardless.
What if you're posting like 255? Oh, do I need to get benefit?
But can you benefit from independent chicks? Independent chicks. Right? I love when I said daddy's going to be winter. Yeah, benefit from independent young birds, right? Or alternatively, but which you can't get benefits from is the eggs or from the remaining young, because those are considered to be dependent on the experience of the website. We'll stop over this later. Again, let me just say the halach l'maisa. So, no, actually, one second. Yeah, all right, we'll do tomorrow, Sudaria. Tomorrow, we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halach l'maisa. Like, what are we doing that, my folks? What are we asking, right? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem. Adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkaya, everyone. Right. Everyone's have a great day.
She just straight up. She clearly should have some time like this. I was in college, this black guy, man, she had that titties. She had a little bit of hair. I was like, when he said things, she had a little bit of hair. And I was like, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no hair on the chin.
All right, so let's say good morning,
What are you talking about? That was the first time I read this black woman. She had the hottest body I've ever seen. She was so beautiful. And I remember being like, man, she just, she was different. Culture was different. She was wasn't it, man. It was like the original picture. Yeah. She was a girl from DC. No, actually. But I remember just like, that is facial hair was so she's get rid of
we can thank you all of our sponsors for this morning shoot. It's paying our annual comic response. Israel, dedicating Obishim Drushos this year as its choice. As well. Our total sponsors for the month of Av are following the Soda Stephen and Lindsay Tracy, in honor of their parents Israel Tracy and Tina Tracy, as they wrote flight in memory of Stanley Rose's wife from the Ruffle. Our sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch with appreciation share the entire below sacrifice and Moshe and Deborah were the time of that really sponsor. So today, Moshe and the say that Maria lays on the planet of this. From Torah, all of the shows have no meaning.
It's safe to say she never once
Challenging us from all of this movie for 7 little cold police well. The proposition message in the home hour messages to show them and to close allow our home soldiers to be successful in all of us. We'll see that but as it's about to show you a lot to do today. Today's staff is days. Today's staff is days. We have the next on and then all of the days according to one of these. We left off the ear something most of the guiders is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. That's the again. Yesterday's afternoon, finding broken pieces of what we call slugging versus finding broken pieces of what we call zara. What's the difference between those two terms? Slugging are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zara, essentially, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Give an acronym decommission then or not. That's not bad now. An acronym, and we're going to discuss this more in today's stuff. An acronym does have the ability to decommission. But it has now again. Then we have my focus looking at focus. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive?
But again, we'll get back to that. That's our overarching message from here. And the opener says it has to be active conditioning, which like says even passive conditioning, not community if the idol falls over by itself. And right, the opener, still an idol, according to the instruction of the idolatry. So say again, that's like
where the skin is so you can do some of these things.
Why is it because it's disgusting? What's disgusting? Well, subject number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. Number two, again, even if it was worship, maybe it is so the idea for jumping back to what we saw before the second. Again, sorrow. It does not work. So you say, seeing something mostly looking back. Ultimately, again, is something that we, something that we, condition doesn't go ahead and take you out from the fact that he was a homosexual. Not even questions. That is maybe something most of you do not get. Is that true? That is something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality with facing certainty? What about Father Valentine? You are very interested. You actually saw this. Cover shimmies, the Megurim Leoperas. So say Chaver died. Chaver died. And again, we change it, special ceremony to a member of our shira from South Africa, by the name of Piazal Tzidla, was just Zeldam, another member of our shira in Toronto. So yeah, not just use this so he messaged me via called I changed this in Clubber a few years ago as
I did it for like 6 months before I got the show.
puzzle. The truth is, it's not really Rashi, whoever against 2 days ago, was that translate Clubber as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumei Tara, even eats his food with Tara. Even eats his food with Tara. So even again, even what I call not a sanctified food, he is not to keep in a state of ritual purity. And he's also careful with transgressors. So that's the mission of a color. So for me, that's what. So I call a cover. I cover means means a friend. You can watch what's the chat. So I see so this like this. This is a cover. Cover is someone who just looking searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. Women, you don't have these. In a state of power. You're not obligated to eat an unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Cover is someone who thirsts for power so much that he's seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity into areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the That's a friend. That was Baruch who says, somebody wants in their life so bad that is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity. That is power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. Explain that's what you can. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level of the spectrum. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, it's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. He managed to put upon himself additional freedoms and because he wants help, not the power. He wants security. So the word says, clever shades, and yet we go with this. So cover dice, interesting case, cover dice, and I think that's just something is that what's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they can time. And the word says, even if not mission just harvesting them that day, part of him the trespassing to funny. This is a Hasaka, ultimately again that they are properly targeted. Versus I was that for how if that activity something that's real. Something was real. There was a body, let's say was a case. Here's a case of a bad day. What's the bad day? What's the bad day? The certainty. The certainty was they worked heavily. That's for sure, right? That was untyped produce. They'll say, why is that a bad day? Because everything starts out as untyped produce. So you have the fact that they untyped, something maybe the covered you type it, maybe you didn't type it. What do you see here? They have also something who mostly you did that day. And what do you see here? The ultimate person is something possible that the target goes ahead and override the guy that it certainly was set up. So you see something close to you did that day. Which the Gemara says no. Hasam Gada Gada. That's not true. That's not something Gada. That's a Gada Gada. Supposed to be. The Gada Asri. The Gemara says the same is Stella. Gada is Stella. Certainly is Stella. And also Gada that was that we typed it. The Gemara says that we can. إذا خبز رجل الخبز الزبط الخبز الموتي دور الشهير والفكر بتاعت أصلا بص الأسفل So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover looks like again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffer that you've done the right. You have to understand, so what does it mean to get to that level? Rachel looks at me and Rachel says, this guy continues to do the right thing. Our Chamer does not bring the untied produce in his possession. When the moment it comes into his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy, there's only that guy and that. That's incredible. Levi says another possibility is, it says suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix. How so? What does that mean? F sharp, the other to the Moshia. Possible. Although the Chabad invests in himself like the Moshia, that's the other Moshia. The other, Na'avim Adam Al-Tvira. So, the Mahnis of the Motz Shalom, Kiddush, Kiddush, Behemta, or Paras of Torah. So, as well as an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without being all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called riyah. It has to be a bias, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically,
It's my example. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, he's reading this something that's I said you did not that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the Prophet ties it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to Tunis and Esrus. Why? Because it's possible that literally again used this through the loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there is something more from the so remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix mose midday tata. Right? It also you get a possibility to not change the reality of his certainty. Of the certainty. So what I say really is that you know what I said, but I knew you were I'm ready. The nights of the ship vessel shall announce couple Mondays. Not as much so the ship vessel shall not seek after on daily road. Very interesting case where there was what? It's a story of a maid servant. So now again, I'm going to this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Yeah, she says that we have Gabra I'm not being so very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happens? She had two nickel about it. She had this carriage. She had this carriage. And I was like, interesting enough, it was funny. It was coming that she had a woman had this carriage. You have to carry and you don't. But the interesting about it is, it just look at you put a leaf up in a okay, you just in the language, the basket in general. Also, the halacha is you have to bury a leaf, you have to bury a miscarried baby. Tafkot do not bury into the mark. You do not do that. To bury the devil is not bury the mark. For the life, for reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is healthy, the healthy is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal what? There to be between, in that was there to be an ongoing life lost. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a place. It both claims to hit it. According to the law, now this is so what it has. And here over the pit. Now why did it claim to? Over the pit. Later in soccer in the two top. See that? Asking for help. They're going to give us a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage. And depending on when the miscarriage occurred, so it could be too much. It could be between the dirty associated birth. Now, you do. The issue of Tumas Liga depends on what? Boy or girl. So the code peers over the pit in order to see was the name I guess it was developed or not. To see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Before my significant listen, what's the problem with that? The problem is by peering over the pit, what would the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha. Well, it can be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a niece, or you could be the roof over the base. So technically speaking, there's a corpse. Let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky. But I lean over the corpse. I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the pointing ahead and leaned over the pit to see if what they'll go. All that. You go, I said, this episode came from coming. The TLU, the picture. We got the barbarism too. And they're retired. They're retired. Why they retired the point? Which ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Mas one second. Without the kilometer, something low, something low, because I see something you will see. Here's the case of Badai. What's the Badai? The ship called the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the grave. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took him, maybe the animal didn't take. And yet, what do we see from there? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Badai. Right? The suffix changing the reality even in the face of the Badai to the point that again, the constant, the coin is not Tame. The coin is not Tame. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump the Badai. So the Gemara says, no, look. It says no. What happens here is the coin sees the shifra growing something that looked like the Nefal. In other words, it's not a Badai that she miscarried and placed the Nefal in the bar. Rather, again, she saw what appeared to be a Nefal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. Whereas one second, but that's not what it's in. Okay, you gave a hope. But the Gemara said that he got the pure oil in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which the Gemara says, how to conjure. He's to say, Reda, you must say, Reda, in what did you love? In Reda. So first of all, we were looking to look at to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or is it about to look at it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body? In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was something else. So now we've discharged. So first of all, looking over the butt, see, was it an Nefal or not? If it's a Nefal, and if it was a Nefal, then did that. If it's a Nefal or Tiva, Reza and Zafra in the Tiva, to see if it was a Butterfly. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, that maybe the animal took it away. You might say that the possibility is. So the Bible, we're seeing it, Sean, not that guy. The other possibility is no. Once you have a place, we know there's a full gun of Bibles that these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the place. Okay? So there's a slave, so there's the kasha. So just we'll pause over it just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Something holds in the big bag. There are two what we call two pieces. Pieces of information in front of you. One is a second, and what's
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that was that an opera to this?
Is a Vadai. The Vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why we're saying just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an Israel image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece, can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I would not have that this was Avodah Zarah. Second, maybe the Akum actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I'm going to take you to why this is this. Something for maybe the Akum decommissioned it, doesn't change the act of the bad guy that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. And as I said, just to point out how powerful this is so is at a graphic level as well. Because in something multimedia guide, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. Like, will we survive? Is this an existence? There's such a threat. You know, all of the sources, it was so interesting that those of us who look at the video on Shabbos every day as well, otherwise, he said that there's so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th. Even an existential threat. The Kakari stuff. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about this stuff. It's been scary, it's overwhelming, but obviously the rest of us doesn't. So it takes on maybe different things. Over the years, over the centuries, it's been very circus. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, let's say you gave bad guy. What's the bad guy? The response he said, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNitzchim. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over in times of difficulty? It's suffering what's needed. Suffering. Whether that suffering is the colonials, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many spaces that are presenting themselves. So the whole another suffix, origin are linear with Carlos, another suffix always arises. Arrest the ship. Suffix multi-negate bad. No suffix can undermine the bad, the certainty of the eternality of God's love. That's ultimately again the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Practically, as well as confidence. Not as much as that. So says, no, again, embedded in all of this is this methodology of the Yohan and Zockish. So here's what I know. And again, we'll talk about this more in just a few moments. You can Shmiya Vodizara, right? That is an action to be the back of this Avodizara. The Shaila is, how does he do it? But Yochanan says, it must be what we call active control, and the Shulchan says, even passive control works. That was now going back to from so the shop I later is this. And also the cities in which one as well. No, sorry. That's it. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a time this guy quite quickly.
So I guess that just goes as far as saying that it would be very difficult for the league.
Lots of time inside the time. This guy goes, hey, it was you. So that's
so this just is not a
what the mission say. If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's awesome. It's awesome. So the Gemara says, "Nothing shekiyotsu behind that." Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, "Amai." Why is that? Hashvarim. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rishlokish. You will openly ask on Rishlokish. Rishlokish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rishlokish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or whether the idol broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's the old Rishlokish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Which is, the Gemara says, no, change your shmuel, but not, I need it, but not the only part of the sisa. So this one again is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand in the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-substitute is the wrong word. But it's own type of idolatry. Okay, case right, Gemara is never. Actually, from the Rafa, from Shalom, it's not Panero, it's very special. The illegal party to be the battle is on the Bodhizara.
Yeah, because
The ultimate getting a Bodhizara at the stress. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and by definition any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, he is so in or without my bonus for cancer of the trouble. It was actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. In order to cover, actually, Israel does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So an open Kohanim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Israel has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So we do Israel says, so I'm not. So I need the hardest country starting right now. Why is that? What about it? These are idolatry that just breaks on its own. That clearly, again, according to Rishlokish, you according to that should work. I'm not dying. What's the case over there? The case over here is where the Israel then did the open Kohanim. What's interesting enough with the Russian suggestion is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Let's see what's happening. Keep us off. My hobby, Montreal, Paspa, Apapushiro, Paspa, Batla. That's not true, Gordon. But again, if you dent an idolatry, even though, again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately, again, the avodah is bottled. Hungry because of the product of our husband, so ultimately, the rest right. So if the Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you still dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. And that's a rubber on another rubber says, Yola, because the son of the Muslim, you don't quite do that. So this is a in reality, even when you smell dense the avodah the children of the Zohar will say, denting means an actual form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So, really, even if you still don't say it's okay. So what's the issue? So why does Chazal came down to them to listen to this? Verse Ella, Sira is so what's the Sira? Doma man below having the right law. So here's the issue. Alan and Yisrael has the power of moving. Right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say what are we concerned about? Is to this. We're concerned that what is Esau going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, I will say, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael. The Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael Eina v'Keila li'ofa. So let's say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. Now let's say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on noon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's happening over here? Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission? Good. He can break it, he can bend it, but Chazal said the decommission of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to take it out. That people are about to Avodah Zarah considered. You have to, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. I will get into that, but he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he is found away, once he goes ahead and he acquires it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be, you can't be made possible. You can't be commissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, when we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah, how do I ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can get right into it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Everybody knows it this way. I'm usually the Avodah Zarah is just we talk about hand and roughly, which I feel. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here. Okay, we'll talk about this. Here's this house. Akul, should we get on the market? Listen to this. Let's get an Akul who brought stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an alchemy takes stones from Narcos, and what does he do? He keep up ahead, dropping the Tartios Mutalis. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's that about? The stones are mutter. Why the stones mutter? Because again, Allah on the right side, he's actively decommissioning them for use, even for a mundane use. The social media about the Matas, the people and the from the Tartios, Asilos. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and builds it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get them out because it's about the Torah. I'm not even much about what is that? The Hadi Kabbalah, let's go find so why do we say it? So again, that's what you're going to ask me in Shortish. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than a Zara that broke on its own? When it comes to Shortish, a Zara that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. He says, no, Hanan keep the Rama. The one thing just as Rama said before. Rama said essentially, a Jew can't decommission of a Zara. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's a Zara owned by a Jew. And once that Zara owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if we ever actually use the other. Gemara is the kasha. All big compound shishlipa avos compound tzarchon. So it isn't. Yes, sir. All big compound shishlipa avos comes. What's the way you're watching? Then the body zara. When you shave it, we have all these out. So we'll say so. That she points out to them, for example, a shave. And I shave a tree, right? And what do? I go in take shavings off of the shave tree. So what's the status of the shavings? In verses with Sarko, if ultimately the alchemist is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avalujah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With Sarko, ultimately he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shikuyaha Mutarish, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avalujah tree for his own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avalujah. Okay? However, with Sarko, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarko, Yasuya, the Shikuya, when you tell it ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then Yasura. The tree is still usher, the Shikuya we talk about ultimately the shavings will be usher. These straws, the sheep father is still coming, but if you still take the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the tree, they would Sarko, keep the Shikuya. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again we have all the Zara. Tree itself and the shavings remain water. So what's going to be up in us? The subject, Anai, Adi Kabonis Kofanis Nistabim. Why should this be any different? Right? The church according to you. It should be no different than an old design of breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open eye breaks up, and she said it's decommissioned. It's ultimately in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the US not me, keep the rabba. So those are once So you keep on bringing up rubber. What is rubber? So someone said, rubber is not the thing. Essentially, you don't want to decommission the rubber Zara. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring and therefore again it can never be, there's no person. They said, you'll see. They say, the real silver, shofet kizor l'rach. So this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in Yetz Hashem. So the Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or two Mishnahs from that, shofet kizor l'rach. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, not Tiriyan. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. They will say, we're going to think this is something that if you find that Avodah Zarah made of metal, so grind it up, scatter it, let it scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amullah, ask it. You can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, you don't know what going to happen. You become fertilizer. Gemara says, you see, when you but you have to come with you not say the process. Process says, really, you change it to any part of the Avodah Zarah for your own use. And I said, but I'm not doing this. Once again, you're going to ask for a shortish command. The habit happens becomes Mishtabah Me'ilahar, but once again, why? So it's 22 is in front, 22 is shortish, even if the Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding that should also be a decommissioning. So who cares, even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a Avodah Zarah fertilizer. Who's famous Hakanami, Kibirabah. Once you're going to say you keep all those people back to rubber, ultimately it is concerned the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up. First acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it can decommission. They say that we will see that you can see it, and then once it's Yastigato, the Rosh Hashanah, it's supposed to be let's see, find the image of a dragon. And this is our next Mishnah. Like, so we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Sopek Obiko Kavik Sopek Kisol Kavik Mutter. So if I'm not sure, you're a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or it's Mutter. It's Mutter. You want to go on the other hand, Gaza Yisrael Kavik awesome. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's awesome. You want to say Zamai. Die Heilige Avodas bekommt zustande Me'ilahar. I understand why should this be anything but the sufferings. So why should be anything but the case ultimately again of Avodah Zarah that grow on its own. Hachanami Kibirabah. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about concerned for us. Someone say, essentially, you can see the people here. We don't want Jews involved with Avodah Zarah, even with the issue of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If it has out to the point that even the decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. This way, that you see on there, if they shine it, no shines behind. What's an interesting piece of that? So this halacha makes the following case. We're going to see this also. All these understands that I see later on. Halacha is in general looks like that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath on a shade tree. Is it a shade tree? So During the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. As we very careful in the summertime, however, excuse me, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the grower wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation and leaving a shade tree during the rainy season. But the MC says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If there's Shanabia, Lashelas Amen. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not going to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, have all this country stuff in there now. Once again, it's forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen objects. By the continuous publish, an idol falls and breaks on its own. It's bottle. So to a leaf falls off of the tree, it should something bottle, surely I'm a fertilizer, which means it's going to shine. Also, the acre of all that's going to happen, no, in the case of the pork, why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole specialized identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might well say, other days, 3 days, in days 42 to be. You might say, Shibuya. What about the case for shavings? That would like the shade shavings. We care about that stuff up in Kayamas, but once again, the primary part of it was i.e. the tree still existing. In fact, in that case, of course, I said it's our heart. He has to Shibuya Mutayo. We said that even in the case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding tree for the benefit of the tree remains us. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. Moving to the tree online, if you shave. Somebody else got covering the clean law, they have to do that. Ultimately, also, the simple reason because I don't hold the zone, you can't negate it as only hold zone and not be negated. Really, it's functioning in its normal, natural way. So, since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act can not create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it says, today we'll show the left, show the upper of this website. So, until now, all of these questions have been from the real color, great Scottish. So, we're going to go say, now, for the real color Scottish, this is on one simple case. And I hope the Zara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah bottle or not? The real color, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Great Scottish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? What passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire argument has been a opener questioning the Scottish. Now we switch gears. A switch from the opener to the Scottish. As the fashion on the opener, here we go. Time to show you the Scottish. So now you know what's the case here. If you have a tree, the tree belongs to catfish, right? The tree belongs to its flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's halacha? We're learning you really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not created evil. That was I saw again. Yeah. She says over here, second left from the top corner. That's what Java. So you can't get benefit with that one on. But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not really fine. So you know, it's like analyzed. But for Ashira, what about if the nest is on top of an Ashira tree? The same case. I have an Ashira tree, on the top of the Ashira tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from bird's nest, so what can I do? Yacht is the color. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest, ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So let's say somebody else say, Yacht is the color. It's actually Yacht is the color. That's not what I thought. You know, you put it there, it's in the so I know that's what it's interesting. Okay, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't it's like in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the next, right? Because climbing the tree is uses of the tree. But what you have all the it's actually interesting enough what I do. Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get up on the nest. Now, the man says, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is that the nest on the Ashira tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashira tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scare the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashira tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? That once a broken sorrow breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, you don't just shove on the eights, you can survive. The assumption over there is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. But Hakani, Yacht is Bakana, and yet the nest is Mutter. So the Gemara says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. However, what's the case? If you go into isolates in the Alma, it kills somebody, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. In other words, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So these are really good units of comfortable in the shade trees, but it cannot gather the materials or the nest from the shade tree. Rather than gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have this tiny gathering hectares. So again, what's the lie of it? Right? Look at the hectares trees. What happened in the hectares trees? And the hectares trees, what do you want to say about the birds? Or about the bird's nest? No nanny or about the tree. No nanny, not the nest, sorry. No nanny or no. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you do not so let's analyze this. On the Kushava the ice. See, it's in the Alma. See, we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest open. They have materials in the belt, right outside of the hectares tree, and 100% got the hectares from the end of the law. So then we accept no nanny is that one. So the Chazal says, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's a tax. To a hectares tree, and you can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's Rabbanon, and also for the more than the Raisa. But there's no why is it no Mila? Why is it no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself was not subject. Mila, the army to shove it into the middle of the piece of a hand, and my more how could you shoot? Once I come up on the Raisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree. So that means again, if
This nest is made from bricks from the hagfish tree. So what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hagfish. If it's hagfish, ultimately again, and you're not allowed to benefit from it, the daraisa, and it's the daraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it's not to be clear that halakha lines was in both cases, in the Yashira tree and in the hagfish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Yashira tree and not from the hagfish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, the area, halakha b'gidulin haboyin ha'achali kalas. Oh, so let's say maybe that. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or just say in the hagfish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hagfish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hagfish tree, then why is that nest not us from the dollars? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Next, what's the case over here? Not yet. How come we do about the Akar test? Shabbat says, this is a fascinating story which we'll get to. When you're not fish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hagfish. What about it? That item grows things afterwards. Are those subsequent growths considered to be hagfish as well? So let's make an example of this. A tree. I'm not dish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hagfish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin growth which occurs after the designation. So the words they would turn out over here is the verb. So I was not fish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when the branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had meat. The nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hagfish. It depends. That's an machlokes. You might see the Kassavar, and you give it a good and the author of this price or author of this Mishnah Hole. The hagfish designation only involves the public tree that's in existence at the time of the destination. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagfish, and therefore, again, the nest is muktzah. Because and the open on my yacht is ultimately, what is it mean? Yeah, what does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from it? Yes? Yeah, broken. It doesn't mean the nest to be
Aren't they great, everybody? It's a great deep
the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us as whole person because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hagfish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what's what can you get benefit from? The chicks. And when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. But not that a seven o'clock broken, the kind of part. And you can call it both pieces. The Shira piece, as well as the hagfish piece. It wasn't saying both of the pieces ultimately have the arms. You can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hagfish tree or the nest is being made from the Shira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be things that ever grows from trees, maybe hagfish or themselves. So what is this? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not
the nest filter of a double was for the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that would be what. So that would be what the basin and the process. What's the sense of the shoes eyes? You know what I'm saying? For the chicks, it's going to be butter, but for the eggs, ultimately, it's going to be usher. I was saying, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim Chandakar usher should sweeten the Iman, the Gaza behind the Baran Ka'al usher. So that's actually quite fascinating. So eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asrash. So what's isn't fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over there. But we might suggest that maybe in all these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the actual tree or from the head. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are not tight, but the eggs may be problematic, right? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, so the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore, the egg is considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you get benefit ultimately from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. And the nurses, the Beitzim Chandakar from Rashi, that broken should switch on the iman to Beitzim Chandakar. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs. Right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa and therefore not. So therefore also it turns out that over here with the stakes of the nest on top of the asher tree and the tree, you obviously can't scale between the darkness. So by the other what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you can't get benefit from the nest because the nest itself is made from the asher tree or from the husband tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks. Right? Halacha l'maisa, that is going to be what's that? Dependent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So look, actually, what's that? We'll do tomorrow. We'll pick up, we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa of the what are we doing that now for? What are we asking her? I'm going to let Hashem with the freedom. Hashem, adventures in Rabbi Gizara. Right, everyone's another great day.
And this is the great Jake Shields here just to make sure that in this day and age, if anybody tries to fucking Will Smith me, now I invite UFC fighters to the show. Goddamn right, you talk shit to this guy, he's gonna beat the shit out of you, everybody. So just laugh at his jokes and play along, everybody. A bunch of people signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds here today. If I put one of their names out of this bucket, I've been taking 60 seconds. You know, there are times I would hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they're going to bring out the ambulance while they're there. Which is just really loud and annoying. And then I talk to them and ask them questions about their life, and we find out more about them. And everything is completely improvised and wild. You guys ready to do this shit, huh? All right, to start tonight's show, we have a few regulars on this show. He's been a part of the show since the beginning, where some people, very chosen few, have the hard job of writing and performing a random minute every single week, pretty much impossible in the stand-up comedy world. But these guys managed to do it. This first guy, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, just one of the best out there, fresh out Doing arenas with Joe Rogan. This is a new minute from the great on Skip. Yes, it has begun. I don't like how the first thing that people tell me is their name, because now I have to remember their name for the entire conversation on the off chance that it's interesting. Why do you tell me your name at the end so everybody
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
Traditional Christians have the footprints poem in their house. That poem is about Jesus carrying a dude on the beach.
For this morning to thank our annual chemical response to the listeners from America itself. We're dedicating all the students Gospels this year as a support. So as follows and be strong. Our chemical sponsors for the month of Av are Bob and Reporter Stephen and Wendy Tracy, in honor of their parents Israel Tracy, Dina Tracy, happy Moses' wife, and memory of Stanley Rose's wife, Julia Rocco. Our recommendations such as Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Europe for the Hallelujah and the Swiss Catholic and with all of those sacrifices to Cloud Israel. And mentioning the Goro Wordishman, I've got many sponsors for today. Mentioning the website of how you relate the event for the American Right from Torah. All of them from Slavic, the families in the family, all of those who were traveling for the Korean stuff. So it's brought picture message from the home hour has to take the shalom and the color to allow our Holy folks to be successful. We call it mastery. So with that, let us begin our discussion of a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mendays. Today's daf is Mendays. We are picking up the next session on Mem Aleph Days 41b, and we left off the E suffix Motzei, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points up from the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. Western seeing as two terms. Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. And Zara is definitive. It's not for myself. You know what I'm saying? That if we find pieces of avodah zarah, the second, which means still have to be taken enough. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an action decommission them or not? That's not sure. Now, an atom, and we discussed this more in today's daf, an atom does have the ability to decommission the avodah zarah, but it has to, now again, then we have machlokas of look on focus. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive? But again, we'll get back to this later. That's our overarching machlokas over here. The yoke again says it has to be active decommissioning. Which what it says even passive decommissioning. Not meaning if the idol falls over by itself and great. Into the opener, still an idol, according to the ritual Christian was lost into idolatrous equals. So let's say, but again, so that's like the 20 pieces of if you find pieces of something of an image, it's going to be work. Why is it important? Because it's a stuck steak. What's the stuck steak? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of jumping back to our result is just a second. The reason why ultimately again by avodah zarah, it does not work because halacha basically say is something taken once in the ultimately again the suffix that maybe the decommission doesn't go ahead and take it up from the fact that it was avodah zarah. So now you have questions that present. Maybe something was in the Uganda. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing uncertainty What about calling our time? Very used to be at the socks. Cover shoes, you have to go in their pants. So say cover that. Cover that. And again, we translate, a special ceremony thing to a member of our church from South Africa by the name of Ian. No, certainly I was just introduced to Ian Melram, another member of our church here in Toronto. Of Hashem, we have all of our and not just in this case, but marketing around the world. So Ian messaged me via mail. I translated his cover a few days ago as construction. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 years ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumen Tara, to the point that he even eats his food in the Tara. He even eats his food in the Tara. So even what we call non-sanctified food, he is not taking in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Tumas and Mesus. No, that's the definition of a cover. So the Jews use the here as this is what, so how do you call a cover? A cover means a friend. Means a friend. What's the extraction there? So perhaps you use something like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of talent. Don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to get purity into areas of his life that he's not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend. That's a friend. That is God who says someone who wants you in their life so badly that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that will be partnership. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than where it comes from. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Seeing knowledge he puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants Tara, after Tara. He wants purity. So the word says, Father Shemish, the Yep and Guru Lakers. So Father guys, Father guys, and you guys be discovering the basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they have time. The word says, even if not just harvested them back up day, part of it, the first lesson to claim is Hazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly timed. The word I was that, the Dadai Sabek Asulu, Sabek Wasulu. But what's the one? Let's say what's the case. Here's a case of the Dadai. What's the Dadai? What's the Dadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tied. That's for sure, right? There was untied produce. Also, why is that a Dadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have the Dadai that is untied. Something, maybe the cover did target. Maybe he didn't target. And what do you see here? Because I see something from what we did. And what do you see here? But ultimately, again, a suffix is a possibility that tonight it goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that is certain was Seba. So you see suffix once in the big guy, to which the Gemara says no. Hassam, that guy is that guy. That's not true. That's not a suffix as that guy. That's a that guy, that guy. What's the case? The that guy assumes. So Gemara says, and also that
a guy that was getting tired. He was literally Zoffa al-Khabar She'enu see Dollar She'enu Mikoko Mikaka Seto. What's it after Kazapa? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the cover voice again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have done so. What does that mean to get to that level? And the halacha looks at you, and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. The moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy. There's only that guy and that guy. It's incredible. Levi says, you know what possibility is? You know, it says suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really, it's a suffix and a suffix house. So, exactly. Half shut, the Hava, the Moshe. Possible that the Chava conducted himself like the Moshe. Let's go earlier. The Amar, Na'adim Adam Altri also, the Machnis of the Moitz Shalom, Kiddush of the Henta of Kalas of Kerner Maisa. As also is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Ne'abayis, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entry. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, and not through the door, technically, it's nicer. Exact. Technically, it's nicer again. Now, again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says, over here, there's really no something makes nothing to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover side of it or not. It's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Tunis and Esrus. Why? Because it's possible. You're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so we might say, what's that? There is something left in the Bible. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, Ein Safek Motzei back. But then ultimately you get a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So you know, so really is that true? So you know what I'm saying? But I'm really very, I'm not really that nice of the shit, also show it next couple of Mondays. Not a nice of the shit. Also, the Shamasic Akram, but you know, very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. And also, again, we're going to, this is Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Kafra Amama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had feeling it from about. She had a miscarriage. And also, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a man. They don't, but interesting, the halacha is, this is also powerful a little bit. You put a nifal in a tent. In other words, in a nondescript way. In general, what's in the halacha is, you have to bury a nifal, you have to bury a miscarried baby. From Dafka do not bury it into the marked grave. We do not do that. The burying gravel, we do not bury in the marked grave. For the piety reasons, also just from a mental health perspective. It is unhealthy, the Chazal is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained in it. They wanted it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happens?
So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin is it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what it had, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peel over the pit? Read that exactly in the table.
Okay.
She's not the casting file, but maybe it has an imaging, but so even though I miscarriage, the coin on women, or miscarriage occurred, it could be too much later. It could be between impurity associated, but now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. I would look at it over the pit in order to see was the info, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Before my signal comment, listen, I won't press the comment yet. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Ola. Tumas Ola. Remember again, Tumas Ola also could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof, together with the mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a cup, let's say again, I am sitting next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Ola. I am the Ola. So here the point where I will lean over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. Oh. Voilà, you got my signal for 100. This episode came for the coming. It's here. The case of Cuba and Barbados Mitsubishi, and they're retiring. They're retiring while they retired the coin, because ultimately this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. We might as well say it's off. Without that human makeup, something value, something low value, because it's something we want to be done. There's a look at this case over here. Here's the case of Dada. What's the Dada? The ship called the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the ditch. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, and what you see from here, the Gemara says, and yet you see that the suffix trumps the Dada. Like the suffix, it changes the reality even in the face of the Dada to the point that again, the fasting, the coin is not covered. The coin is not covered. So you see from here that something can go ahead and trump a Dada. Which the Gemara says, no, no, even if you hear the bar, you can about Allah, you feel it to mean you call the bar. The Gemara says, no. What happened with the year is the coin sees the ship throwing something that looked like the felt. In other words, not a Dada that she miscarried and placed the nail in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nail being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a separate thing in there. Whereas one second, but that's not what it is. How late then is up in the table, but the Gemara said that he got to peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a which the Gemara says, Hafishon and David to say, lay down, you might say, lay down, and you have to do that in later with you. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry again? Or you're about to say, look up and this means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, first of all, looking over the butt, see, was it an AFL or not? If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, then dig down. If it was an AFL or Tiva, laser and Zaffa in the Tiva to see if it was a brain. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather than this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, like was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the suffix ultimately again that is the animal taking away. You guys say what possibility is favorite shachol the Bible is Mitsubishi Sham that right down. What possibility is no once you have a place, you know that there's a food and a bargain that will be there. animals there, they definitely lagged the way whatever was exposed into them. Okay, so
You're like, I just thought they were all oriental.
so it's like, so it's the catch up, memories, I just want, so again, so just pause over for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of in suffering must be bad ultimately again holds.
She was to dabble in psychedelics and maybe been to jail a few times.
Holds that even how we accept this principle is
Allegedly, there was
suffering must be bad that if you have all called two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffering and one is a bad the bad piece of information determines the reality and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, just kind of reorienting ourselves over. That's why, how did we get into this? I find a piece of broken avoidizora. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, I
And I
know
said, yes, I'm watching it from Johnson and Jonathan.
image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. Should I find a piece? Can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? That's what I know. Why? Because I have that guy that this was avoidizora. Second, maybe you actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it. And then again, I told you to why, because the second, but maybe after decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the bad guy that this was definitely avoidizora. Like I said, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a microscopic level as well. Because in suffering multimedia background, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and gospel into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, as what we've been learning of, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of the things that was so interesting. It's so interesting that those of us who was looking to be I'm trying to do that. Like Pastor Weiss, he said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Catholicism. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. It was scary to learn, but obviously the Russian says it. He's learned to sell the teacher totally different than over the years, over the centuries. There's been many stages. And he's been faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just left then a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There is a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, mostly they back. What's the back? The response says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? Is suffering what's in the world. Suffering. What about suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many status that have presented themselves to them. God, another suffering, Odin Armenian the Carlos, and another suffering always arises. Rest assured. A suffering makes you usually bad guy. No suffering, but under and the bad guy, the certainty of the eternality of cloudless love. That's
your dating life? Like, do you like, are you on apps?
Ultimately, again, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible. A lot. Completely, as well as this guy. It's not even about this guy. Ace Spade. So it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this magnificent of your financial focus. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your desire, right? In other words, an atom can be made back of this desire. The shiner is how does he do it? The Milton says it must be what we call active bittel, and the Shulkis says even passive bittel works. So let's now go back to that. So they say, oh, we put them in the back up. Aber let's go from Shulkis up later, listen to this. And also, we'll see this in this very well as well. And then we, sorry? Yes, yeah. I'm sorry, thank you. Hey, say, lots of times, yes, yeah, thank you. Lots of times, I this way, like, hey, it was you. What's the back to the show? What do you mission? So, if you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, again, it's also, so the Gemara says, Nikin Shakil Tibahem and why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, I'm not, hey, why is that? A Shemanim mingle. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a construct on the Shvakish. You can open and ask on the Shvakish. The Shvakish, according to you, you should be totally with us, right? Because according to Shvakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or the idol broke on its own, the atom doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's wrong with Shvakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so that's what's going on. Because you must say, no, it's not much more, but now I need it, but only out the season. This is somebody that is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand in the cold is the piece ultimately that is on a pedestal. And it's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually a self, or almost as a self-substitution is the wrong way. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, ACA, you know, is another construct. Only become the back of those from Shalom, so we'll see more of this later. And the Biko Havim can be the back of his own Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any atom can ultimately, again, negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, let's go from Shah over to Kohabim. So let's say it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Kohabim actually, excuse me, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? Okay, so over Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry.
We're in this special train about 6 months ago. One of the greatest regulars in the history of the show retired because he was suffering from
over idolatry. That's it. I'm not buying it. So that both comes from starting like that. Why is that? One of the fruits of idolatry that just breaks on its own. Now, clearly, again, according to Shvakish, you, according to actual work. On Rabbi Shepascha, what's the piece over here? The piece over here is where the Yisrael dented the Ovei Kohabim. So what's interesting enough of the Western thing is, denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. What's that mean? Kipascha, Mahavi, Matnan, Pascha, Akabishila, Pascha, Matla. But that's not true, we learned. But again, if you dent an idolatry, even though, again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah is bottom. How do you read the Pascal of Kohabim? And our Pascal Yisrael go bottom. Ultimately, you're actually right. If an atom goes ahead and
against the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not have to do it. So Rabbi, on the Rabbi says, you don't run, keep costing each other, but the Bible says it's very important to do that. So, this is like this. In reality, even when you swell against the axe, against the Avodah Zarah, it goes in the Israel, it will say, that thinking really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you swear against it, it's okay. So what is this? Why did Chazal say that it's not based to this? Because Ella, Sira, is exil. What's the exil? Dober Mas below the Hadam Rakhimah. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say doesn't work? What are you concerned about? Is to this. What he said, that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate their whole desire. So what does he do? He has a Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, he smashes it or prevents it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they will say, that's an actual problem. What does Hakbar do? Hakbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of the Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of the Jew, the Avodah will come in the Yad Yisrael. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. Let's say we are going to see exactly why this is a remodel in pen black right now on the days. But again, right now we're just going to the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Any install technically speaking, decommission a Avodah Zarah, yeah. How could you decommission it? You can break it, you can bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael can figure out. I think we are about to Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Let's say the Hector, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be beat. You can't beat us backwards. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So it's actually, and we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How does Chazal so that by simply going ahead and saying, you can't pray into it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going for what? Incredible. So everybody knows it is. Okay, options, so we have one of the markers, the people, mid-type fields. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, look at that here. First is last. Apple, shady about your markers, influence. So let's say you have an apple who brought stones from markers, right? What's markers? Markers is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So what happens? Takes stones from markers, and what does he do? The people behind dropping big type fields with us. And what does he do? He goes out and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? Motoros. The stones are motor. Why are the stones motor? Because again, halacha loisa. He's actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. The instruction we have on the market to people and grabbing the deals as soon as again if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately again it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get hung out because it's about this oil. And my merciful, why is that? The Harry Cabo, let's go from these fish down in the house. So why don't we say it? So again, we said, look at it. It's going to look this. Why should this be any worse? Ultimately, again, than I bought the Zara, that's great on its own. Continuing focus on what is right that broke on its own, ultimately is decommissioned. Which the Lord says, no, half an hour to the rubber. The Lord says, just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, these Rabbanon are Jew can't decommission. No, but it's all right. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. So we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he has to tie with it. Then it's about these are owned by a Jew. And once they have about these are owned by a Jew, that can be incredible. And again, we'll see but it actually is the things that he knows the catch on. Holding publish your Shifa Avos for Hum Sample. So listen to this. Inside. Holding publish your Shifa Avos Clubs. What's the name of the and the bodies are up, and you see that you have all of that. So look at the actual points out there, for example, I see this tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaded tree. So what's the status of the shavings? You know, so if ultimately the apple is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the bodies up because he wants, I don't know, make a backfire, whatever it is, with Salho, ultimately again, he's doing it for himself, and he, the Shikuyaha, Mutali. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the actual taking shavings off the other tree, but the apple's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay. However, it's if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, the tree is still also the Shikuya Mutan, but ultimately the shavings will be mutar. The straw Shifa is still coming, but if the smell takes shavings, right, these pieces off of the shaded tree, they need some hope, they need some hope. He was Shikuya Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again we have all the and the tree itself and the shavings remain mutter. So it's going to be a good message. And now, they have the Bible that's going to publish the Shabbat now. Why should this be any different, right? We're just according to you. It should be no different than all these are that great science. And when a great science, you open a great truck, as you said, it's decommissioned. So to the United States, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the US offer money to do rubber. So they say, once again, we keep on bringing up rubber. What is rubber? So once again, rubber's not the opinion. Essentially, you don't want to decommission rubber themselves. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, there's no good. Ace, but you'll see where Shilton's Bizarre Lulach, or Makaya, so this is actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see next session. So what Yossi says, I'm saying, or two missionaries for now, Shilton's Bizarre Lulach. If you find it on Bizarre, you can grind it up and scatter it in the wind, or Makaya, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to just talking about if you find that those are made up now, so all you do, grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it to the sea. You know, it says, come and go, after you max and settle, then you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen is you become fertilizer. Here's what it says, instead, Well, you've got trouble in your favor in the process. The process says you can't retain any part of a desire for the obvious. Mas para amar Deus, o bom é que eu para as coisas só que amar. The habit of what is the promise which God made. But once again, why? Because it's 22 years in front. 22 years focus. Even if I'm always on a break sense, I don't need ultimately it is decommissioning. So in this case, a grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a holy solid fertilizer. To which they must talk. And I mean, keep it up. Once again, about say keep all those people back to Rabbi. Ultimately, he was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So they say that you'll see that if you see an owner, what's it, Suras Darko, the Lo Shachato, it's supposed to be an interesting case over here. Let's see if you find the image of a dragon. This is our next mistake. Now, so we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatry. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon that the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obiko Khamikatfo, Safek Israel Khatfo, look, so I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right, or didn't? It's more term. You know, so on the other hand, that by Yisrael Chatcho, also, but if Yisrael is the one who cut off the head, it's also, you know, says, I'm not. How they have all this go come to the step in the area, I said, why should this be any different? Or is this something? So that should be any different than a case of, you know, if you're getting a whole design that grow on its own. After that, you figure out, once again, the verses we are concerned ultimately again and about the concern of God. It's almost like essentially we begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with the whole side at all. Decommissioning out of all this. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was remarking to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems for him. Or peace way that you'll see on that after you up those. You must understand the nation will be a no sharas fire. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also, all these understands that I see here on. Halacha is in general both sides. That about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath a shade tree. Underneath a shade tree. So during this summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade. The shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. And so therefore, you can't have in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara must just initially wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath it during the rainy season. Why not? It makes Shanabia no sharas aven. Because what will happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the verse says, Amad, I would say, watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, if you have a couple, let's go coach. Once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Shouldn't be a public fertilizer, to which the rest is known as shiny awesome. The ikra of let's go having kayanis. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that Bodhisattva identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say other days, when days are days 42b. The Gemara says, I, Mahal, Shikuyat. What about the case of the shavings? That would like the Asherah tree shavings. We have all that's about fucking payaments where once again, the primary part of the Avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. You got to get an active side. We said, with Sarha, Kiyasu, the Shikuya, Mutanu. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. If we did the Yeshua Amar, if you shave, Avodas for having the Kulov, Derech, ultimately, there was a simple reason because I don't hold the zone. Can't negate an event, or an event cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know what it says, hey, this eruption and action like this website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both say, according to Yochanan, Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case, and Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? And Yochanan, no, because the negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even the factor negation, right?
No one knows for sure.
Elevate, ultimately works. Up until now, this entire element has been Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now, we switch gears. ACH is about Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the question, Yochanan, here we go. Consider, what's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akdish. Right, the tree belongs to Mesa Akdish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Well, then
What is
you really should not get
I think
benefit
they're
from
the
the
best.
nest.
There's too much there. I need to come up with a fucking share.
So, if you did so, you have not committed the
Really?
I will say so again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top, no Daniel. That's your drop on. So you can't get benefit. Good job on. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not the fine. So the United let's analyze. The Barosh Shara, what about if the nest is on the top of a shade tree?
Chilla's on your extreme this.
So same case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Down is the current. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And then you can go ahead and get benefit from
that shit is fine, but I get sick of it.
Yeah. So what's this? You know, so you have this bakana. I'm sorry. You have this bakana. I never said it was interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't do in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back over the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's say that what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the shade tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the shade tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. That nest was made from broken pieces of the Assyrian tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once a broken sorrow breaks, right? Even on its own, even when it's not been actively broken, it's a creation. So the Gemara says, Hasana that month, we're going to shove on the number 18, which is behind the assumption over here is that the bird taking its nest from its broken pieces of the Assyrian tree. With Hakani, nest is Bakana. And yet, the nest is still there. So your point is off. This support my assertion that broken about is all it is not intentionally broken. Ultimately, it's decommissioned the about God. Because you know, Papa is here once it is, because the ice is in the Alma, the King Sabah, not necessarily. It's not as a birds make nest, or birds make nest. Birds make nests all the time, but they also bring materials from other locations. So these are the birds really self-comfortable in their shape. But it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Assyrian tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately. Again, from Palestine. They can have a tiny Rabbi Hector source. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hector's case. What happened in the Hector's case? In the Hector's case, what did you say about the birds? About the birds' nest?
Yeah, I'm going to read through it all this.
Or about the trees. No, yeah, about the nest, sorry. No, yeah, so again, you can't get, you should not
you were
get
doing this fine.
from the nest, but if
You just find kids when
you
you're
do
like,
not make the meal up, you know, so let's analyze this. Eat on the fish like the ice eats in the alma. So we're talking about a case where the bird filled the nest ultimately again from materials in the gut, right outside of the hectish tree. And how did the kind of got the hectish one then the more? So then it makes sense. Lo nanny midrabanan. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get messages from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also, there's no milah. Why is there no milah? Why is there no milah? Because since the material for the nest came not from the hectish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to milah. And again, let's say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, and it's mi'ilah midaraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halakha rights were dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectish tree. To which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says the area, how come the Gideon had brought an acronym? The kind of scheme. So we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both.
So you're just going to sit here?
For these cases, ultimately, say in the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, why is that nest not us in the dollars?
Well, people should see that, like, this isn't really easy. I got my mind on other things.
Listen to this. So what's the case over here? How come you do that by the Akari kind of scheme? So I said, this is a fascinating situation which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So let's take an example of this. A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growth subject to the hektish designation or not. That is a machlokes. That is called Ulim Haboil La'achar Mikan, growth which occurs after the designation. So the words that we're talking about over here is the bird, sorry, again, I was not
examination and
I gotta get
surgical
3
branches
branches
and
and
surgical
branches
sharpness
to
used to branch kita, local Jewish
top twigs from the new growths. So we have made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so that is the nest hektish. That's an machlokes. So you want to see Kasabar, Einu Ila B'Gizuzim. And the author, this price or wants to this reach for homes, the Allah hektish designation only involves upon the tree that's in existence at the time. Anything that grows afterwards is
that is contrary to Jewish law because
not subject to hektish, and therefore again the
Shochet
nest
must be learning the laws of kosher slaughter and direct like sharpening and polishing the knives and the shelling and
is
also trains Indian experience shochet to learn
Yak is
to hold the animal
ultimately what
firmly
does it
to
mean?
slaughter
What else
and
does it mean?
slaughter.
What does it mean when it says between
Nothing but the ways the shochet is also trained as a
after
boiler,
the nest
check
down?
out the exams
And
and
get
the
benefit from
organs
the
of
nest.
the not to
That
ensure
fruit,
that it is healthy at the time of death. Now, in the morning,
it doesn't
February
mean
7th,
the nest,
East
it
West
doesn't mean the
Church
nest
and
itself.
Canada.
It could
Gay Coffee and Communion.
very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's us. So what can get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, that means it's get benefit from the contents of the nest. The benefit is a sabbath that from in it can be punished by it. And you're going to find out the most cases, both the Yeshua case as well as the hectic case. So in both of the cases, ultimately ever ours, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, if we're going to the opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be hectic or avodah. So what in the case what?
Separates the human purification from Eden.
By knocking down the nest, not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter for Beitzim, kind of stress. Wasn't into the Mishnah says, no, it says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs,
absolute unity with God. Before the Torah
again,
reading,
it's going to be usher. That was saying, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. Beitzim kan bekan aser, shetzrichen le'ilan, v'gazer b'han rabbanan ka'al ilan aser. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are aser. Why are eggs aser? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B, and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to us. So what's isn't fascinating? So that's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the word suggests that maybe in all these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Asherah tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks.
Joshua Judges Samuel Kings.
The chicks are mutter. But the eggs, they will probably
Yeshayahu, Yahu,
why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not from the eggs. You know, since the Beitzim coming out from Rashi, that floating should switch on the iman. Dates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are relying on their mother have the status of eggs. Right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah Ta'ala is going to reply that. But once that turns out,
Israel
Here, in this
Maya,
case of the nest on top of the shared tree that hangs this tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the way, by those other hikers, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the shared tree or from the head of the tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks. Right? Allah said that is going to be mutter. Right?
Shafranis refers to both the act of matchmaking to the Shafranis and the use of Shafranis, as well as the money traditionally paid to the Shafranis services which were more actively referred to Shafranis called
From
Shafranis.
is the eggs or from the
Rabbis,
lion
teacher,
young,
Muslim,
because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But one second, we'll stop over here for today. But again, let me just say the halakha mysa. So actually, one second.
classical smicha actually
Yeah,
gave
we'll
authority
do
to
tomorrow.
judges and cases
Tomorrow
authority
we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halakha mysa.
authority to establish the
Like what are we
common
doing that
membership in
halakha?
the
What are we
Sanhedrin,
asking like?
jurisdiction giving its Israel. No rabbis can execute
That's a
legal
short
activity
between
to
Hashem.
government,
Adventures
but
in
testimony
Avodah
declared
Zarah.
national
Shver
security.
everyone.
Torah is multi-layered, patient, simple meaning, Ramirez, hand, Durash, homiletic, so second Mishver, Mehi, process. Fort, which refers to the basement built using the uranium, which often fills the cup. Megavoss are clearly shown the original part of the container placed directly on the food source where the liquid in this vessel is considered hot enough to contain cooking added ingredients. For instance, spices or salt, much about which is prohibited. Patiently, the vessel into which hot food or liquid has been poured from shell, it is significantly cooler and the risk of cooking is reduced. Kli a vessel into which hot food or liquid has been transferred from a kli, it is even cooler and cooking is generally not a concern. And with the cup itself, however, hand washing set, especially this one, is a delicious
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Chossim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating August Shimon Trust this year as its Chos, the Soros Tovos from Yisrael. Our Bartel Total sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi and Total Stephen and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, in Moses White, in memory of Stanley Moses White from Europa. Our learning sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the Villa for the Chayalin, the Swiss for Chayalin, and all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Maish and Devorah Wordesheim are the learning sponsors for today. Creation of the yard site of Aryeh Leiva, Ben Yosef, Rocham Mertbat, Hamikora, all of the Shams Labna, the families in the Hama, all of those new with Rosh Hashanah, the Kol for Holy Yisrael, so it's Rav Hushin, Reseshin, the book from our hostages, the Shalom and the Karel, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol and Asi Yidin. So with that, let us begin our Hashem. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Membeis. Today's daf is Membeis. We are picking up in West Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis, these 41b, and we left off the E, something most which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points up from the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitive. So the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to take them on off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf, an akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has to, now again, then we have machokish, Do you need active decommissioning, or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in just a little bit. That's our overarching mathematics over here. The Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Reish Lakish says even passive decommissioning, not would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. According to the Yochanan, it's still an idol. According to Reish Lakish, it has lost its idolatrous influence. So we'll say, but again, so that's why if you find pieces of an idol to us, if you find pieces of tzlomim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec spherical. What's the spec spherical? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea, jumping back to Avodah Zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately, again, by Avodah Zarah, it does not work is because halacha we say, in suffix motzim moving bada. Ultimately, again, the suffix that may be with decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was Avodah Zarah. So now there are questions that is something most of you about that. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing certainty? What about time? Our time, very interesting. We actually saw this. Cover Shemays, yet Nigurim Leahs. So say Chaver died. And again, we translated, I have a special solemnization to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Mel Round, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, we have a lot of beautiful stuff, and not just in this case, not just that marketing around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel, I translated the cover a few days ago as Hamkaka. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, if you remember again, 2 days ago, we'll go ahead and translate cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara. So the quote that he even eats his human Tara. He even eats his human Tara. So even again, even what we'll call not a sacrifice food, he is not completely in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and measures. So that's the definition of a flubber. So it's interesting for being asked why do you call a flubber? Right? Flubber means French. So what's the shot of that? So perhaps the Yisod is like this. Who's a flubber? Flubber is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does work up in Mendelas? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. Not eat in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards, even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life that he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend, I believe. That's a friend. That Baruch Hu says, somebody wants you in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's his power, that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend. That's what he's called. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than Kavach, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone who managed to fix upon himself issues, reasons, and weaknesses. Power, after power. You want purity? That's a friend. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemis, so Chaver dies, interesting case, Chaver dies, and after you guys get discovered in the basket of food, what's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tied. the Gemara says, even in the Yom, even if not if you just harvested them that day, Haragim the Cheskas with the Kohen. Is it Chazaka? Ultimately, again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, I know second. But your dad died to be something that's real. Something lost for you. Now, let's say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a dad. What's the dad, right? What's the dad? The certainty was they were Tebas. That's for sure. Like Tebas anti-produce. I was say, why is that a bad guy? Here's everything stuck out as anti-produce. So you have a bad guy that was anti. Something, maybe the cover did target, maybe he didn't target. And what do you see here? Because I see something to mostly need a target. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a something is possibility that he targets, goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was Tebas. So you see something mostly need a bad guy. To which the Gemara says no. Plus some bad guy is bad guy. That's not true. That's not something in bad guy. That's a bad guy in bad guy. What's the bad guy asked me, the Gemara says the second one was Tebas, bad guy was Tebas. Also here was Tebas. And also bad guy, that's what? That he was the Kenida Chomza, Roshani Chomza. Zaka al-Chaber she'ena mosi davar she'ena mitoka so again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the cover website again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You know what I'm saying? So what does that mean to get to that level? Where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our cover does not leave untried produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it gets tied, and therefore there's no suffix in that. Bad guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. As we know, that's what it is. You know, it says suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? The other Kinaboshia. Possible that the topic conducts himself like the Roshia. Let's say, what is the Roshia? The other, Ma'adin Osman Al-Kiyah. The Mahdus of the Motes Shalom, Kiddush take the Henta or Kala to turn on myself. I suppose it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Pnei, right? It has to come into the home, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's get through the window and not through the door, technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really something that's going to be a bad guy. Why? Because it's actually possible. Even if you want to go into that, maybe it's a suffix if the common tied there or not. It's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to Chumas and Moses. Why? Because it's possible that we're going to be getting used as this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, one second, there is something nothing about it. So remember, the Lord is questioning this principle. He didn't put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix mostly midday bada. Right? And ultimately, again, a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So, really, is that true? Well, it says, but I knew that. I'm not really bad. Nice to be just also show up nice type of movies. Not a nice to be just so we show Masik Afghan Berilo, very interesting case. So there was once a story of a maid servant. And okay, now again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Remo. Okay, what happened? She had 2 She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you had not to carry a navel. But the interesting, the halacha is, this is also involved a little bit. You put a navel in a pit, in just, in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, what's in the halacha is, you have to bury a navel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but with dafka, do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. You bury it together, we do not bury it in a marked grave. So the variety of reasons, also just from a health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. She brought Coin to fix it. A Coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the Kohen peer over the pit? Later, in Zachar in the so he was not capacity for her. When the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much sleep. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much sleep depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see was the navel, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The girl might have been a problem. What's the problem? Yeah. The problem is that peered over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas Ohel. Tumas Ohel. Remember again, Tumas Ohel looks like could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mate, or you could be the roof over the race. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here the Kohen would have leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. And what happened? You got myself this episode came from the comment. Tiarumu, it reached a paper and evangelism to reach him. And they're retiring. Why are they retiring the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's that? The Vada and Kila Nato, something look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vada. What's the Vada? The ship called the woman had a miscarriage, and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Vada. Right, the suffix changes the reality even in the face of the Vada to the point that again the fasting, the Kohen is not covered. The Kohen is not covered. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump a Vada. To which the Gemara says, no. Loki la yitiyitil lavar, nekal lavar alaima, yitilik kimin and nekal lavar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shifra throwing something that looked like the navel. In other words, it's not a Vadai that she miscarried and placed the navel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. Whereas most likely, but that's not what it says. Okay, but the Gemara said that it got appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl, to which the Gemara says, Hakipozer means to say. Lay down, the Gemara says, lay down, and look at Yula, in Neitvalakila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or you know, also which just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, last dafka that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was
something else. It was some other discharge. See,
War, separate attacks.
he was first of all looking over the front, see was it an APEL or not. It's on an APEL. If it was an APEL, then did that. Did on an APEL. Tiva later in Zafra in Yukeva to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, maybe the animal took it away. Levi said, the other possibility is, David Shechon, the Bible, Mitsurin Shan, Badai Gari. The other possibility is, no, once you have a phrase, we know that there's a full demographics that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So let's say Israel, so there is the Kasha. So again, so just we'll pause on that for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of a Safek Motzim Nidei Badai ultimately again holds that in halacha we accept this principle. In Safek Motzim Nidei Badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a Safek and one is a Badai. The Badai piece of information determines the reality, and the Safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I will say again, just kind of reorient ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's Asher no. Why? Because I have a bad guy that this was Avodah Zarah. Suffolk, maybe the Akum has to be decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore I can't use it. Why? Because the Suffolk, that maybe the Akum decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in Suffolk Multimedia Vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it.
You do it every day. Such a big deal.
We have faced so many scapegoats. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of this, I will say, it was so interesting that those of us who were to be on Shabbos, Usher Weiss, he said that I've said so many beautiful things, but one of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Kafar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat while Israel. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously the Russian Rice has inherited Israel. It takes our totally different thing. And over the years, over the century, there's been many status. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, what's in the badai? What's the badai? Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hanis. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people.
No, it's not you got a shirt. You also
We
make
are
the shirt.
an eternal
You
nation.
also make the shirt.
That's
So mishmash is a mixture. What gives me
badai. That's the badai. That's the badai. Therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering, what's in it?
female
Suffolk. What about Suffolk is the battle?
Asia Khaya,
Romans, the Romans, the Greeks, the
Scarlet,
Persians, the
short
Nazis,
Yashikov, which is short Yashikov,
Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who
May
the Suffolk
or Street
is.
Finger,
There's so many schisms that have presented
Stella,
themselves.
Mexican, Strong, as a Shader, that is
Oh my God, another
Milky,
Suffolk only
very
are living
flashy,
the fell. Or sin, another Suffolk always arises. But rest assured, a Suffolk
Schmarder,
would
Schwigger,
see moving Vadae. No Suffolk will
Chazir,
undermine the Vadae certainty of the eternality of Christ.
Sugar,
That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Ironically, as well as such happiness. Not my ways back. So says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this mental. Is your turn your own sluggish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your about desire, right? In other words, an atom can be more backed is about desire. The shayla is, as the secret is, the Milton says, it must be what we call active mental, and the Shulkish says, has to works. So I was now going back to that a little bit. Ace Ovid Kocham Nabako, Abolis Kocham Shulkish Ahero, this is this. And also, we'll see this in Mishnah Ron as well. Yes, get. I'm sorry, it's a Motzakabis Yakabek. Motzakabis Yakabis Rago, Hare Elasu. So it's back to Mishnah. What did Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's also, so the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashvarim maybe. So we'll say that's what people say. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is the opening aspect of Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, this should be called in because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the atom actively broken or the item broke on its own, the atom doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, what's all Rish Lakish's logic? You can't save yourself from being broken. The chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Much more.
Also tell her that you must her deal and cannot wait to kiss her shady queen on your next visit. The more interesting element of this phrase is the root face. The root of the word piano actually means inside, which seems odd when one considers that the person's face is external and internal. To further complicate things, it is actually plural form. It is actually plural form, even though much of us just have. Each of us has just one face. In other words, the Hebrew word for face actually means inside. Could it be because the face holds multiple qualities to a person's inner world? This is the meaning of Solomon's observation. Man's wisdom makes the face shine, and the whole with its face is changed. Indeed, the Hasidic masters point out that the face is home to an array of distinct pleasures. What pleases the eyes is different than what pleases in the ears delight in something else entirely. Conversely, the fact but she can be covered in hair. Symbolizes a deeper point, where all desires are one and inseparable. The true Shani, the sage Shemai instructed, receive every person with an expression of niceness on your face. Translated into Yiddish, the last words of this adage would be, you guessed it, Shani part. But there's a twist. The niceness of a face here does not refer to physical beauty, but the charm that comes from a generous and truly inviting host. In the words of Rabbi Obadiah 13, when you invite wayfarers into your home, do not give to them with your face drooping to the ground. Because one who gives with a downcast face, even if he gives all the gifts in the world, it is as if he is given nothing at all. The month of Shani. The Hasidic masters tell us that Elul, the final month before the high holiday, especially propitious is an especially propitious time to approach God. Rabbi Shmuel Zalman of Ladi explains with the prayer that before a king enters the city, all the townspeople go out to greet him in the fields, and anyone who wishes is permitted to approach. The king greets them with an open and pleasant countenance. When he enters the city, they all follow him. Later, when he returns to his royal chambers, only the elite of which may enter, and even then only with permission. That's right. Using the same terminology Shammai used to describe the shiny pruning of a gracious host, Rabbi Shneimur Zalman tells us that God greets us only in heaven, delighted that we are seeking him out, but the divine smile is more than just charismatic. When God smiles at you, know that you can approach him with your deepest and most fervent request, and quick confidence that he will grant you sweet
Keep constantly strong on the Bible says it's very important to know. So this is this. In reality, even when they strong against the Avodah Zarah, it goes into this. In other words, it will say, venting really is an act of form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you strong against it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, Ella, Ksira. There's a Gzera. What's the Gzera? Dilma Makbala, Bahadim Avatala. So I say, here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned? God is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up by getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to bend it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah of Yisrael, the Avodah Zarah of Yisrael, Eina, the Kela, the Omer. So I'm going to say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. Now, listen, we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now, 100 days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? You can break it, you can paint it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up, start figuring out what's the Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hector.
The fuck was
Lifts it
that?
up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, becomes Avodah Zarah of the seed. Avodah Zarah of the Jews ultimately cannot be, it can't be mavakal. It can't be deconditioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do we show that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody wants to say today, how can you show me the Avodah Miraculous, the people of our hand and Yochel, so let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of Avodah. Okay, we'll come back to it. So let's say, Akum, should we be Avodah Miraculous? Let's have an Akum who brought stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah that taking the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? To keep up a hand, drop them big time chaos with Taurus. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So it's halacha with Taurus. The stones are mutter. Why the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'meisa, he's actively decommissioning the food using it for a mundane use. And such a the Abayim and Abbas, but again, if a Jew takes stones from mountains and puts it into the road, ultimately again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road, you can't get hung up because it's avodah zarah. And my Gemara said, but why is that? The honey carbon gets go from Mishmishtareh. So why don't we say it? So again, so I'm not going to ask Rish Lakish, why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. So this Gemara says, never know Hachanan is a Rava. And it's just a Rava said before. Rava said essentially, Rabbanon, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. This is what we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's avodah zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have avodah zarah owned by a Jew,